I control my narratives, so I spit fire through this pop filter. La la, you got to have the Zaza for me to shop with you. Raising my rates and all control fates, but if you fuck with me, I bring your fucking life to a stop quicker. I'm in your throat like some hot liquor, roll through your hood like a drop shipper, enhance like a stock filter. I think if I was straight, then maybe I would pop quicker. Playing the lotto, I'm on the reposado. Can't be in my vicinity if you possessing maybes or fragile masculinity like boozy tip a baby. It's crazy cause the very clothes you wearing was designed by the same group of people used to trying to keep behind. You ain't worried about the kids, you just use them as a shield to hide behind the bigotry of how you really feel. Ain't no think pieces in emails as long as it's some females that's kissing in the backseat, and you can check my rap sheet. I'm running circles around these washed up rappers like a track meet, reflexing like an athlete. I'm jigging to the backbeat, work selling in the trap meet, and my niggas pack heat, so just to keep it cool before they bust and make your hat leak. And I ain't even really scratched the surface. Defeat the self-doubt, don't defeat the purpose. Make sure you got it or you won't complete the purchase. A man without a plan is like a clown without a circus. That's Damez, he go crazy on the mics and shit. Rolling blunts super straight on the pikes and shit. Fat ass with the fucking tiger stripes and shit. I get faded, grab my pen and then I write some shit about this crazy world we living in. My homies there to giving in, the doors there to kicking in. I never care about fitting in. No, we've been in E-class and motherfucker speed fast. I caught me a peach pass and reach for my weed stash. All sports teams, but I'm ballin', nigga. Better have a money move if you callin', nigga. It's my time to shine and you know I'm stallin', nigga. Dame's going up, ain't this shit appallin', nigga. And I ain't even really in my prime yet. But I just been grinding like the time said. Mindset on the fucking money, not a bitch though. I can tell you broke, but I ain't never been a sitch though. Came up on cassettes and CDs on the block. I don't smoke no cigarettes, but the trees stay in stock. It's the D-A-M to the I-E-N. And if I stand out, nigga, why be in? This motherfuck the cops and motherfuck the ops. My niggas got good credit, we talking trades and stocks. I'ma always keep it real, that's what I get from my pops. They'll give me a fucking bullet before they give me my props. I got this war in my mind, but I don't know who winning. All this Patron in my body and my head keeps spinning. Yo, how I'ma get to heaven? I mean, if I keep sinning, I swear life would drive you crazy, man. Just keep living. Oh God, I ain't even really scratched the surface. Defeat the self-doubt, don't defeat the purpose. Make sure you got it or you won't complete the purchase. A man without a plan is like a clown without a circus. Dames, and I ain't even really scratched the surface. No, defeat the self-doubt, don't defeat the purpose. Make sure you got it or you won't complete the purchase. A man without a plan is just a clown without a circus. Dames. Hip-hop. This rap shit. Just in me.
What is going on? What is going on? What is going on, y'all? What's going on, y'all? I hope everybody's having a wonderful, what's today? Wednesday. I'm gonna let y'all know right now. This live is going to be NSFW, not safe for work. This live is going to trigger people. Okay, this live is going to have very colorful language. All right. Also, before we get started, there is only one person, because y'all gonna see the springboard that we're going and hear the springboard that we're going to use tonight, and the platform who just continues to just be overabundant in queerphobia. We're going to use their platform. There's only one person on that platform that is male, that is a man, that I, BubzDaGawd, send respect to, because this person knows how to be objective for real. They can still stand on what they believe, but also actively hear the other side and try to find the gray area. But in order for people, especially men, and in this context, black men, to find the gray area, they're going to have to find a way to make mental and emotional awareness and intelligence, really the emotional aspect, something that is not gay or that involves inserting dick in ass. The person who I respect on that platform is Mr. Bennett. He is the only one. The only one over there. First of all, the only one over there who don't got a fupa, praise the Lord. The only one over there that can do a squat without their knees snap, crackling, and popping. The only one that can walk on the treadmill, keyword walk on the treadmill for 10 minutes. The only one who was probably damn near closer to their motherfucking body and shit in college. All the other niggas over there, all the other niggas with, as you see on the screen, the fupas, the knock knees, and the gout, they don't get no respect from BubzDaGawd. They have blatantly, over and over again, disrespected queer people, and through the element of fear and ignorance, and then use the Bible as a shield for that. Well, I hope the Bible is going to be able to shield y'all from being triggered from this live, because we're going to see and test how strong your connection to this life energy force is. Because over here on BubzDaGawd, we put in the motherfucking work. I give y'all articles, I give y'all statistics, I give y'all what else? I give y'all actual stories from queer people. I give y'all some of the scientific aspects behind it, because true objective scientists are that objective. All they do is observe and record, observe and record. And if you listen to them, they have also stated that queerness, despite how abnormal and freakish your ignorant ass, low vibrational ass may think it is, that we are a part of this experience. We've always been a part of this experience, and God, source, universe, consciousness has found a way for us to be a part of it. As much as y'all say God hates us, God allows us to still live, still allows us to thrive. Because according to some of your interpretations of the Bible in the Old Testament, God had no problem of getting rid of motherfuckers that he didn't want, or that it didn't want. And some of y'all so desperately want to tap into that power. But because y'all have not tapped into Christ for real, because none of the commentary over there was Christ-centered, and what I'm starting to believe and what I'm starting to see about a lot of people who support organized religion, a lot of you motherfuckers never served the Lord a day in your life. You just served religion. You just served tradition. Christ is outside the box, and y'all the ones scared to step outside the box. Just like the 12 niggas that was around him was afraid to do shit and see themselves at who they were. Didn't they have an individual who walked on water, and he was walking on water by his own power, but he lost sight of that power and sunk? Some of you niggas over there are in the sunken place. Just like some of y'all waistlines are in the sunken place. Just like some of y'all motherfucking heart ventricles, bitches in the sunken place. Just like some of y'all niggas dicks need dick juice and all type of blue chews and shit to rise from the sunken place. We gonna get into that today, because last night I sat through 4 hours of ignorant motherfuckers spewing their hatred from a place of jealousy, from a place of ignorance, and most importantly from a place of motherfucking fear. And I know these niggas watching, and I want y'all niggas to be in the chat. I'm not having no conversation with you niggas at all. I did that twice, and I did my part. Y'all failed in y'all application. Y'all the ones who had to make a live doing the shoulda, coulda, wouldas instead of doing it in the present moment. See, if you had emotional awareness and intelligence, you'd be able to do it in the moment. So I got my motherfucking Mortal Kombat 4 Quan Chi music playing in the background, girl, because since we going to hell, I already told y'all there's some queer people that's okay with that. But we not gonna be the only ones. I told y'all motherfuckers equality across the board. And it's something that everybody's going to experience, whether you want to or not. Now, before we get into this live, copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Some of the things that them niggas over there don't do. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All the videos, songs, images, and graphics used in this live belong to their respective, somewhat respective owners, and I or this channel does not claim any right over them. So with that being said, let's go ahead and delve into the conversation. The conversation that I listened to last night was entitled Women That Are Literally Trying to Make Their Boys More Ladylike. Because according to these niggas, being feminine automatically is a highway, a conduit, a open door to now receiving dick, and a lot of it. We're gonna sit here and actively listen to what these women said, or the clip that they're using for their context. Okay? And we're gonna break that down because we have real emotional awareness and intelligence. And like I said, until these king ass niggas do lives trying to save Lil RT, who is an 8-9-year-old boy who is going down the path of true, genuine, objective destruction, some of the path that some of these old school niggas used to do but don't do anymore. I don't see the lives about that. I don't see the lives about y'all going out on the street and being real ass niggas and facing other niggas that have the guns, that have the power, i.e. the trap niggas in the community that have everybody on hush mode. Y'all not doing that. Y'all scared of them. Let's listen to a panel with a majority, not all, because again, Mr. Bennett is the only individual who is exempt from this, from me. Now, he might say something that might trigger y'all, that's cool, but for me, Mr. Bennett got my respect as a man. And I'm saying it as a queer person. As a man, he has my respect. Everybody else who has fupas and knock knees and gout, well, some of the women on the panel I'm gonna give grace to. Because a lot of women, unfortunately, are followers and don't think for their fucking selves. So I'm gonna give them a little grace. The rest of you niggas that got dick and balls like me, because remember, ain't nobody gonna help a man gotta help himself. Well, I guess we about to have that type of conversation about you niggas helping yourselves. So with that being said, let's get into the live, shall we? This is BMU and they bullshit. Let's get it. Again, fair use is enacted.
Tonight's title, Mothers Teaching Sons to Be More Ladylike. We're seeing a lot of this in the world today.
We're
weed, seeing rappers who call themselves Young Thug or dressed like Young Princess. We seen Lil Uzi the other day. I seen the picture of that demonic face bastard. Had a purse and red leather on and red leather pants with a purse and
some red shoulder pads.
Red shirt, just
blow up shoulder pads on top of that.
You see the thumbnail for tonight. You know, before Gabrielle Union got into that Dwayne Wade's life, that little boy was playing with Tonka trucks. Now she convinced him to play with Tonka trucks. JT, the only one got that one pretty quick. We're just living in a world where softer men are the goal for women. Women want softer men. They want men who will make love to them daily, who will wash, put on an apron, have pillow talk, work 8 hours a week, and sit back and do nothing, put flowers in their hair. And the women also want to raise their sons to be the same. I have a video we played last night.
So again, I'm grateful he said that because that establishes again where his thought process is. Again, we're going to listen collectively together to the video also that they listened to. And I want y'all to keep in mind what black men said. See, what these motherfuckers are failing to remember is that you are married to female, right? And according to societal standards, they're the ones that's emotional, or you're used to dealing with women who are over emotional. What these women want is men who are emotionally aware and available. These women are not saying, I want you to put on a smock and cook with me butt booty at. Well, even that might be the case, because if it leads to sex, y'all niggas will do it. If it led to you getting some pussy, y'all niggas will put a flower in y'all damn head. If it led to y'all getting some pussy, y'all put a damn apron on. Y'all be trying to be like Ving Rhames from goddamn Baby Boy. And I don't want to see what the fuck that shit look like in real life. And I'm the gay one. And then, as you will hear later on in the live, they speak about how a woman can help them, can open up doors for them to get them in spaces and in places. Well, are you going to give something the fuck back to her that benefits her in the way that she wants? Because it seems like a lot of y'all want to get in relationships and get married and use the Bible as a form of control, because you don't have no real control in your own goddamn life. So you'd rather find control in someone else's life. And that's what we call toxic, because a lot of y'all niggas not even operating in your divine masculine, that you'll be too afraid to let divine feminine do its damn thing, because at the end of the day, it's mother nature and not father, right? We are brought into this world out of the pussies and coochies and vaginas of females, right? Who have to endure all type of pain that men could never ever fathom. But yet they're the weaker vessel, and it's more of them than there are men in the word males in the world. And when we look at the animal kingdom, especially the insect kingdom, how a lot of times the female insects are a lot bigger than the male ones. This is what happens when you are a part of a community that teaches you that the only way to be masculine is through your force. But anyway, let me shut the hell up and let's listen to the video and what their interpretation of it was.
On the Embrace the Pain show last night, with Embrace the Grace and Our Pain. And one of the videos that Our Pain presented was a group of women sitting at a table saying that they want to raise their sons to be more feminine and want to embrace the feminism and make their sons feminine, and want their son to be feminist. With flowers in their hair, embrace their clothes. If they want to wear a dress, so what? I definitely want to see what you guys have to say about this video. Compliments of Our Pain show last night. If you missed it, please go back and watch it. Here we go.
I want y'all to pay attention to what these ladies are saying. And in the comments, I want y'all to let me know. Did y'all hear about their sons trying to train their sons to take dick? That these women are preparing their sons to be whores and to be just legs all the way the fuck up in the air? I want y'all to help me understand that. Did they say anything of the sort? Let's take a listen.
I think of how I want him to be as a man. And I mean, I want to allow him freedom to develop into who he is, but there are certain things that I feel like are important. He needs to be.
Just like how a lot of parents feel the exact same way, just like how these parents feel the exact same way. I want to instill certain things in him that I believe that will help his life be better. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure any reasonable parent would want. See, a lot of black parents want to act like they want to give their children freedom to grow and to figure shit out, but they don't. A lot of y'all parents, a lot of children have a lot of parents that be like Auntie Nita and shit. They be cussing them out and making them feel like shit and don't even feel safe enough to come talk to y'all, because if they do, they're gonna get a different response. Meanwhile, you have these new parents who are actively growing and becoming aware of what happened to them in the past, actually healing their past traumas and doing the best they can to make sure they don't pass that same pathology onto their children that has hurt them. So let's listen to some of the things that these black women would love for their black sons to have, or for them to start a foundation and building now, so that they don't become fucked up, ignorant, miserable ass adults like some people that we see.
A gentleman and be, there's a confident, but, still sensitive to what a woman needs. And then, but still, care about what he needs too. And then I just feel like as a mom, it is my job to ensure that he grows up to be somebody that,
is nurturing to the women in his life. Yeah.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you feel that.
So notice they're saying that about the women in the lives of these boys in the future, that they still want them to still have a sense of masculinity, but a masculinity that is healthy, a divine masculinity that honors the feminine energy, to where they'll know how to treat a woman and not call a woman a bitch, or, as we'll hear later on in the live per JT, to tell the woman to shut the fuck up. Bitch, shut the fuck up, bitch. So they're trying to make sure that their men, their boys, grow up to be better men. And I did say better men. Because if these are the niggas that we see, because we talking about how niggas are now and what state niggas in, girl. If y'all keep allowing y'all damn children to go down this rabbit hole of bullshit in reference to past shit, and not let them learn and become better and be who they want to be, because they the one that gotta live. They the one that gotta be here when your ass passed the fuck on. And I'm sure BMU, again, when it comes to their platform and they're speaking about other things, that's cool. They have expertise in that. But when it comes down to queerness, none of you motherfuckers know what you're talking about. Keyword, none of you do. None.
That way about Judah, but
I think
it's important.
I do, and I think it's hard to be the mother of girls as a woman. And I also think that it's challenging to raise feminist boys.
Right.
That is, I think, specifically our job as women, to boys, to raise feminist sons.
Yes.
And it's been a complete awakening, I'd say, for, myself, my husband, my family. It's just, the next generation. Like, wow, he can be soft, he can be strong.
Right.
He can be
soft and he can be strong. She said he can be soft and he can be strong. These niggas didn't hear the strong part. Because again, they don't see any strength in femininity unless the femininity strength is in their fucking Kegel muscles when they gripping the dick as they riding it. That's the only time these niggas will honor femininity, when it's getting conquered and when it's getting fucked.
Gentle, and he can also be, very masculine. And I think
and be very masculine. These women are saying that they want their son to have a healthy range of emotions, because at the end of the day, regardless of what society says, and us being men, and us being black, and us being queer, and us being straight, despite all that, at the end of the day, at the genesis, at the core, is that we're fucking human beings, and they want to make sure their sons can be the best human beings they can be, so that whatever path is in their life, they know how to handle it. You niggas y'all not understanding this.
that's a beautiful thing. And when we give boys room to show their full range of emotion, that gives them the ability to be open to the full range of emotion that women show, because women are a lot more open with their emotion.
We're
9
allowed
times
to
out
be.
of 10.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you feel like you have the support from your partners in that, in raising a feminist son?
Yeah,
Right.
100%.
And it does take a little educating other people. I mean, I can't expect other people to treat my son a certain way, if they're the way that they are. But, I do kind of, like with our parents, it's It's okay that he wants to paint his nails. It's cool. He's a boy. You know, like I don't think making him feel like he's doing something wrong by expressing himself or, you know, doing anything.
And again, that also tell you a lot of y'all shit. Well, maybe it's a phase he going through. Are y'all I already know the answer to this question because I already asked this question multiple times. Are y'all niggas, and I do mean niggas, are y'all niggas even willing to sit the fuck down and to even see if it's a fucking phase? Are y'all even willing to sit the fuck down, shut the fuck up, and to see if this shit is actually a phase? Y'all should have seen their faces when they talked about the painting of the nails, because in their mind, they think painting of nails equals dick. Putting on the pink shirt equals taking dick. Wearing a flower in your head equals you getting ready to ride some dick. Girl. And no shade. It makes a lot of y'all look very suspect. Y'all be worried about dick and balls more than the niggas who's actually out here allegedly sucking the dick and balls. Make it make sense.
Thing that would be perceived as feminine is okay.
Right. Yeah. Or that, and it also shows them that they can express themselves, period. They don't have to express themselves in this way.
Right.
Like, I see so many little boys, my son's friends, who will maybe have their nails painted or have a flower in their hair or have a pink shirt. And I'm mentioning like intrinsically feminine things that they're into, just to show like boys can have a feminine side and they can also have a masculine side. It's so important for them to be in touch with both. Exactly.
Yes. And so I was going to say, even in dating, right? Like allowing the space for your partner or person to have a wide range of emotions or like really express themselves, especially nowadays. I don't know. It just seems difficult. I don't know if you dealt with that in dating. Or
I think some people just need to express themselves in all ways, in shape or form. Sexuality, you know, we have this stereotype as if, you know, young women can explore their sexuality that young men can't. Exactly. And then that's perpetuated in relationships where it's like, well, can I be with this guy because, you know, he was potentially, or he may have been with some guy or in an intimate way. So it's like you can't hold people to those.
So then they're willing to deal with, most importantly, men who, unlike these niggas on the platform, except Mr. Bennett. Again, Mr. Bennett is a balanced individual. I appreciate his commentary. But everybody else, what they're saying is that they want their sons and black men to be, most important, free, to be themselves, to figure themselves out, because you have men being forced into this fucking box of how you think they should be and how they should act, as opposed to allowing black people to motherfucking self-actualize. Hell, black people have been fighting for over 500 plus years to this day. Damn, we want to fucking live. The fuck? Just cause some of you niggas are stuck on survival mode, and just cause some of you niggas was in the 60s and 70s, which I would consider the golden era, where you saw black liberation, queer liberation, women liberation. I don't know if you niggas is shell shocked about the 80s and the motherfucking backlash that happened, i.e. Project 2025 that is being drafted and trying to be slid in for next year for all of us, the oppressed groups of people. History repeating its motherfucking self. If some of you niggas is the leaders, what the hell does the followers look like?
Standards. You know, as a feminist, and you're trying to raise a feminist son, you have to allow them to be open to who they are. So it's like you can't treat your girls and not treat your men the same way. And I think nowadays, especially, you see more men that are more open with their sexuality. And our generation, young rappers our age, where they're wearing skirts and, you know, they're considering themselves asexual. And I mean, that has nothing to do whether they consider themselves, you know, man or woman. It's simply just who they are. And I mean, they have so much freedom to express that. And you see these old head, you know, rappers coming at them like.
Now, I gotta also believe, okay? Because we're going to take our time with this. I also got to believe that term right there, old heads, kind of triggered them niggas. Because when I say old school and old head and all that shit, first of all, I hope and pray that I can live long enough to get to some of their ages. I do respect my elders, but I don't submit to old fools, though. That's what I don't do. I respect wisdom. Like Mr. Bennett has wisdom. Dr. Nakumbe, who I haven't seen on the platform for a while, no shade, I can probably guess and wonder why, was an individual that had emotional awareness and intelligence that was on the platform that was helping y'all niggas for free when he normally gets paid for this. And every time we've seen y'all drop the motherfucking ball, it seems like hate trains are more popular than actual reconciliation. Because the way that I'm speaking and my not safe for work language, colorful ass language, is because I'm passionate and I'm tired of it. A lot of these motherfuckers on the platform tired too. That's why I be telling queer people, I want y'all to understand, this onslaught is about to become real. Y'all might as well start accepting the possible realities now so that you can be safe, then be sorry. Because we're gonna hear these niggas say, and one nigga in particular say, it's time out for talking. These niggas are ready to do physical work because now they feel like they'll be able to really operate in what it is that they feel like they have the most power in, which is having power over other motherfuckers. And I want you niggas to know that if that is your mindset, this age of Aquarius is going to be very interesting for you. Because this is an age of freedom, and there are some people who are afraid of freedom. Oh, with too much freedom is freedom. There's no such thing as too much freedom. It's called freedom. The universal laws will handle all this shit because its ways is not our ways. Its thoughts is not our thoughts. And it's been doing this shit long before any of us black niggas asses got on YouTube and got on our platforms and got on our podcasts and got on our microphones, and will be the same after we leave. But see, when you have individuals who are stuck on the BIBLE, the basic instructions before leaving Earth, how could you expect them to really understand things of the spirit objectively? What's going on, Deshaun? Let me look at some of your comments real quick, because it's going to be a lengthy live. We're going to be here for a few hours. Harold says Lil Nas X is demonic, but not all the degenerate ass ninjas that are doing way more damage to the black community. But these are these are individuals who are afraid to challenge them though. They're afraid of them. You're gonna hear one person on the panel say, you know, well, you got these people, they kind of built like gladiators. You know, we can't stand up to them. Yes, y'all can if it's a group. Cause remember, y'all said that back in the day when y'all niggas waistlines was a goddamn 32 and 34 and shit. And had back nipples and fucking pecs and shit. That if it was some shit going on in the neighborhood, if there was some form of destruction going on in the neighborhood, that there were people, okay, in the neighborhood who would band together and try to check that person who is objectively destroying the community. Y'all niggas not doing that. Because y'all know these young niggas, because they're the ones, the heterosexual ones, who really are lacking emotional awareness and fucking intelligence. The ones that are going out here and that are actually shooting in the neighborhood and not even just hitting their intended target, but innocent motherfuckers now, to where the nigga who was getting the motherfucking 4.0 GPA, who was on the dean's list, who was on the football team, happened to go to the motherfucking party that night because he wanted to enjoy camaraderie with his fellow peers just for his ass to be taken the fuck out. And he wasn't the intended target. I need y'all niggas, the way that y'all speak about queerness, I need y'all to start providing facts about how motherfuckers are dying from being queer. You can't use HIV and AIDS because, baby, that don't discriminate against nobody. If it was exclusively for queer people, it would be happening exclusively to queer people. That's a human thing. Motherfuckers need to put a condom on and stop fucking random people that you don't fucking know. You can't use that excuse anymore. I need to see where the queer people are out here with AK-47s, AK-74s, M4s, M16s, 380s, fucking 45s with the beam on the bitch, Glocks, all type of Colt 1911s. I need to see the proof, the objective proof of the queer people going into churches and shooting it up. I need to see objective proof of the queer people driving down the street and doing drive-bys talking about yes, bitch, yes, as the bullets are flying. Y'all can't do this. Y'all get on live and y'all want to be able to speak publicly and bash people that you consider is fucking weak. Meanwhile, because y'all don't have emotional intelligence and awareness, y'all end up telling on yourselves because what you're saying is that you need those things in order to feel something. Just like the church, they need cardinal sins to judge. They want to be motherfucking Thanos and be excluded from the quote-unquote natural selection. No, nigga, include yourself. Because if you a real ass nigga that you claim you are, if you a real ass nigga, girl, who know that God is on your side, that God can be for you, therefore nobody can be against you, that if you include yourself in the snapping of the fingers of the fucking infinity stones and your ass is still here as you're seeing other holes dissolve away, then you will have objective truth to be able to say, this is my destiny. When you sit up here and judge people, you inadvertently judge yourself. Didn't Jesus Christ try to tell you niggas, girl, to do unto others as you would want them to do the fuck unto you? Y'all just thought being Christian was gonna shield you from that. The gag. Harold also says a lot of black parents want their children to live their lives according to what they, the parent, wants. Never mind what we want for our lives. And when it comes down to blackness, black people, because we've been so traumatized, because we haven't had a chance to really self-actualize, because we haven't had a chance to really validate ourselves, I feel like a lot of us still operate in a fear mentality as far as being overwhelmed by the fear. And to some of these people point, they may be like, damn, you already know how hard it is to be a black man. Why would you want to throw queerness on top of it? Why would you want to throw transness on top of it? Why would you want to paint your nails and add femininity on top of it? For a lot of people, it's their fucking reality. And a lot of these people, pre and post-op, energetically have more balls than some of the niggas on this panel, because these motherfuckers can walk in their truth. Meanwhile, y'all are demonizing the ones that are walking in their truth. Is it because their truth kind of maybe highlights the truth that you've had under wraps for so long? Because since y'all want to play the motherfucking game, we gonna play the motherfucking game. And I guarantee you, the way that I play the game, girl, y'all gonna be more on the offense. I'm gonna be more on the defense, because when I'm on the defense, the universe will provide for me, because I took the proper necessary spiritual law channels. Okay, there are some things that are greater outside of the Bible. The Bible is the foundation. You're supposed to then cast your net into the depths of God, and Christ never walked around with a book. For you niggas out there. And Deshaun, we are doing commentary on BMU's latest live they did last night, talking about black mothers, I guess, feminizing their men, trying to make them weak. And they're using this clip out of context when these women on the clip that they were speaking about or that we're listening to They're trying to create a reality that's better for their black sons, to where their black sons can experience their emotions. And I'm gonna show y'all a clip later on of an excellent way that black men can help other younger black boys deal with their emotions in a masculine way. Okay, matter of fact, I'm gonna get to y'all comments towards the end, because if I do, you look, we gonna here on BubzDaGawd, we break shit down. I'm sorry that some of you niggas got motherfucking drive-through fast food logics, and that's cool and shit, and that's what's gonna get y'all fucked up, because some shit takes discipline. It shows a lot of y'all don't have mental discipline. I sat through 4.5 hours of bullshit. Y'all can't do the same?
Oh man, these suckers, this, that, and the third, where it's like, this is just who they are. And if you don't want to adapt to that, that's on you. But I mean, our generation, I think young millennials are just out there. And I think we're able to put wear our hearts on our sleeves and put our emotions on the table without regret. And I think sometimes that can be challenging, or, you know, too out there for older generations. You know, they might not be ready for that.
Again, not even the fact they're ready for that. I'm starting to believe that some of these niggas are shell-shocked. Because when we look at the 60s and 70s, again, when a lot of these niggas had hairlines, no shade, we were starting as black people to honor the spiritual aspects of ourselves, to honor the masculine and feminine energy. You had black art on the rise, black music on the rise. Black people started making music of substance. Black people, whether they were light skinned or dark skinned, like Michael Jackson, all came together with a Jackson 5 afros together in unity. Let's not act like we haven't seen this before, people. Some of you niggas lived and was children when this happened. But again, I'm starting to believe that the 80s fucked y'all up, to where it felt like y'all didn't have hope to move forward. Be glad that this new generation is doing something different instead of doing what the fuck you niggas did, because as we can see, what you niggas did, what you niggas did was a good attempt, but obviously it didn't fucking work. Now, I'm grateful, before y'all start tripping, I'm grateful for what my ancestors have done. I'm grateful for my ancestors who had to lean into the motherfucking fear in order to make a change, because they could have been like some of you niggas on the panel. Some of you plantation niggas. Don't go do that. Now if you goes to run and yous gets a caught, then we's gonna get fucked up. And I don't know, I'm about to go tell Massa, because I feel it's enough. We be having to deal with Massa beating us randomly and shit. Why would you want to make Massa more upset? When y'all shoulda motherfucking, since it's 50 of y'all and 10 motherfucking overseers, y'all shoulda motherfucking prayed to Ogun, Oshun, or Lokun, or some of your goddamn African spiritual deities that was with y'all asses before you came to fuck over here, and shoulda turned the fuck up, bitch, and been river dancing in these motherfuckers' blood, girl, in liberation. I'm grateful for Harriet Tubman, and I kind of resonate with that energy, to where I've also had conversations about my life possibly being snuffed the fuck out, because we see what happens with people who are activists and who are really trying to make a change. How the community even fails them, and then once our heroes are slain, now the oppressors can turn around, turn that shit into a holiday, make money off of it, and then use it against you to say, well, you can't be violent, you can't respond with violence, because what would Martin Luther King do? Meanwhile, when we look in history, what was happening? These motherfuckers was allowing white people to sick dogs on them, allowing white people to blow them the fuck down with water hoses, allowing white people to talk all type of shit, and not just talk all type of shit, do shit too. I'm grateful for the foundation that was laid. Because if it wasn't for them, none of us would be able to be on this shit. We would be on motherfucking nigga YouTube, nigga net, where the shit keep fucking up. They don't pay to be on the nigga net, so we gotta wait, and it has prepaid minutes. But along with that liberation for black people, I need y'all motherfuckers to understand that queer people did that too. And you not finna erase us like the fuck y'all did Marsha P. Johnson, like the fuck y'all did Bayard Rustin, like the fuck y'all did James Baldwin, like the fuck y'all did a bunch of other queer artists and creators in the world that y'all niggas knew was queer but was still motherfucking getting your everlasting life. How many of you motherfuckers have conceived children to Luther Vandross, who was making songs about secret lovers that he couldn't be with? Because that wouldn't look right for sales. And we know that sex sells. See, this is what happens when niggas attempt to have a deeper level conversation, but keep it surface level. Make sure y'all hit the like button. And again, if you don't agree, leave it in the comments. Because I went in their comments last night. I didn't want to disrupt shit. I wanted to sit back and listen. Because I'm also an individual who listens too. And y'all was definitely saying a lot last night.
They're not used to that. But I think that it is a blessing. Like, millennials are coming, like, this is coming true. Because it's true, like, you know, the older generations are not as open as this new generation. Like, our, like, children specifically are just gonna be so tolerant. And I think that's one thing that we're missing as a society. Like, let's just get some acceptance going. Like, let's get a round table of acceptance. You don't.
I mean, hell yeah. Wouldn't you want white people to accept black people? Isn't that the goal? Acceptance, 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 acceptance. But again, there are people who are fearful of acceptance. They will allow the fear narrative to manifest in their head before it actually manifests in real life. You're not even going forth to even see if that's the case. And if that is the case, then because you thought about it and you worked through it, you'll be able to go through and make the necessary changes. But when it comes down to queerness, y'all are wrong and y'all been wrong. Queer people have been here since the beginning of time. Do you niggas not understand that? And for the longest time, I was wondering why, because they will probably use the argument of, well, let's take Christianity out of it. All around the world, there's an opposition against queerness. But when you do your research, start to figure out why. Queer people are spiritual, for real spiritual. Because they're in tuned, more so than some of you motherfuckers. Come on, y'all. Y'all thought the 1% or the minority was gonna come in lacking shit? There are certain spiritual gifts that queer people have. Again, when you look at indigenous people, people who were here before the kind of the development of America through the blood, sweat, and tears of our ancestors. They honored two-spirited people. In African culture, they were the elders. They were the seers. Y'all niggas don't know about y'all fucking heritage. The Bible will prevent you from learning your fucking heritage. Because black people, indigenous people, African people are magical people, are people of the earth. Your Bible prevents you from tapping into that. Has told you that if you tap into that, that's evil and demonic. Meanwhile, the Bible is a magical fucking book. A book that transcends impossible and turns it into a possibility, because with God, all things are possible. Again, we see who individuals who are free and who are insecure look like.
Like me, cool, let's still play together.
Yes.
Like, why not?
Yeah.
When I made that switch and I turned off that thought of men being villainous and everything, it changed my perspective on men in general. So, whereas I was dating these macho,
Did you hear what she just said? She had a mindset of niggas ain't shit. She had a mindset that these niggas for everybody. She had a mindset that supports the arguments, had a mindset that supported the arguments of those of BMU when it talks about women speaking down and ill about black men. She attracted a black man who was able to change. Just like, I forgot his name, Sierra's husband, Russell, came in and changed the narrative for Sierra. Meanwhile, Sierra's baby daddy pissed the fuck off because this nigga coming up and doing what the fuck your bitch ass should have been doing, but pussy too much more important to you. She found an individual who was able to love her for her, to be able to rock with her for who she is, to be able to adapt to her. And for the women, because I'm tired of y'all speaking about women being weak, because women are not weak. They're stronger than men. And I'm talking about where it fucking matters. Y'all be thinking strength. Bitch, it don't matter how strong you is. If you know where to hit a motherfucker, it will take them down. And again, since y'all saying that women are weak and men are strong, y'all motherfuckers give birth, bitch. They got machines right now that you can hook to your damn stomach and give you all type of contractions. I want all you niggas on the panel who are strong and powerful and all this shit, and we need to protect women. I want you niggas to go what women go through. I want y'all niggas to go for a weekend with that machine, having contractions. I want you niggas to wake the fuck up every morning and drink you a motherfucking shot of salty ass salt water and go throw the fuck up so you know what women go through when they deal with morning sickness. Show us that you stronger. But see, the only way y'all can show us stronger is because of the physical part. I can hit you. My body is built differently to where I can whoop your ass. But again, if you get hit in the nuts, you're dropping. I don't give a fuck if you can bench press 450. You get hit in the balls, you're done, my dude. You're done. You're done. We talk about balls as a powerful thing, but meanwhile, if you even flick that little motherfucker, girl, niggas on the ground, bitch. My motherfucking booty hole burning right now just thinking about my nuts getting hit. Y'all get that feeling like when you got to use the bathroom and it's like you better go to the bathroom sooner. You gonna release your bowels all over yourself and he gotta hold your sphincter muscle. Now I'm glad that I'm a top, so my shit tight as fuck, bitch. My shit tighter than some of these motherfuckers' wives' pussies, bitch. Okay? Go to the bathroom and you got that feeling like you about to, and you know what I'm talking about. You holding it, it's like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. That's how I felt when I talked about hitting balls with shit. Okay?
Man, I'm a man. Guys, I was so turned off by that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was so turned off by that now. So like, now I'm like into guys who have sex.
That's what I was gonna say. It's BubzDaGawd, y'all. We all over the place because there's a lot to talk about. These niggas don't really talk about shit. They talk about surface shit. I'm talking about depth shit. That's what I wanted to say. When they talk about black women being weak and stuff like that, black women don't mind submitting to a man who makes them feel safe, makes them feel appreciated. Makes them, just like how y'all want y'all women to make you feel like you the best man, you Superman, just like how you want your woman to make you feel this shit when you having a bad day. She come in and soothe you and do all this other type of shit to make you feel better. She deserves that too. She just not here for your fucking needs. And that's what organized religion has taught people, that oh, women are here to just to be helped. Bitch, we supposed to help each other in this shit. But in the realm of men, you help me with pussy. I heard a man say, if you can make me a sandwich and give me some pussy, I'm cool. Well, for you very simplistic niggas, that might work. But for some women need more than that. And contrary to what y'all want to believe, a lot of women getting these goddamn rolls and all these damn vibrators. So obviously the dick must not be dicking right. Don't tell me the dick's so trash it make women want to go to women. God damn.
And piercings.
See,
and who are models and just you can't place them.
Okay.
And that is perfectly fine with me, but I know what they like. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But but to society it's like, oh well, that has nothing to do with anything. I think it's so beautiful that a person can just be themselves.
Yes.
You know, and that's what's attractive. That's what's beautiful. That's what's life-changing. Yeah. And I think that once people open themselves up to that, you'll be free. It's like, it's so freeing. I love it.
Yeah, they don't have to spend their whole life healing from their childhood. They're just come as you are.
That part.
Hello.
Yeah. There's so much healing to do.
Isn't there?
Amen.
Girl, they was on mute. Everybody on mute. When I tell you, baby, they was triggered the fuck up. Baby, when they ended that video and everybody was mute for about 10 seconds, I said, oh Lord, let me roll up. Cause baby, they about to motherfucking beat the hell out of a dead horse of homosexuality with this girl. They about to motherfucking cut this shit up and run around in circles and shit. Okay, to show y'all motherfuckers, hey, look, I told y'all the gay agenda, I told y'all. Let's listen to their responses, and I'm gonna let y'all know their response is gonna be triggering. But since we're gonna trigger people, again, equality across the board. What's up, Zaya Cat? What's going on? Now, before they do that, let me get in y'all comments real quick. I'm just gonna read. I ain't gonna respond. I'm just gonna read them. Harold said, a man who is secure in his masculinity, a man who is emotionally aware and can relate to his woman effectively and functionally, soft and strong, balanced, thank you, still windmilling to conform to a white male heterosexual Christian, dreary, cold, lonely, repressive ass box. Deshaun said they was trying to hijack the car at gunpoint at the kids and mom. Girl, what's going on? Hero said, and for a platform that is so anti-queer, why the hell is a good percentage of the content centered around queer topics when nobody over there identifies as such? They hate it so much, they're intrigued. And I don't know, I said we're going to speak to the comments, girl. I'm just going to make it short. I believe this is their attempt to have public conversations about queerness to where they feel safe in it. I wish there were more questions being asked as opposed to just a lot of assumptions and projections that are happening. But that's what I'm going to guess. But y'all did this shit publicly, so don't get mad when you getting checked publicly. Harold also says middle-aged young millennials are attempting to do the work of unlearning and apply the change, but it's Gen Z and younger who are the ones who will truly be free to exist. Exactly. I wish I had the awareness that these younger generation has in reference to queerness. I wish I had that in the 90s. I probably wouldn't be in my 30s learning to heal from certain traumatic things that happened to me in my youth by other peers. The same people that was bullying me on the playground have become the same adults who are on these platforms spewing hatred against queer people now. Cause I'm pretty sure every single one of those niggas on there know queer people, especially when they were fucking younger. Now let's listen to their responses again. Trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
It's so bad, nobody on this panel can say shit right now. This is shit fucked up.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
God damn. I saw y'all faces watch. I said, ooh, this is turning their stomachs. The woman said she don't want a masculine man. She want a man where you can't place him, where you don't know if he gay or not. What kind of fuck that shit?
She said he can feel free to be himself with somebody else hair in her head. Satan was a woman. I don't give a good goddamn what y'all say. Satan was female.
Is it me? Or does it sound like that would be something that they would assume queer people would say, because they believe that queer men hate women. We hate women, we want to be women, we want to take their motherfucking place. Wouldn't queer men be saying that women are the devil? Logically, wouldn't it be queer people to say that women are the devil because according to y'all logic, queer people, queer men, gay men are trying to be that? Trans women are trying to be that? According to y'all, to want to replace women? And the fact that none of the women on the platform opened their mouth and said anything. Because by him saying Satan was a female, that basically saying that Satan is in the women here on the platform, the 3 females on the platform. Just wanted to point that out.
This is why they're soft now. These past 2 generations are soft as hell.
No,
we don't have men.
These women live in a sea of ambiguity, bro.
Yeah.
Nothing is solid. Nothing. Everything's in the fucking ether, bro.
Flimsy.
Well, we are spiritual beings having a natural experience. Some motherfuckers are just realizing that they are in the world, but not of the world. In the world mean I participate in this bitch which y'all call life. I have to coexist with y'all called life, but I'm also not of this world, which means that I don't have to sit up here. If it don't apply to me, I don't have to do that. Not everybody's going to be the same. Not everything is going to be the same. And even me as an individual, and just as human beings, we all struggle with change. Especially when it's very sudden change. But regardless of what we believe or what we want to believe or how we interpret it, objectively, the change has fucking happened. So what are you going to do in this change? And there are some people who are saying, hey, let's learn from the past. Just like how there's critical race theory that they're trying to get rid of because they don't want to be held accountable and build reconciliation with black people because black people weren't human, they were fucking property. There are some people who are learning, and then there are some people who are afraid to learn. And that's okay. I get that. But y'all don't, but if you are ignorant as fuck, you don't get to go on a public platform and speak as if though you know what the fuck you talking about and then not expect to be challenged on that. Because if heterosexual people know more about queerness than the queer people, then my example stands, and I guess white people know more about being niggas than niggas.
Wet
Paper
toilet
bag.
But we want to know why our prisons are full.
Now listen to this
We want to
explanation.
know why. This is why, because check this out. You have a person that God built for just structure and power, right? And now this vessel that he built for structure and power, you want to turn this vessel inside into a woman. Where women, our emotions fly off the handle when we get upset about small little things. Or when we get a correction from our husbands, even me.
Pause now. Take heed to the message. Again, I look, I have no problem with her, even though some of her viewpoints are queerphobic. I don't have no issue with her, you know. And again, when it comes down to the females, I'm willing to give them more grace. It's the niggas that I'm not gonna give grace to. She speaks about prison, and we're gonna listen further and more for explanation about it. That has some way to deal with homosexuality. That prison is a place that literally transforms men into women, or to assume quote unquote women roles, i.e. taking the dick.
Okay, get a correction. Because
that's what I
check
wanted
this.
to say, because I wanted to go back and get my point. When she said that women are the ones that fly off the handle at the littlest thing, that is not something that is exclusive to women. We see men fly off the handle all the time if you mean mug them the wrong way. If they assume you grimming the fuck out of them. If you step on their shoes. You literally have artists out here now that be beefing with each other through songs and music and raps and shit. And then that shit literally manifests to where now physical violence happens and somebody has to fucking die. Again, if we're what's good for the goose is good for the gander. Again, equality across the board. How many women out there shooting niggas? How many niggas out there shooting niggas and women and children and animals? Now let's listen further more to Take Heed's message and her explanation on how homosexuality is created. Because again, or one of the ways, because the first way that she said was through sexual abuse. That is like 99.9% how they're made, according to her. Let's listen further to how this prison explanation ties in.
So you have a person that God built for just structure and power, right?
Right.
And now this vessel that he built for structure and power, you want to turn this vessel inside into a woman.
A woman. Okay.
Where women, our emotions fly off the handle when we get upset about small little things.
Mm-hmm.
Or when we get a correction from our husbands, even me, okay? Get a correction. I'm like, wait a minute, hold on. And that wasn't even called for. Sometimes you got to close your mouth because you might just run it off the handle instead of you just sitting there just listening first and then getting the whole scope of what he's trying to say. So you want men who are structured and they're supposed to have logic act like a female. You want them to be soft, a female. And this is why the prison is off the chain like it is. This is why, because there's a lot of young men who in prison that they have emotions like they mama. And they reacted on certain things. And a lot of women always say, we not like that, we not like that. No, you can even tell when you on panels, when you at Walmart, when you at Macy's or at ShopRite, and the woman get cut in line, she ready to go off on everybody.
Okay, let's talk about that. Let's say that is the case, that women are over emotional. Where are the overwhelming examples of women moving from the realm of verbal to physical to where it's actually dangerous. To your point, when you say emotions like they mama, you're speaking in a reference to you allowed you not having any control over your emotions to put you in a situation to now you done pulled out your gun and you done shot a nigga. You done motherfucking put your hands on somebody and now you catching possible murder charges now. That when men do it, it manifests into something that is violent. Now, there are some women out there who do, but according to these niggas, girl, women can't do shit to them. Women are weak. Women will get their ass beat. If any female walked up on these niggas, they would have no problem slapping these bitches because that's low-key what they want to do. So in that regard, I can understand that, but being over emotional is not a feminine thing. Both male, female, man, woman, whatever you identify in with, as far as humanity is concerned, because that's one thing we gonna always be. We need to learn how to deal with human emotions, i.e. anger. And what is sad is that this system has set it up so that black men get to operate in anger and violence to where we see it being imposed on the community. Y'all don't want to have that conversation, because then here every time and Mr. Bennett's going to say it in the live. Again, shout out to Mr. Bennett. He's the only one on the platform that get my full respect. But he said, we're all about freedom of speech until our freedom of speech is attacked. And I agree with that. Them doing their panel, I want them to do their panel. I want them to get on live and speak and say what they want to say, because it's going to always be documented forever in the interwebs, in the history of the interwebs. And I guarantee you, when a lot of us have passed on and the generations go back and learn from this shit, they'll be like, wow. Just like how they didn't learn from slave journals, just like how they didn't learn from the radio, just like how they didn't learn from television, and we ain't learning from while we're in the information age, y'all. That we still ain't get it, because we still having the same fucking conversations. And that's why I'm changing the conversation up by making this shit colorful with my language. Because we gonna need some sort of disruption, because what they don't understand is that they're literally playing into what the system wants. As much as they hate queer people, I want you to understand, Project 2025 hates y'all nigga asses too. I want you to understand that. And just because some of you niggas survived the onslaught of the 80s does not mean that it has to go down that same route either. Because no shade, the one thing that this current generation is willing to do that you niggas ain't gonna do is that they're willing to be violent. Remember, y'all allow the violence to be done to y'all. And we thank the ancestors for that, because spiritually speaking, the people that are oppressing you, because they're so fucking lost and dumb and stupid and ignorant, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, they don't even know that they're stacking up karma that now their children's children have to deal with. If we as oppressed groups of people could come together on one motherfucking accord, we could literally make a change in the system for all of us. And when we look at history, there has always been groups of people who have done that, but they never really stuck together for real. And right now, to be honest, I wish I was living in the 70s than I was right now, because right now I'm a little bit scared, because blackness is destroying itself from the inside out. The oppressors, they learned from the experience, which is why they're baiting us to do the same thing that it was done before. Well, back in the day, well, we had this and we had this, and that's why they'll always have they'll have the upper hand on your ass because you're literally playing the same playbook and you ain't add nothing different to the bitch. Anyway, let's continue.
Just a small little thing, she ready to go off on everybody. But because we
not in jail,
don't
though.
have a covering,
She not in prison,
this is why
though.
most women act indignant. We don't have a covering.
To your point, they don't have men in their life that love, honor, and validate them, that see the queen in them. Even if they may be in a space where they are not aware to acknowledge the queen inside of them, the man sees it. Because again, he's stoic. He knows that you're over emotional, right? He knows how to not play in the game with you, right? He knows how to maneuver himself to be able to disengage, to dilute the situation, right? But see, that is men walking in their divine masculine that will allow, according to y'all standards and y'all viewpoint, allow the woman to go ahead and do her woman shit. And baby, I'll be right here. I'm listening. Yep. I hear you, baby. Yep. Yeah, I understand. Yep. Come here, let me give you a hug, baby. I love you. I care about you. I affirm you. Even though we had an argument. You know, and then y'all can go ahead and motherfucking play the OJs, nigga. Me and my woman cried together and then we made love, and then you can learn from that experience. A lot of y'all niggas today want to just get to the straight making up part. Y'all want to be like baby boy, slap a bitch, but let me eat your pussy real quick because I'm sorry, I fucked up. Even though you swore you was never gonna put your hands on me, Jody, and did it anyway, and thought eating pussy was the girl. And y'all teaching y'all kids to do that. See, the queer people, according to y'all, we can't have the kids. Even though queer people have the anatomy to bring life into this world, so every time y'all bring that up, I just be cringing because it's like, at this point, bitch, I'm gonna go ahead and get somebody pregnant and have a child. Shut y'all the fuck up and say, look, homosexuals can have kids. I still like niggas. Here's my son. Here's my daughter. This is how you doing. And understand that my child is gonna learn self-defense, so that if you want to continue teaching your goddamn grandson and granddaughter and shit, that queerphobic shit, my children will change the narrative by picking up a fucking desk and smacking the shit out your goddamn grandchild because your grandchild want to be queerphobic. And then you come let your daddies handle the situation, because I'd rather have my child judged by a jury of 12 than to be carried out by 6 because a bunch of ignorant ass motherfucking asshole kids is learning some ignorant asshole shit from their parents. Well, we gonna throw some goddamn Jeet Kune Do, we gonna throw some Muay Thai boxing, we gonna throw some Tony Jaa Ong Bok shit into the situation too, because not everybody gonna be a victim. And contrary to what you want to believe, bitch, there are gay niggas right now that can whoop ass. Y'all better go on YouTube and look up ballroom throwback fights, how them homosexuals be in there getting it in the motherfucking mud. They be throwing tears, Lord, I'm putting table and chairs together. They be throwing chairs and tables at motherfuckers and they catching them midair and shit and throwing them back. Y'all gonna learn too. Because I understand that y'all want to overstep y'all boundaries. The niggas listening to this, I know they're mad as hell upset. They're mad as hell upset. They're all that. When I was on the panel the second time, girl, and I saw they review, they was like, I want to jump out at the screen at him. I can only imagine, girl, they probably gonna find out what my IP address is, girl. They probably gonna send their goddamn nephews and shit to come shoot my house up. And I hope you don't. Because not only do I know things of the physical, I know I'm starting to learn things of the spiritual too, baby. And I have all type of motherfucking esoteric, mysterious shit happening around my motherfucking house, girl. My house is protected, bitch. I have about fucking almost 10 fucking cats that damn near live around my damn house, baby. So you know if the animals around your house, spiritually, you know some shit going on. And I'll light a candle on a nigga in a minute. My commentary is here to give context and nuance, and I did my part. Now that y'all want to be ignorant, I'm just gonna play the ignorant game with y'all. And we gonna really see who has stoicism. Because if you start to become physical, you lost. You're not stoic. You're not putting your emotions to the... I'm the mentally ill one, right? I'm the fag one. I'm the dick in the booty ass nigga, girl. I'm the nigga who's not even a real man. According to y'all, I'm TS Bubz. So what I'm saying shouldn't really matter.
But now you hear, you want your son to act like, be in his feelings. And Trey said this like about a year ago, I remember. Trey said, a man that has his mother's feeling is dangerous. He's a dangerous because he can just do about anything.
It's funny that he says a man that has a woman's mindset or energy or emotion in reference to being over emotional is dangerous. But then when I brought up toxic masculinity, he said, well, there's no such thing as toxic masculine. There's no such thing as toxic femininity. It's just toxic people. So why is that logic not being applied in this situation? Because being over emotional can be considered toxic. Because you're not thinking, you're not in your right mind, and to assume that women are over emotional, that's an assumption. Because if a lot of women were over emotional, they probably would have killed their fucking child by now. Because don't they also suffer with postpartum or whatever? Because I don't know if I'm saying it right, but you know what I mean. Like after they give birth, girl, they start having regrets. That is not something that is exclusive to women. You know, women, we just over... No shade, and I say this with all due respect. Maybe you, at some place, were over emotional, and you're learning how to become more balanced in your own emotions. That's okay for you to say subjectively, but objectively, that is an assumption. Usually it's the females that do have a calm head, especially black women. I feel like some of these women got to get pushed to the... Let's continue.
Because he doesn't have any logic. This is why we see all our boys in trouble, and you want them to be what? But you got China over there having their boys take guns, and they're separating the gun and putting the gun back together, even their girls.
And you got trap ass niggas out here that are doing the same thing now. Again, make songs about the 4.5 with the beam on it. Got songs right now talking about they got a chopper in the car, to the point to where some of the niggas on this panel, girl, got a chopper in their damn car too, and wish a nigga would. So I'm not gonna sit up here and act like men out here ain't learning how to use weapons. Hell, I'm a queer man myself, and I know how to use a weapon, and I wanna learn how to use more. Cause baby, when I tell you, especially when my financial freedom kick in the way that I wanted to, baby, and even what God has for me that's greater, understand, I'm going to be the black, gay, leprechaun John Wick in this bitch, I promise you. As much shit as I talk, when I get pushed to that point, girl, I gotta be able to back that shit up. But again, it's this idea that these men who are feminine and wearing makeup and shit, all they're gonna do is just sit up in the house and take dick all day. But again, that's how a lot of them are indoctrinated to believe the role of a woman is to cook and clean, wash everything, smile and grin, hand your man a pen so he can what? Write that check, paying all your bills, and you'll give it to him and he'll give it to you and say, woo, 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 woo. How does that feel? And if you want to cook and clean and wash everything, you still have the right and the choice to cook and clean and wash everything. But there are some women out here saying, nigga, are you worthy of me cooking and cleaning and washing everything? Because a lot of the niggas don't even have a motherfucking pen to get a check to write their name on. there's nuance, there's a spectrum. And that's why, even though I sat through this live and I was low-key losing my brain cells, girl, Mr. Bennett was the only one that gave me hope. Because despite the ignorance over there, I'm glad that there are people over there who do think, who are objective. And even Mr. Bennett, he's going to share later on in the live how he had to grow to get to that point. He had to come across black men who knew who they were and was able to see the man in him, to affirm the man in him, which is why we see the man that Mr. Bennett is today, a very respectable individual.
Can do it. But we want our boys to be putting fingernail polish on and dressing in skirts, and that's okay because he's in his feelings.
There were men in history who went to war wearing kilts. Oh, well, they were white, they were black. To the context of what was stated, men can wear skirts and still whoop ass. Men can still wear stiletto heels and whoop ass. Hell, no motherfucking shade. Didn't motherfucking Prince motherfucking whoop you niggas asses on the motherfucking court, bitch? Gang blouses? Come on now.
And nobody see anything wrong with this? Because all we doing is turning in on ourselves. If we sit in here, we're condoning that it's okay for them to have liberation with everybody. Where are the babies coming from?
And here we go into what I say is the ignorant part that we've discussed multiple times, that they just don't want to give up. Listen.
Where are the babies coming from? There'll be nobody to take care of us. Where are the babies coming from? Because if everybody is loving the same sex, where's the babies coming from?
I'm going to say this again, but I'm going to say it in a more colorful way. Just because a man is gay does not mean that he don't have nut in him. Pause. Just because a woman is queer does not mean that she doesn't have fucking ovaries and a uterus. We don't have to stick our dick in shit or have shit stuck in us in order for us to procreate and bring in life. Everybody is not going to be queer. Again, we're the 1%. So again, how the fuck can the 1% overpower the 99? And if the 1% is overwhelming the 99, it says a lot about the willpower of the 99. And we don't have to worry about the population going down anytime soon. Besides this Illuminati goddamn shit they already putting as far as our food and water and shit, they already killing us from the inside out, girl. We just, this dumb shit that we keep playing into and being ignorant and shit and saying ignorant shit just helps to accelerate that. Y'all don't want to get deep off in this. And I'm a top, so I'm used to getting deep. Is you ready? There are niggas having babies every day. There are life coming. There's a death happening somewhere in the world, and there is new life coming into the world. Queerness has always been here. Baby, I'm pretty sure God, Source, Universe, Consciousness got this covered. It doesn't need your help in reference to believing that it's going to be depopulated because of queer people. And on top of that, if heterosexual people are doing a good job, the foster care system will not be where it's at. And see, when we say things like that as a queer person, y'all call that moving the goalpost. Bitch, all I'm saying, I call that making it more gray. Let's make it more gray. I'm okay with making it gray. Let's do it. Let's do it. Because as much as we believe that shit is black and white, it's really not. We feel safe in the black and the white. And if you want to feel safe in the black and the white, you can feel safe in the black and the white. But don't be trying to stop people from moving into the gray that benefits their life, because when they came in this world, none of the niggas on the panel was there. When they get ready to depart from this world, none of the niggas on the panel will be there. So with that being said, let people rise and ascend. I'm tired of y'all saying that. I'm tired of y'all saying that. Queer people can bring life into this world. No, they cannot procreate with one another, but they can still procreate. It is possible. It has happened. But let's continue to listen, because, you know, I'm the mentally ill one. Let them tell it. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Because the most of us who still just love different, you know, we love men.
Right, it's crazy.
We getting too old. We getting too old to do. We doing it for fun now. There's no babies coming from us. We're doing it for fun. I'm done.
Some of the queer people is trying to adopt some of the children that some of the heterosexual people have failed to take care of, or simply can't take care of, who can provide a loving home for them. But because these people are queer, y'all automatically go to the inserting dick into the ass narrative, and then be afraid to actually talk about it since y'all brought it up. Don't want to, but y'all brought it up first. Y'all brought it up first, but now we're trying to give you context and nuance to it. Oh no, I don't want to hear about that. And like I said, I would rather let Take the Heed and the two other females strap me the fuck down, girl, before I do anything with the niggas on the panel, girl. And I'm a top, so I don't take dick. I give it. But if I had to make a choice between these niggas and the females on the panel, Take Heed, girl. I want you to take that wrap around your damn head, and I want you to put around my damn neck, and I want you to choke the fuck out of me while you hitting it from the back, okay? Assalamu alaikum and anal grease this.
Yeah, let me stop. That was crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah, what that part?
What? Like, and it's just got to be ours, right? It's got to be our women that's sitting around in a powwow saying some goofy shit like that.
You know what, Rick? What I can't stand the goddamn hypocrisy, man.
Did you hear what I said?
Here's my thing: you value your son so much, you didn't even invite your husband to this conversation.
That was a conversation about women and their role and participation of men. It was a sit-down discussion for women, just like how y'all get on y'all platform as men and be able to talk about pussy and sports and all this shit. They're able to do the same thing, but they're having their own conversation about how they also, with their husband, choose to raise their children, because it's their child. That's why I say it's queerphobic. It's one thing to be, oh, not my child, not my child, not my child. Okay, then your child ain't gotta go to the motherfucking drag queen reading hour. Your child ain't got to go see the goddamn gay play. Your child ain't got to read the queer book. If you want to sign a permission or a slip saying, no, I don't want my son, do it. You gave birth, y'all fucked and had the child. That's your child. Do what you want to do with your child, as long as you're not physically harming them, mentally, emotionally, spiritually harming them. But then now you want to be in everybody else's house and how everybody else parent, because you're afraid that their child is going to intersect with your child. That's a part of fucking life. Even when they get older and they go into the world, they're going to intersect with people. It's better to know about these people and try to study to show thyself approved, because if we're going to use the same logic about having this assumption about queer people, then I guess white people can have it about us. Then I guess we are lazy, shiftless, destructive ass niggas. I guess we're that then. They know more about us, right? They have the awareness. They have the blind spot that we can't see as black people, right? But again, when I say stuff like that, and because I'm black, how dare you, you're black. Yeah, I'm black, but I'm also black and aware. And I'm also aware to know that y'all queerphobia low-key is in the same energetic vibration as racism. But it's okay, Project 2025 gonna help everybody see that shit. And once everybody see that shit, then BubzDaGawd is gonna go over level 9,000.
You know what I'm saying? You're gonna sit up here. Exactly. You're gonna sit up here and unilaterally tell your boys what to do, and you not even invite the fathers to the conversation, but yet and still you value them as men.
But if they would have came in the conversation, and if they would have been affirming what it was, because black men is gonna say later on in the conversation, well, you know, you was asking where the fathers, where the fathers, where the fathers. That's the question that Lit has asked. Where the fathers at? Where the fathers at? And BMU says, well, I mean, the fathers affirming this shit. And then y'all proceeded to go forth and mock that man, saying that if I was him and my wife was saying this shit, I would literally cuss my dick out. So literally there is a shaming going on. But y'all not queerphobic. It would be so. I'm pretty sure some of y'all hairlines will probably grow back if y'all just be honest and just say, I'm queerphobic. Say it. It's just like the church. Y'all want to talk y'all shit in the church, but then when the church is shown to the world and the world start saying shit to y'all, then all of a sudden y'all want everybody in the church to put the phone down, and please don't put the phone. I get nervous. I get damn post-traumatic stress disorder and shit when there's a phone in front of me. Nah, this the time to be true. Let's not forget, we wrestle not against flesh, but against principalities, spiritual wickedness in high places, right? So if y'all believe the spiritual wickedness is in high places, then why don't y'all stand boldly in y'all shit? But see, y'all want to stand boldly in y'all shit and have the sanction to be physically violent to do it. Because as much as y'all talk about God, y'all keep talking about the destructive aspect of God, the destroying aspect of God, the judgmental aspect of God. But the New Testament was asking y'all to tap into the feminine energy of God, the loving, nurturing side of God, and then find a fucking balance. And as we see on this platform, the only balance is Mr. Bennett.
I don't think so. I don't think so. You can't. Here's my thing. You can't tell a group of people what to do and not invite the other half to the conversation. That's the problem.
Yes.
You can't tell a group of people what to do without inviting them to the conversation. Okay, well, I mean, doesn't that apply to queerness? Y'all get on these platforms and y'all speak so boldly and so confidently about queer people as if though you're in the right because you use the Bible. Then when it's time to have these conversations, girl, you can cut the tension with the knife. And then it's very much at the beginning of the conversations, oh, you know, well, we're not perfect. It's crazy because it's like we start having these human conversations when the accountability starts to come into play. Oh, you know, well, we're all human. And yes, we're all human, but why do we have to wait for accountability to come in order for you to realize it's human? When we could have just been trying to find a way to focus on the humanity aspect of it first.
You can if you
That's
don't,
the problem.
if you don't consider them being part of the dynamic.
Yeah.
But out of their same mouth, Rick, they said that they would allow them to do whatever they just want to do.
But that's what I keep trying to tell y'all. They don't even look at us as part of them. We're not, for example, all these little goofy ass chicks that be in the chat. It's like, y'all, we're not even supposed to be having this conversation because you're not a black woman. You shouldn't even be talking about this.
Right.
Right? So what the fuck you talking about, bruh? Y'all, you know what I associate this with. Y'all, they want LeBron fans. Let me explain, right? Participation trophy ass niggas. That's really what it is, right? As long as you there, it don't matter if you win the chip. That's how they raise their kids, because that's how they was raised. Everybody at Pee Wee football got a trophy, even though they didn't win.
All inclusive.
but at the same time, it can also inspire individuals to want to be better as well, because they also feel included. I understand guilt and shame and you feeling bad, because at the end of the day, if y'all gonna sit up here and tell a motherfucker the truth, or you suck or something, are you gonna stay after school or stay after practice to help this nigga practice? Like, if you're, like, for example, if you're failing in math, are you gonna be a tutor? Are you gonna help them to become better? Are you going to put in the work to help them become better? Are you going to put in the extra work to help them become better? So including them could also make them feel good about themselves. Not like, oh, well, I don't have to put the work in. If anything, it might want them to may inspire them to put the work in better, because even though they got the trophy, as we're going to hear later on, there are going to be people who are going to tell them the truth. You got a trophy, but you still suck. So they still going to get the truth. So regardless whether they get the trophy or not, and they still suck, they have the opportunity to take that situation and grow from it. And actually, that'll be an excellent time for me to put this clip up. I should have put this clip up. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let them talk while I find it. Give me 1 second. Oh, let me cancel this first. Is it playing?
How do y'all... It's as simple as this, and let me say this and get off this thing, because this irritates the fuck out of me. I'm just being honest, right? Do y'all understand how the universe works? Two positive charges can't hang out in the same place.
Not at all.
Water is wet and fire is hot for a reason. There's one animal that has the ability to change.
Egypt, why are you off the map?
You know why? Because it's not normal. It's freakish. It's a phenomenon.
Okay, first of all, you niggas don't really know a lot about nature.
But y'all insist.
No, you gonna be quiet while I'm talking on my shit. Hold on.
That never had the intention to be.
Excuse me. Thank you very much. It's a phenomenon. It's freakish to you, but as we see, it's not a phenomenon or freakish to the universe, which has been here longer than you. Okay, you're just one of the very unlimited expressions of it. Now let me back up a little bit, because I was trying to get this shit together. Matter of fact, let me hold on. Where's it at? I'm gonna have to bring that shit up again. Is this it? Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second. I want y'all to see this clip real quick. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Because one thing that that boys are gonna do, men are gonna do, even the grown ass men we see in sports, they cry when they lose. They cry when they have when things don't go their way. This individual here, I forgot his name, but he's a black man, as you can see. Another bald brother in Christ, amen. I keep saying that because I feel like I ain't gonna say pretty soon, rebuke that shit, but you know, eventually I'll be joining the bald brigade, no shade. Amen. I want y'all to listen to how this individual handled a situation where somebody was quote unquote sucking. And when I mean sucking as far as they're the last in the group, they're behind, they're the slowest. They're the ones who they acknowledge that they lack in a certain area. They're trying to do their best, but it seems like there's no transformation. I want you to see how this individual, this black man who is masculine, but in his divine masculine, who also honors his divine feminine, not making it gay through the lens of the niggas on the panel, but from a spiritual standpoint, and is able to help this young boy, first of all, acknowledge his tears, say it's okay for him to cry, and then transmute that into something that energizes the boy to become better. And he did it in the most masculine, or how the women were saying, soft, masculine way, in a sport that teaches discipline, which is martial arts. I want y'all to take a listen to this really quick, if you will.
Why are you crying? There's a reason for the tears.
Let me take this all the way back. There we go.
The man.
Because I need to take a break.
Why you need to take a break?
Because my legs hurt.
So, the little boy obviously is lying. His leg, he need to take a break. His legs hurt. You know what I'm saying? Again, not being open and honest. I can't tell you the truth. Because if I tell you the truth, that'll make me weak. And as you know, men can't be weak. Men can't. Listen to how this man transmutes this.
Can you still run?
Yes.
Okay, my legs hurt, but I can still run, yes.
Why are you crying? There's a reason for the tears.
There's a reason for the tears. It's not because your legs is hurting. You say you can run. If it was different, you were saying, no, I gotta sit down. Oh, my legs hurt. Okay, that's different. You gotta listen to your body. But now we're getting ready to figure out what the truth is. Let's listen to him explain what the truth is. What emotional awareness and intelligence looks like in real time. Listen.
Because I'm slowing down.
Because I'm slowing down. The truth with the tears as a young boy. I gotta believe some of these niggas on the panel, if this was their son, they would have told their sons, man, you better man the fuck up. You better wipe the motherfucking tears, nigga, before I give you something to cry about. Therefore, imprinting in that young boy, oh, it's not safe for me to express my emotions. Especially around men who I'm supposed to emulate and supposed to trust. But listen to how this black man handles the situation.
There we go. Does it make you feel bad?
First of all, he acknowledges, there we go. Does that make you feel bad?
You're not
yes.
ready to quit.
Now look at how he looking at him and talking to him. These niggas would think that was something a female would say. Are you okay? Well, how you feel? Did it hurt? Did it hurt? Emotional awareness and intelligence. From another bald man. You bald niggas have no excuse. Excluding Mr. Bennett. Again, Mr. Bennett, you have my respect. All this stuff that I'm saying is not directed to you. Okay, maybe the bald part because you are bald. But other than that, no. Listen further.
You got more energy. It's the emotions that's making you want to quit.
So now they're talking about the emotions. Again, women being over emotional. So is it safe to say, according to y'all logic, that the mom is overbearing on this son to where his son is handling his emotions like this? But here it is, this black man was able to understand the emotions, and again, with emotional awareness and real intelligence, he was able to break it down for that young black man. Listen, it's the emotions that make you want to quit. It's the thoughts in your mind that your emotion supports. I'm not good enough. I'm too slow. I'm not like the other guys in my class who got it. I don't want to be kept getting called out. I don't want to keep making mistakes. I don't want to fail. I don't want to go through this stuff, not realizing that there's a journey through that. And Mr. Bennett breaks it down so beautifully when he speaks, where he says that sports teaches you discipline. Especially if you have coaches around you who are like this black man that is in this clip here, who is able to break things down, to be able to make those tears be something that's meaningful, that makes you better. So again, the emotions make you want to quit.
So this is the place to get all of this out. Tears release stress hormones.
Right.
The saying big boys don't cry is a lie.
Now those niggas in the back would probably say that boys don't cry, men don't cry. And I'm explaining to you why it's important for men, especially young boys, to cry. And for y'all to stop making crying a dick-sucking move. Because they're fucking human. Listen to what happens when you don't. And this kind of supports a little bit of what Take Heed to the Message said earlier about her interpretation of Trey, saying that, oh, a man with his mother's mindset or energy is dangerous. Let's take a listen.
Every man I know who doesn't cry, cries in other ways. Can't keep a job. Always on the edge, ready to fight someone. I want you to get focused. Look at me. And you're going to fight and push through this lap. Do you understand? Good. Get back on the mat. What do you do now when you're overwhelmed with your emotions and you want to quit?
I push through them and I don't let them control me.
Boom. Perfect example. And I might play that shit again later on just to remind some of you niggas of that. Now, let's get back to the commentary of the real gods, the real ones who are on the real side of nature. Matter of fact, I want to see some of these niggas, excluding Mr. Bennett and the females, I want to see the rest of these niggas bust a lap around the mat and see if y'all motherfucking legs hurt and see if y'all can push through the shit. And no shade, Trey, we should be seeing your ass on the treadmill, nigga. You the only nigga that has been to Planet Fitness and has never worked out. Do you work there? Are you security? I know you say you do security detail. Do you have a client who frequents Planet Fitness and this is the time for you to get your shit in? Because like one of my commenters says, girl, you are the most working out, non-working out individual we have ever seen. Ain't bust a sweat at all.
That's how they raise their kids, because that's how they was raised. Everybody at Pee Wee football got a trophy, even though they didn't win.
All inclusive.
How do y'all? It's as simple as this, and let me say this and get off this thing because this irritates the fuck out of me. I'm just being honest.
You ain't the only one irritated. Right? No shade. You're not the only one.
Do y'all understand how the universe works?
Mm-hmm.
Two positive charges can't hang out in the same place.
Not at all.
Water is wet and fire is hot for a reason.
But there are also different variations of that. Water is wet, but water can also become a vapor. It can float through the air. Like, I don't know. That's why I tell this is why the powers that be really hate education. See, it's like the internet is neutral. It's about your intent behind it. It just happens that I use a lot of my time on the internet to learn, because I don't know every fucking thing. And the shit that I do get up on my platform and speak about or understand, BubzDaGawd knows what he's talking about. And if there is something that I am ignorant on in the moment, I'm aware enough to say that I'm ignorant on it, and on top of that, that I'm not beyond reproach. That's your understanding of nature, and that's okay. Scientists are still discovering nature in ways that none of you niggas would be able to fathom. And for those of you who believe in Christianity and the Bible and stuff and all that shit, y'all about to really see physical manifestation of what demons look like. The whole veil about to be ripped, and some of y'all gonna gag, because when y'all first see y'all initial demons, it's gonna be when y'all look in the mirror. And I like what I see when I look in the mirror. Ain't no damn demon in there, baby.
There's one animal that has the ability to change its sex. That's it. One.
Well, humans can do that too. Obviously.
You know why? Because it's not normal.
That's the part. Come on, y'all.
It's freakish. It's a phenomenon.
There's the truth. There's the truth.
But y'all insist
there's the truth
on trying to make things that never had the intention to be something. Y'all want salt to be pepper and pepper to be salt.
But salt and pepper ain't the only motherfucking seasonings. You got Lowry seasoning salt. You got motherfucking slap your mama and shit. You got there are different type of seasonings. If you want to cook with salt and pepper like a bland white woman, then go ahead. I want to be able to live life with baby where I eat the food and it's seasoned. Okay? Because some of these niggas, I'm pretty sure they go get them 2, 3, 4 plates of the seasoned food now.
And y'all think this is a good thing. The people who actually got this coming out of their mouth think it's a good thing. Satan was a woman.
Hell. If Satan was a woman, doesn't that mean the gay people on God's side then? Because we ain't fucking the females? I done unlocked the code, y'all. The gay is going to heaven, girl, because we ain't fucking the females, baby. Satan was a female according to y'all, so if that's the case, I ain't finna stick my dick all up in Satan, girl. I'll let
Plain
y'all
and
do that.
simple, short and sweet.
I'll let y'all,
who else can?
according to your logic, if Satan was a woman and therefore the offspring, the daughters of Satan, if that's the case, then y'all over here doing some Nephilim shit. Y'all over here making babies and shit with motherfuckers who ain't supposed to be made with, according to your logic. Because only fallen angels was mating with women. I guess to your logic, if women are the devil, I guess the fallen angels is fucking with its form of itself.
Convince a woman of something to do
Interesting. I just
something
thought
so
about that.
stupid so quick besides another woman.
Thanks.
Damn.
Look at them around powwowing, talking about
damn all this damn vitriol towards black women. I feel like I'm gonna have to be obligated to go ahead and eat some of y'all pussy. I ain't gonna enjoy it, but just to help y'all out. Shit, no wonder the roses and the vibrators is in high demand. No wonder, as much as y'all say that men, gay men is weak and shit, it be women right now that is praying, hoping, and putting all type of shit in people drinks like Bill Cosby with a little bit of Jesus in the girl to hope that one day they'll be able to fuck their gay friend and put that pussy on him so good that they'll be able to get the man they want. I just gotta fuck him. Just like how y'all be saying to lesbians, oh y'all, you just a dyke because you ain't getting no good dick yet. You the wrong D. Let me give you this D so you don't become that D.
sinning like it's a good thing. It feels good. All they do is live in the flesh.
And then later on in the live, these niggas proceed to talk about post-nut clarity. And, you know, I mean, if you're going to offer us the pussy, I mean, we're going to take it. Like, women can live in sin, but y'all can't live in sin. And let's play that game. The women living in sin because y'all did it. These are the same niggas, girl, who will go to a strip club, girl, and their wife wouldn't even know. Down at the valley where the girls get naked, busting nuts, and they goddamn car going through the car wash. It's just like when we did the last live where we spoke about queerness in the Middle Ages. How when they came up with the definition of sodomy, that sodomy literally meant, and again, this was a Christian perspective, anything that does not result in procreation. They labeled, of course, anal sex as one of those things. They also labeled mutual masturbation as one of those things. Funny, they didn't mention oral sex in there though, or sticking their dick between the thighs of the member of an opposite sex. They made sure to include that in for the queer people. Y'all, not only can y'all not fuck each other with actual penetrative intercourse, you can't even simulate it by body jacking or sticking your dick through your member's thighs, because that's an act of sodomy. But again, the head is not in there, even though the head doesn't lead to procreation. I don't know if y'all think that, oh, a bitch can still get pregnant if she swallowed a nut. The acid in the stomach fucks all that up. But again, they don't mind including the queer people, but then excluding a little part of their shit though. That's the hypocrisy for me. And again, if it's gonna be sin, then let's address the sin across the board. But like Mr. Bennett said, with freedom of speech, everybody okay with freedom of speech until it's your freedom of speech. Well, I'm gonna take it like this. Why don't y'all actually operate and walk in the footsteps of your Lord and Savior, which means sacrifice, which means that I understand certain things and I accept it for what it is. So if it is equality across the board, it's equality across the board. Didn't even Christ say, render unto Caesar's what's Caesar's and to give to God what's God? He still was able to live and let live and accept. But again, this is from individuals operating in fear. It'll be one thing if these individuals on the panel did not have the information, did not have the statistics, did not have the documentaries, did not have the lived experiences of queer people. I could understand that these people were living in a foreign fucking country and did not understand what the hell was going on and didn't have any sort of literature or any sort of information to help educate them. Queer people have been on their panel, even queer individuals who are more spiritually aligned and connected and evolved than I am, who they have done horrible things and said horrible things to out of their own fear and lack of emotional awareness intelligence, that a man with a full bust down, a motherfucking beaded ass face girl, and his hair blowing in the wind with all these tattoos can get both the niggas and the bitches wet. Again, get both the niggas and the bitches wet. Wasn't this man getting both the niggas and the bitches together? Women wanted to fuck him and men was afraid about the thoughts of possibly wanting to fuck Prince. Ooh, bitch. Let's continue.
Everything they do is in the flesh and how it makes them feel.
But y'all be busting nuts. Y'all be fucking hoes though. Hoes
women ain't good for them. Women like that ain't good for nothing.
Damn.
The man that had children with them should be ashamed of themselves.
Absolutely, man. That's absolutely.
Them niggas probably feel the same way about my dad. Or the nigga should be ashamed to himself. But guess what? His son never been in trouble with the law. His son has a good head on his shoulders. Okay? His son is creative. Okay, his son has realized his motherfucking power. His son don't have different holes and different area codes blowing up his goddamn phone and my mama phone asking where the fuck I am because I'm out here doing whole nigga shit. Ain't none of that stuff going on. So compared to a lot of other people, girl, I'm pretty sure my father is pretty much blessed.
Can't believe God.
I'll be cussing my dick out. I'll just be looking down and be like, I'm so ashamed of you.
So instead of y'all actually being parents and learning how to love your child, meanwhile on Sunday, be snotting and falling on the floor, thanking God and singing songs about God. How could you ever come to love somebody like you love me? Treat somebody like you treat me. But can't even offer that same grace to your child, but yet you the child of God and want God to be gracious unto your ass. Okay.
Come on, RP.
Nah, you know what's funny? I mean, when I saw that video, I had no idea what I was gonna hear from these ladies. I had no idea. And so I said, wow, this will work well in the show, because I can't imagine we're gonna get a reaction to this. I don't have anything else to say other than there's so many different layers to what they said. And one of the things is harmful to women. If you have a lot of bisexual men running around, you know, I mean, that, at one point, that was the fastest way for women to get AIDS. You know?
At the end of the day, put a fucking condom on. If it ain't your husband, if it ain't your wife, if it ain't your partner, if y'all not in a relationship, if y'all not building something together and the trust has been established, put a motherfucking condom on. And again, when those women were speaking about men sharing their experiences of if they had same sex or whatever the case may be, I'm sure those women are grateful and appreciative to have black men once again be honest, because those women who caught HIV from their husbands and their partners caught it because their man was lying. There is a difference. That's how we again know it's queerphobic. So when the individual are open and honest, okay, let's take it like this. When the y'all say y'all want men to be open and honest so that this situation doesn't involve or affect heterosexual women, therefore affecting you because you're attracted to this opposite sex. Okay, you tell them to walk in their truth, but when they walk in their truth, there is still a demonization and a shame that's around it. The reason why we know it's queerphobic and y'all niggas fight so hard and be sweating and shit and burning more calories than you ever burnt in your life arguing with other queer people about the queer experience and existence. Okay, let me stop.
So I'm just saying, you know, you got guys, and you know, men are stealthy. Here's another thing about men. We don't have the kind of governors that women used to have. Now, some of them don't have it no more. But when two men have sex, there's no governors.
What is governors?
There's no period where they're not horny. There's no, so when two men are in that kind of life, they're doing all kinds of dastardly shit. They're bringing it home to you.
First of all, maybe you are a freaky ass nigga who do all type of dastardly shit, but there are queer people out there who want more than just fucking sex. And we live in a society that is over sexual. And on top of that, I gotta believe, now I'm having an epiphany, maybe the reason why a lot of heterosexual men feel some type of way about gay men and all this sex is because they get to see themselves outside of themselves about how the fuck they act when they respond to women or what they think about women. That's what I'm starting to think. Y'all niggas don't like seeing gay men because gay men are a reflection of some of y'all's sexual viewpoints when it comes to women and how y'all view women as fucking options, how y'all view women as cum receptacles and all that type of shit. And to Harold's point, y'all saying bisexual men are the bearers of AIDS, but not all of the heterosexual men who will stand up in any vagina that is hot and ready like a Little Caesar $5 pizza be effing for real. See what I mean? Why context is important. The reason why they don't like queer people like me is because the way that they talk, we make sense of it, even though they struggle to make sense of it. Which shows that, again, they really lack in the mental and emotional awareness department, more so than they claim. But let's continue.
And you're gonna say, well, you know, he's exploring his feelings and shit. So these women are absolute ape shit. Now here's one thing, I'm gonna land it here because I don't have anything more profound. I would love, and this is me, I don't know about everybody else.
That was profound.
I would love to hear a Crimson Cure's take on that damn video. I would love to hear her take.
I want to be a fly on the wall with that one.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to me. I saw Trey's face, and you know what, Trey, you're all right.
I'm gonna let Trey do
because we don't need to hear takes. How many more fucking takes do we need to hear? We don't need to hear any more fucking takes. What we need,
listen, here we go,
is for somebody to start going hands on with these people.
Boom! I told y'all that is where it is. If you are stoic, you wouldn't even be pressed about this shit. But see, again, the stoicism through the lens of toxic masculinity, the word that Trey hates, is that now we get to be hands-on with y'all. We want to shut y'all up. We just gonna shut y'all up. We just gonna shut y'all up. That's what I mean for queer people, how it's dangerous. Y'all sit up here and talk about, oh, well, y'all, the queer community is saying that they're under attack. Are they? And then turn around and say, oh, we need to start being hands-on with these motherfuckers. Not just the queer people, some of these black bitches that is affirming this fag shit. That is what's going on. That is the energy. And again, I would grow to have respect for the niggas on the panel if they were to just say that. Even though there are some people in my comment section who have their own opinion about Trey, girl, and I threw a little shade at Trey, because again, girl, do you work at Planet Fitness? Do you be on break when you go on lives? Do you guard the saunas? But at least I can respect the fact that Trey is honest. I can respect an individual or have a certain level of respect for an individual who tell me what the fuck it is right up in there. Just like how those women were saying they appreciate a man who said, yeah, when I was in college, I did have a little situation I had to give me head, but you know, that was back then 15 years ago. And then now that woman has to decide whether she wants to be with him or not. They can also go get tested for HIV and AIDS too. I mean, that will also be another thing that you could build with your partner as you're growing on this journey with them towards marriage. Hell, before we fuck, let's go to the clinic, nigga. We getting everything checked, even your booty hole, nigga, because you said you was fucking with a man, so let's just dead it all right now. Y'all can still do that. Y'all don't think about that. Y'all just let the fear, see, y'all are the ones that are over emotional because y'all allow the fear to take over y'all, just like it's taking over y'all logic when it comes to queerness. And again, Mr. Bennett is the only individual, and I can't wait till we get to his part, because I'm gonna shut the fuck up and let him cook. He's the only individual who, again, is objective. Now, as far as these panel discussions, if you want to get up on a panel and talk your bullshit, by all means, go ahead. But when it comes time for the conversations where both parties come together and it is constructive and it's going to go somewhere, the only individual on that screen that is qualified to have that conversation is Mr. Bennett. And we have seen what a lot of those men do to the men on the panel who try to create a gray area or respect the humanity of queer people, i.e., and I haven't seen him in a minute. What's his name? Mandrell. Haven't seen him in a minute. Dr. Nakumbe. Haven't seen him in a minute. Tough Topics Podcast low-key put y'all niggas on blast without saying y'all name, but because we pay attention over here, we knew exactly who they was talking about, which is why she hasn't been on y'all platform. I want y'all to know that y'all Beijing hairline is starting to bleed. We starting to see through it, baby. The crisp hairline is now turning into a Nike check mark. Just do it. We see it. We try to help y'all out.
Enough talking. Y'all talk too fucking much. Listen, I had an issue the other night with a guy. He talking about he gonna fuck me up. Let's just say he went to the hospital and I went home. We're done with the talking. Oh, but you know what though? I don't paint my nails. And my mama didn't raise me to be a bitch. So therefore, I probably wouldn't fit in. I have so many thoughts. That's the second time I watched this video. I watched it last night. This is I have so many thoughts going through. Take Heed said most of it, so I won't repeat it. I'm just simply going to say it like this. If the men are going to become more feminine and the women are going to become more masculine, then the women need to start signing up for selective service and take your motherfucking ass to the war. If this is
so, if you are not going, basically, this is what y'all been saying to us. It's just another way of saying it. If you're not going to change, go die. If you're not going to conform to tradition and living a life that is fucking limited just so that other insecure people can feel good about their motherfucking self, if you're not going to do that, basically go to the service and put your life on the line. And the funny part about it, nigga, is that there are females and queer people that put their motherfucking life on the line, who get their fucking leg blown off, who come home completely different, and then come back home to a fucking country that does not fucking affirm them. So you want me to die for you, but you don't want to do shit. That sounds a lot like some of that racist shit, don't it? Go fight for me, nigger, in this war, and then once the war is over, if you survive, we'll give you this shit just for this shit to be given to someone the fuck else. The Homestead Act, anyone? What I'm starting to realize is not only is educated men dangerous, it's more so ignorant motherfuckers that's dangerous. Because when you're educated, you have a choice. You have options to select what it is you want to give your energy to, because you have more information, you're more customizable. When you're ignorant, you only subscribe to your fears, and unfortunately, a lot of trans people, especially trans women, have met their end. because of the ignorance. But like I said, I do share some of his sentiments. Queer people, it's time for y'all motherfuckers to get hands on too, in reference to self-defense. I'm not saying going out and becoming agents of chaos, because them heterosexual niggas already doing that. But I'm talking about you being a victim to it. Because what toxic masculinity does is it tries to intimidate you. It tries to make you fearful. It does that to have a form of control over you. And once they realize that the intimidation factor doesn't work, now they have to turn the stove up and now go from verbal to physical. But what happens when women know how to protect themselves physically too? What happened when the fags and the dykes and the trannies, in like T.S. Madison said it? What happens when they learn how to protect themselves so that when y'all do start shit and y'all overstep y'all boundaries because now y'all getting checked verbally? What's gonna happen when your adrenaline is rushing and now you looking down and you bleeding out too? Because if what you're saying is that death and destruction is coming for queer people, all I'm saying is that there are some queer people like myself who are saying if death is going to be a part of the situation, I'm not going to be the only one experiencing it. Because we all have a fucking right to be here. We all have our individual unique fingerprint to be here. And you don't get to govern who gets to be here or not. Just like how you believe you working out by doing nothing at Planet Fitness, allow the queer people to be their damn self. That simple. But it's that type of behavior that shifts my mind, that triggers me. Because for me, I grew up being bullied. I grew up with motherfuckers putting their hands on me. I already suffered PTSD from that. I'm to a point to where because of those experiences, I am so, at least for what I know right now, again, when the more resources come in, it's going to be more. But right now, I don't play when it comes down to my self-defense. I talk about self-love all day, but when it comes down to my self-defense, I want you to understand I'm also a metaphysical, spiritual person in training that's growing, that's a student. I look myself in the eye in reference to looking in the mirror every motherfucking day, at least 4 or 5 times a day, and affirming to myself, if anybody put their motherfucking hands on you and try to kill you, nigga, you lose your motherfucking mind, girl. I'd rather you be judged by a jury of 12 than carried out by 6, bitch. Survive the encounter, girl. It's gonna be some freak niggas that still gonna think you cute and sexy and fine and write your ass and put money on your commissary, girl. Queer people need to start protecting themselves. You think queer people are gonna sit up here and again survive the Pennywise clown attack when they were a child just for them to go through the same shit as adults? Again, some of us learn from those experiences. This is dangerous language. And queer people know this is where y'all want to be anyway. But if this is where humanity chooses, or the path that humanity chooses, which is destruction, I guess I will touch and agree with that. Because destruction is also a part of creation too. I don't give a fuck who you are. You don't get to put your motherfucking hands on me. And I just allow you to do it.
How we gonna play this game? Then let's play it. Yesterday we celebrated Memorial Day. I don't know if you have any family members that died in combat or died in service, but I do. I have Tuskegee Airmen, family members that were Tuskegee Airmen, family members that were in the Korean War and the Vietnam War. Memorial Day actually means something to us in our family, and I'm sure it means something to you guys and your families as well. But if this is the route we're going to go down, if you want to effeminize men and you want to make women more masculine, take your motherfucking ass down to the Armed Services Recruiting Office and sign up. Go do the work that all these men have fought and died for. I want to see your asses on power plants. I want to see you up on the poles in the middle of the snowstorms. I want to see you doing all the hard work that the men that have come before us that have done, that you guys seem to just simply forget because it feels better to have men who are more feminine.
All the day long, whether rain or shine, she's the pilot of the assembly line. Dun, 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 dun. Rosie, brr, the riveter. These women been doing this shit. What is you talking about? Women have been on the front line for they niggas, even when they had to roll up their goddamn sleeves. Black and white women. What is you talking about? The reason why the black community is somewhat standing together and holding together is because black women and queer people have done the fucking work that some of you niggas are lazy in doing. Look, y'all really want to be that nigga? Y'all really want to be seen as kings? Y'all really want to be respected by your peers organically? Go do what the fuck them white people did with that insurrection and do it now. Put your motherfucking life on the line for your goddamn future, nigga. I don't have kids yet. You do. Fuck putting your life on the line for a country that wants you to die for them, that don't mind memorializing your ass when you're dead because it's one less nigga to take care of, when you could be out here really making change for your black kids. These women been doing it. There are women in the military. Hell, the nigga over there with the McDowell golden arches hairline who ain't on there no more. The nigga who looked like the light-skinned nigga from motherfucking, what's that movie? Shit with Ice Cube and motherfucking, what's his name? Mike Epps. Put this water hose in your mouth and turn the water up and blow your motherfucking stomach up, bitch. Look like him. He said that his mom was the leader of a drug task force in her town. She was the boss of niggas. She was organizing and orchestrating how to take these niggas down on this fucking police task force. She was body slamming niggas. She was coming in the room with like John Wick and shit with her gun and shit. Get on the ground, bitch, doing all that. But he also followed up with oh, well, they're outliers. No, you a gag. See, you don't want women to have power because in this society, y'all gotta have something to control, and women is that. Y'all talk about women being hoes and sluts and being little sexy reds and shit when y'all create the environment for them to have to do that, because again, y'all talk about pussy. They talked about having a prayer line for pussy. Lord, I pray right now that you just open up this labia, Lord, and just let this motherfucking man in the boat just rub across my nose, Father God. I just thank you for the warm grip of it, Jesus. I thank you for the ushy, gushy, mussy, glussy, cussy. I'm so glad that coochie pink and the booty hole brown, Father God. I just want to thank you. Y'all can do all that. Y'all can do all that, but these women can't do that. Again, a woman brought your ass in the world. Like y'all tell the queers, a female brought you in the world. So I think that if a female can push a whole 6, 7, 8 pound baby out her pussy, I feel like she can practically do almost any goddamn thing. I want to see you niggas try to give birth. Once you niggas give birth, then you can speak about women being weak. Once y'all get periods and the shedding of the uterus, bitch, and the pain that ensues with that, then y'all have the opportunity and the option to be able to say that women are weak. Because according to James Brown, goddamn a black version of an old Chinese woman looking ass, may he rest in power, this is a man's world, but it wouldn't be nothing.
It is utterly ridiculous, and you are setting our community, our culture, and our people back hundreds of years. Kevin Samuels was right. Rest in peace to the Godfather, but he was right. Black women have done more damage than the Jim Crow and slavery could ever do.
What? I'm gonna have to roll up again, y'all. Y'all gonna just have to hear y'all just gonna have to hear the paper rolling. Hold on, y'all. This is gonna seem very petty, but at this point, fuck it. Y'all talk about Kevin Samuels. How has that worked from him? He lost his life to a bitch that wasn't even black. And when they get on, they leave your ass for a white girl. See, y'all niggas used to see y'all want a cookie lying bitches. That's what y'all want to do. Y'all want a cookie lying bitches. You want bitches to take the rap. You want the bitches to put the shit in your purse. You want the bitches to sit up here and deal with all your shit. Oh, you gotta be with a man where he's down. You gotta be able to make sure that when he going through his lowest, you ain't gotta be there. And some of these women sit up here knowing that they shouldn't be dealing with some of you dirty dick ass niggas, girl, but still, I love him. I'ma give him another chance. And at this point, cause y'all stop talking about the queer people for a minute. Now y'all talking about the females. We already talked about the queer part, but since y'all also want to speak about queerness without being queer, I'm gonna also speak from the sidelines too and be a spectator, because like Mr. R. Payne stated many lives ago, that when he said that, it literally destroys any other argument you niggas ever have towards queer people. He said the reason why all this shit is happening is because the man and the woman lost their way. The male and the female lost their way. You heterosexual niggas lost your way. Now at that point, the reason why that happened is a part of the system, because when the 80s came with the crack epidemic, it threw black men into prison for longer sentences and longer times than their white counterparts. And then women had to resort on something. Where's the community at? Where are the churches who are getting all this money? See, instead of the women having to support the system, why the fuck these churches not doing what the fuck they're supposed to do? All that money that they get is supposed to be dispersed back out into the community. See, if those churches and organized religions were actually giving back to the community, maybe these women wouldn't have to resort on the motherfucking system that y'all mad that they're resorting on if you would have these things available. See what I'm talking about? But no shade, again, in the 60s and 70s, they did have that. They were more community focused. And I wish I would have got that clip, but again, there's a clip that was set out maybe like a year, 2 years ago of, what's his name? Huey P. Newton sitting down being asked questions about his opinion about women's liberation and queer liberation. He didn't say anything that these niggas on the platform said. If anything, he said, I want to connect with the politically minded individuals, because at the end of the day, we all are oppressed groups of people. Fred Hampton was unalived, murdered in cold fucking blood, because he said, look, it ain't just black people. You Muslim people, come over here. Asian people, come over here. Hispanic, Latino people, come over here. We all. He was breaking it the fuck down, and look what happened to him. See? And I don't understand how black women are destroying the culture when there are literally men out here who have weapons, who have bodies on them, who make songs and hymns and memes and all type of Twitter beefs and all this shit about it. And meanwhile, y'all don't do anything about it. Y'all are individuals who are servicemen. Y'all are individuals who have gave y'all life. Y'all have seen war and bloodshed. Them trap niggas have seen war and bloodshed. So why don't you go to war in your own community by cleaning up them niggas first? Because they the ones that's actually shooting and killing people. Until the queer people are murdering everybody, until the queer people are out here contributing to the actual objective destruction of the community, y'all can't use queer people and women as an excuse anymore, because the women ain't doing it. And let's be real. A lot of you niggas, when y'all go through shit, a lot of y'all niggas want to talk to your damn mama. Want to go to your mama.
They are continuously setting us back. Every time we take some steps forward, black women are finding a way to bring us back.
They sound more.
I just read an article, and I told you guys about this before. I read an article.
I'm the gay one. I
about
should not be
young black
saying
men
this.
Are the #1 new investor in the stock market. They're starting to get it. And we want to take this away from them. And the reason why is 2 reasons. #1, you're scared of real masculinity. It scares the shit out of you. Because it's structured, it's disciplined. And real men who are masculine will tell your spoiled ass, no, we're not doing that. So that bothers you, and it's scary.
At the end of the day, when you're in a relationship, it's not just about what the fuck the man wants. It's about what the woman wants. Now, I understand that some of you niggas, because when I used to work at K&G, I would have individuals come in. I would have to pick out their shit. They grown-ass men can't even dress themselves. I had to pick out everything for them. Shirt, tie, combination, suit, all this shit, get it fitted, all that type of shit, girl. And before we can finalize and walk your ass to the counter, because I'm done dealing with your ass, now all of a sudden, wait a minute, hold on, I gotta send a picture to the boss. Who's the boss? Somebody auntie, somebody mama, somebody girlfriend, somebody wife. They always want a feminine or a woman, female perspective about the situation. Even when I'm over here and I'm the nigga that's getting paid to do the shit, they don't even trust my shit until they go to some women. Come here, does this look good to you? I know some of you niggas also dread the whole aspect of happy wife, happy life. How about we transmute that to happy spouse, happy house? Both sides have to be heard. Both sides have to be affirmed. And it's a shame that a lot of y'all go into y'all relationships and y'all marriages looking at your wife or your significant other as less than or close to a fucking child, to where tell your spoiled ass no.
Scares the hell out of you. And so your insecurity has said, well, what if we just make them all feminine? Because see, I get along with my girlfriends. So because I get along with my girlfriends, what if we just make all the boys like women, and then we'll just all get along? And that way I don't have to worry about a man using his voice, his physical nature, to tell me that I can't do what makes me feel good. This is utterly ridiculous. I have a daughter. I try to be careful. I really do. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? Not only to the young men, but to our young women. My daughter has to find a black man.
Right.
He can't walk in my motherfucking house with a septum piercing and his nails painted.
Hi, Trey. Hi.
But see, you're judging him. You're making an assumption based on how he look. You don't even know that nigga could know all type of motherfucking martial arts. You don't know what he knows. Now I get it. Yes, as a father, you want to make sure that you protect your daughter. I wish y'all would stop. I wish y'all would do that by also changing the narrative about hoes and shit, because there might be some niggas that might look at some of y'all daughters as hoes, even though you don't want it to. And you know how niggas are, which is why when niggas come to the house, y'all got the gun on the table. Y'all got the 380 on the table. Y'all got the sawed-off shotgun on the table. Because you trying to let this nigga know, don't try no shit with my daughter. Because you know how niggas think. Because you also are a nigga, and you also know how your ass used to be. But now that karma's coming around, oh my God, let me change it up. Well, maybe we'll see. But most importantly, instead of judging him, ask him questions. Can you protect my child? And on top of that, I'm surprised that I'm speaking ignorantly here. I'm surprised that they already don't know self-defense. Even if I wasn't a queer person and I was heterosexual, I would still want in today's world, I would still want my daughter to know self-defense. I ain't talking about no cute prissy shit, or we gonna get you some mace, or we gonna fuck all that. You carry a motherfucking T-push knife underneath your damn titty. You have your 380 underneath your other titty. You have a motherfucking a 9mm in your purse. And if you can't get to none of that shit and you run out of bullets and the weapon ain't working, girl, you better use your fist, your elbows, your knees, and your foots. Do you hear me? I'll be telling my daughter, you better wonder palm strike a nigga in his nose, girl. You punch a nigga in his nose, his eyes gonna automatically water the fuck up. You got his ass now. You better hit that bitch in the throat. You better punch that nigga down in his chest and fuck up his heartbeat to where his heartbeat starts beating irregularly. You better hit a nigga, I think it's like what? On the right side, like towards the rib cage on the side. I forgot what that actual organ is, but you hit a motherfucker right there, he down. Of course, if you fighting a man, you can't go wrong with hitting a man in his nuts. Even Money Mike had goddamn Damon over here and frozen in praise, girl, with them vice grips crunching on his balls in a one-horse open sleigh. You better kick a nigga in his kneecap and turn that nigga into a goddamn kangaroo or something, bend his shit backwards, turn him into a bird or something. There are ways for women to protect themselves, and I'm all for women protecting themselves. But let's continue.
Talking about it's nice to meet you. No, absolutely not.
D.D.
I'm entrusting you with my most prized. This is my daughter. I'm entrusting you to protect her.
Right.
Not just today, not tomorrow, but for until there's no more breath coming out of her body.
Right.
You can't do that.
You don't know that. You don't know that. You're assuming. At least ask the nigga. And if he don't know, and if your daughter is so in love with this individual, again, hypothetically speaking, using the example, in love with him, why don't you teach this man how to protect your daughter? Come on, bro, what you doing? We're gonna have some bonding time. If you're trying to be my damn daughter's significant other, I need to make sure that you know how to protect my damn daughter. So come on with me. We gonna have a little trip. We gonna bond together and stuff. It'll be good. She'll like that. She think you getting brownie points, and you can. But we gonna see how good you use this gun. We going to the gun range. Yep, we're going to the gun range. We're going to be here for at least an hour. I need to see what's going on. I need to see if you know how to use a gun. I'm going to teach you how to use a gun. I'm going to show you how to properly use a gun so you don't end up blowing your own fucking finger off or damn near killing somebody else or your damn self just being stupid, okay? And then once that happens, I'm going to teach you how to shoot. I'm going to give you tips and pointers and shit because, again, I'm an individual that's experienced in this. I'm going to show you how to do this. And hell, you could go, therefore, creating a bonding experience with this individual who wants to be with your daughter. Do you see how when you continue to apply more emotional awareness and intelligence, you can start picking things out of the ether that are problem solvers? Because when there's a will, there is always a way. Do you want to know the way is the question.
Every time I watch it, I'm disgusted. It's disgusting to watch. It's disgusting to watch.
Anissa?
One of the first things I thought about was I was wondering if any of those women were married, but it sounds like some of them may have been single. But if any of those women were married, my first question has to be, where's the husband? And what's going on there?
The first one was married. The first one was married. One of them was married.
Okay. Well, that man, that husband, that leader of the home has obviously abdicated his position, and he's not doing what he's supposed to be doing in the home. This is a spirit.
Here we go. Our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven. I started singing that because she kind of reminds me of the lady who sings that song. She kind of sounds like her too. I just felt it in my spirit. But anyway, let's continue to hear how, again, for the 1000th time, that homosexuality, this perversion, is a spiritual thing that is growing in America, even though homosexuality has been here since the beginning of time. And when we look in history, its contributions has actually helped humanity. Even scientists stated that, and that scientist stated it on that particular platform.
This is a spirit that is moving across America. A lot of people like to comment on my age, but I remember growing up, a lot of this stuff was not a thing. It just wasn't a thing. Guys painting their nails and all, it just was not a thing. But
yeah, but for some people, I mean, black people being free and having rights wasn't a thing either. No shade. We're not used to black people being free. We're not used to black people living in our neighborhoods with freedom. We're used to them being there when they was cleaning the shit, but not when they had freedom. Interesting.
We are in the age, and the spirit of feminization of men is definitely here.
Age of Aquarius.
And it's gonna take men taking their rightful positions in homes and with their children to turn this thing around. I am 100% glad that I am not a 25-year-old young lady that has to be out here picking from these men today. Absolutely. Because you don't know what you're getting. You don't know what they're into. You don't know what they're doing. You don't know what they're secretly doing. There is absolutely nothing attractive about any man that calls himself a man that wants to paint his nails and do all of that stuff. So I feel sorry for you guys that have young ladies that are growing up that have to maneuver through this and decipher, through all of this stuff. I think it's, I believe men are men. I believe men should be masculine in every capacity. I am not attracted to anything feminine about a man. It's a complete, utter turn off to me. So I can't understand women that even that think that that's attractive or think that that's something that they want.
You have a subjective right to believe that. Again, you don't have to be with someone that you consider to be feminine. You have the right to that. Like, no shade. I ain't gonna argue you on that. Because hell, even with me, I'm a short person. I'm 5'2", and there are some people like, oh, I don't want to be with you because my 10-year-old niece is taller than you. I don't give a damn. That's fine. But there are people in the world who are going to do it. That shows God's unconditional love. That there is someone out there that's going to love you, affirm you, rock with you wherever you are in your life. That's okay. But again, trying to get people who may find attraction in the individual who happens to be more expressive in his feminine energy and gets to know that person beyond assumptions, don't sit up here and demonize them for trying to build with somebody or make it something toxic when you can't prove that it is. Again, these men are assuming that because motherfuckers are wearing nails or have on a pink shirt or a flower in their head, that is gay shit. Even when I was, again, story time, when I was working at K&G, and some of these niggas who are shaped the same way as the people on the screen would come in and say, hey, can you go ahead and measure my waist for a suit? I think I'm at a 38. A 38? A 38? Well, it's funny, 30, I got you at a 48 here. Are you sure? Let's try the pants on, girl. And the 48, low-key need a damn 50, but the 48 be cool. But then when they try on the suits that are more European cut or more tailored, the first thing that came out their mind was, oh, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want, because it's gonna make me look like I'm gay, like I'm feminine. And I want to share something with you that a lot of queer people keep saying. I said it before, but that was just me subjectively. Now I'm going to speak objectively. It always be the individuals that the gays don't even be looking at. Don't even pay attention to them in their fucking peripheral. that be saying, "Oh, I want that gay shit on me, man. That shit gay." And if so, trust me, you would be gay all by your damn self.
I don't understand it. I believe in clear roles. So, yeah,
Understandable.
I was just totally shocked by
You have a right.
that there were women that thought that that was okay for their sons to be raised that way. I think that women should be teaching their sons to respect women.
Right.
Should be teaching their sons how to treat women. But I just don't think you really want your sons to identify with what it is like to be a woman, with the nails and the clothing and all of that.
When we look at history, especially like with, and I think Craig the Writer Stewart stated this on the T.S. Madison show, they Fag Talk show, where they stated like long nails and all the stuff that was deemed feminine was seen as royalty in Chinese and African heritages, especially in Chinese. That was a symbol of wealth. That was a symbol of power. So it's like a lot of times we say these things without really doing our research, and we speak ignorantly. And I understand some people are going to speak ignorantly, but if you're going to speak ignorantly, also be willing to be educated when the objective truth comes along. To her point, she doesn't have to be with anybody that she deems feminine. Like even with me, I've never been with a dude that was masculine. I've always attracted dudes that had more feminine energy or that were butch queens. I've never really attracted anybody in my life who would be considered stereotypically masculine as far as 2K, sports, all that shit. I'm open to it to kind of see what it is and see if it's for me, but I understand in your own personal life, you get to decide what you want to deal with because you're building with this person. Absolutely right. But then to try to take your perspective and then literally paint it onto other people saying they have to do this, that's where the issue comes into play. Because again, be grateful that God is so omnipotent, okay, and omnipresent and powerful. This energy source knows what it's doing, that you don't have to love or connect with the feminine men, because there's going to be people that's going to connect with those feminine men, whether those men that are expressing themselves feminine with their feminine energy is straight or queer. Somebody's going to love them. You don't have to. I think I would be thanking God if that was the case. Yes, go ahead and do what I don't have to do, because these people are speaking as if though we're forcing them to do that when we're not. Y'all are trying to force us to be straight, and it will never fucking work. No matter how much you pray, no matter how much you try to murder us and take us out of this world, the universe will always find a way to hit a factory reset on that ass and bring us back into the equation, and on top of that, bring us back even stronger. You know why? Because what you resist will persist. Y'all put y'all energy into the fear. And all Bubs the motherfucking God is doing is trying to dilute the fear. But I also gotta speak on some of the languages and energies and frequencies that some of y'all understand, just so we see each other. Because the last 2 times that I came over there, conversation really didn't go anywhere. And I was prepared and I was ready. And again, I was the only motherfucker up in there.
And the Bible speaks of that. No man should be wearing anything of a woman, and women are not supposed to be wearing anything of a man. So that is what I believe. So yeah, that video was it was trash.
Well, let's continue to read about things that we believe here, because I believe in equality, and the Bible speaks of that as well. So let's read a few verses of that, shall we? Okay, let me see. Looking some up here. Let me see. Mark 12:31, y'all, reads, "The second is this," and this is Christ speaking about the commandments to keep. There are so many commandments you can learn about, girl. When you start to love yourself and to grow and become more aware, you can start accessing things of the spirit. But until you get there, do these 2 things and you will be anchored, and you will still have grace and mercy in your journey. He already stated the first part. The second is love your neighbor as yourself. There is no commandment greater than these. Jesus explicitly laid out Mark 12:31 that there is no commandment, no Levitical law, nothing that nobody else would Peter, but all those people said the greatest commandments is to love the Lord God, which means also loving yourself, because you're an expression of that. Your body encompasses and houses the essence of God. And then go forth and love the God in others, which is why Christ did stuff that y'all are struggling to do. And it's so obvious. And y'all know that we know it's obvious, which is why y'all want to react in physical violence and then have the nerve to use the one time Christ got upset by flipping tables. And you think that you're on the same level of him? In that regard, you could be, and you could probably go far and do far greater works than him, which is what he stated in the book as well. See, I think for me, I just simplify it to what Jesus said and what Jesus did, because Christ even said, don't worship me as the man, it's the mind in me that is also in you, which is why miracles happened. All the shit that these individuals are saying that's impossible, Christ, love, made it possible. Maybe there's time for some people to actually grow in it. Just because you ain't see it don't mean it ain't happening. We just asking y'all to prove it. And the queer people been proving their side. It's y'all that has to rely on the Bible. A 2,000+ book. We talking about today too. Yeah, Jesus, God, source, universe is the same yesterday, today, and forevermore. This interpretation of the book is not. It's been twisted and remixed. There are lost books of the Bible that are under the Roman Vatican right now that literally could be the answers to all of the problems that is plaguing all of us as human beings. But see, Christ made it very simple by saying to keep those 2 commandments. When there's a will, there's a way. Proverbs 22, verse 2. Rich and poor have this in common. The Lord is the maker of them all. Regardless of where the hell you are on the spectrum, whether you are at the highest of the heights in the boardroom with the executives, because they're going to speak about how these women are destroying the community, but I want you to come make shit work for me. Like, you destroying the community, but I want you to come and make things easier for me by becoming this woman so that the generals and stuff can look at me and then I can get this job because I brought you to the space. Instead of me being, we'll get to that point when we get there. Let me see. Romans 2:11, for God does not show favoritism. Sorry, Christians, he don't show favoritism. Okay, he's not a respecter of person. Correct? Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Yeah, when we start talking about some of y'all sins, because again, y'all in the book too. We all going to hell if that's the case. You in the book too. But it's funny because when y'all found in the book, girl, when the mirror on y'all and y'all caught red-handed, all of a sudden, oh, don't trip, he ain't through with me yet. So all of a sudden you can have this grace and mercy and favor for yourself, but not for these people. Interesting. Malachi 2:10 reads, do we not all have one Father? Did not one God create us? Why do we profane the covenant of our ancestors by being unfaithful to one another? God, source, universe, consciousness created every single one of us, and we end up profaning God by denying the existences of other people out of fear, mind you. James 2:8-9 reads, if you really keep the royal law found in scripture, the royal law, which is love your neighbor as yourself, you are doing right. But if you show favoritism, you sin and are convicted by the law as lawbreakers. Again, what you resist persists. Let's bring up Leviticus, y'all favorite scripture against the queer people. 19:33-34. And this is very interesting because of this rise of immigrants and all these people who are coming into America and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. Y'all book read, when a foreigner resides among you in your land, do not mistreat them. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. Love them as yourself, for you were foreigners in Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Basically, don't forget where the fuck you came from, because black people, hello, we didn't come to this shit willingly. And again, if there's any group of people who should have a level of empathy, it should be us. Like this one. This is Galatians chapter 3, verse 26-29. Listen to this one with this male and female shit. So in Christ Jesus, you all are children of God through faith. For all of you who were baptized into Christ have clothed yourselves with Christ. There is neither Jew nor Gentile, neither slave nor free, nor is there male and female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus. But again, let me stop because I'm a gay man and I shouldn't be reading these Bible scriptures because, you know, according to them, I'm not morally obligated to handle the word. They're probably surprised that my eyes weren't burning out and that my throat wasn't burning as I was speaking these holy scriptures.
Mr. Bennett, you've been awfully quiet, sir.
Hell yeah, because Mr. Bennett listening, that's what he's doing. Now listen to Mr. Bennett's response. This to me was the most objective response. He does share his current understanding of it. He said it's the first time he's going to see this video. It was his first time seeing the video, so he's trying to, there are still questions that he has. Instead of assuming like everyone else, I told you, assume making an ass out of you, not me, because I'm listening. Mr. Bennett decided to say, look, I can understand what the other side is saying. I can hear what they're saying. But yes, there are some things that they say that I do find problematic, but I also wish there was more context. He does it in a smart way. These niggas could really learn from Mr. Bennett. No shade. Let's listen to his response.
Yeah, there's just a lot to unravel. I mean, it started out, I've never seen the video, it's my first time. So kind of started out with that kind of, okay, I can get with some of this. I want my son to be a gentleman. Okay, I can get with that. Know how to treat women. I can get with that. Be, you know, sensitive, attentive to his woman's needs. All right, fine, all of that. But it was almost like you're in a pot and, you know, they say, how do you cook a lobster? You got to turn the heat up slowly. You don't just put them into boiling. And it just kept devolving into something that to where I certainly I agree with pretty much what everyone has said here, but also the hypocrisy of you're saying on one hand you want him to be able to express himself however he wants to do it, but you're very clear in intent that the expression that you want is not a masculine one. So
no shade, Mr. Bennett. She did say masculine. She said soft and masculine. She did say that. Just wanted to state that there.
Being hypocritical right there, because if you truly are open to that, however he expresses, you should embrace his masculine in the form that it comes in. So you're already showing hypocrisy. But we do this in a lot of different areas, right? Everybody wants free speech until it's something that offends you. You know what I mean? So again, You're only for free speech if it's the speech that you like. So, and I think that's just how a lot of people tend to operate. But yeah, the you know, again, we're the men who are fathers to these children. You know, if the men heard what their women, whether it be their wife or the mother of the child, what they're saying, how can you be good with that? And it's just a, you know, it's a desire in these women to have men go through these emotions. But again, men, we're supposed to be different. We're supposed to be complementary to women. If you have your full breadth of emotions, then, you know, again, we need to be the modulator of emotions. Not to say that we don't have them, but we need to be able to be a thermostat in a room and not a thermometer. And so, and again, in that complementary sense.
Right.
So they're not raising men to be masculine, and I think that's a major problem. As said, God forbid if the Chinese are training kids to load a gun at 6 or whatever it is, then yeah, a lot of us are going to be in trouble. So I just think it just go way off the rails. Now, look, I have questions when you talk about, you know, sexuality and things of that nature, in terms of, you know, look, it's been with us forever.
Listen, when he said this, I literally stood up. I was editing my documentary episode for a client, and I literally paused what I was doing, and I stood up, and I just, thank you. See, if I was on the panel, when I think about when I was on the panel, I think the reason why they wanted to jump at me, it was not the fact of what I was saying, that they low-key knew it was true, but they was performing that it wasn't true. It's when the heterosexual men like Dr. Nakumbe came up there and verified everything that I fucking said, and it wasn't just him doing that. It was my reaction to that. That they would consider flamboyant, the non-verbal communication. When Dr. Nakumbe was up there and he was saying all that shit, and all I was saying was, thank you. I was just doing that. Just kept doing it. I felt like I was on a glitch, on a loop or something, girl. I felt like I was doing a low-key workout. Thank you. They didn't like that part. And I want you to see how all these niggas literally disregard that one part. Because they gonna bring it back to, well, gays can't procreate. And the gay, and I didn't hear in the Bible, motherfucking dick in the booty, Galatians chapter 4, verse 6, about hopping on cock. Listen to what Mr. Bennett says. Let me rewind this a little bit. We at 290 something. Let's take it back here. Where we at? Let's take it back here.
Forever.
Okay, it didn't go back. Can we go back some? Where we? Hold on. Fuck it.
Forever. There's always been gay people. There's always been people on the spectrum. That's always been there. I think certainly this environment and time, we're not making more people like that. I think just people are just coming out.
Thank you. That is it. Did you hear what he said? The gay people are not making people gay. You can't make nobody the fuck gay. Do you know how long it took for queer people to learn to love themselves and affirm themselves after being told for the longest time that who they are is abominable and destructive and all this shit? Can't prove it, but just say that shit, and nothing around you gives you any sort of real truth. And then the queer people like myself who are open and honest, you don't get to hear them, because at that time when I was younger, I didn't have that. So if that's the case, how is everybody going to become gay? And I need y'all to make objective sense, not subjective along the Bible. Fuck all that. Put the book down. See, the one thing about God too is God always manifested in the flesh, girl. He didn't just manifest in the word. It manifested from the word into the reality. I need y'all to prove right now how gay people are going to take over the fucking world and indoctrinate all y'all to take dick and pussy. Please help me understand that. Where's the plan at? And if y'all bring up that old ass motherfucking manifesto that sound like something that could be written in a goddamn Playboy's motherfucking mail order magazine section, Playboy confessions in this bitch, where is it? Objectively, overwhelmingly, where is it? Oh, okay, all right.
But they've always been there. So on that particular area, I'm not as bombastic about people. Yeah, if that's who you are. I've seen people grow up in the most strictest Pentecostal strict homes, and they just who they are. And you're just gonna have to deal with that, or put them out, or whatever you got to do. But
see, and that's a reality. You can put them, yeah, because again, you get to decide what you want to do. If you don't want that gay shit in your house, you have a right, because you pay bill. You are the God in your own house, but you're not the God over their own life. Realize that, parents. I need y'all to be more than just providers physically. I need y'all to provide mentally, emotionally. Y'all be failing in that department, especially as black parents. And no shade, I'm just speaking about my reality. I have amazing parents. The ego deaths that my parents had to go through, some of y'all wouldn't even fucking survive, in reference to not just having one queer child, but two. Not the gay agenda running rampant in the house. But if that's the case, where's the destruction? I should be over here with HIV. I should be having full-blown AIDS right now. I should be over here with all type of lesions on my skin, bitch. I should be over here getting fucked right now and shit. I should be over here farting and you hearing dogs go off and shit because my asshole blew out. I should be over here just all the way fucked up. I should be talking like this because, you know, I'm sick and I can't. I should be doing all of that. And let y'all tell it. That's the end result, the end goal, right? Y'all messed up. When y'all interacted with BubzDaGawd, because I told y'all I'm going to keep my promise. And I learned from a dope-ass motherfucking bitch that plays chess and not checkers. I'm talking about a motherfucker girl that will wait years and then come back, girl. Where this shit? Left field, yes. And I want to say this, everything that I'm saying, I have no hatred toward these people. I'm gonna throw my reeds and my shades out there, yeah, because I see the level of the game we're playing, so let's turn the heat up. But it's more so the mindset that y'all have, since we're speaking on mindsets and spiritual aspects. Let's go ahead and evaluate y'all's as well. Again, I'm cool with it. Let's do it across the board, baby. Are y'all cool with it in the comments? Harold, Queen by Stevie, what's going on? Donna B, Ryan, are y'all cool? Y'all cool with equality across the board? Because I am. I'm cool with it. It kind of reminds me of a allegoric story where there is this heavenly orchestra, and of course, Lucifer ass girl is first chair girl, got to get the most shine girl. And God begins, of course he's the conductor, begins to compose and do whatever the hell they do, girl, with the stick and shit, looking like Harry Potter and shit, writing, hi, I'm so-and-so, and welcome to Disney Channel, girl, with the stick. Doing all this with it. Lucifer says, oh, okay, well, I'm the star, bitch. You see, I'm shining, girl. God got his back turned to the people, girl. They can see me, girl, so let me shine. So Lucifer decides to play some shit out of the key that everybody else in the orchestra is playing, causing disharmony. Or what would seem as being disharmony or off key to those who don't have perfect pitch. Because in the allegory, God has perfect pitch to where it's like, oh, okay, you changed it. Instead of me stopping the music, instead of me picking up something like I'm goddamn Maddie Moss Clark and throwing a goddamn house shoe slipper across the stage at you, instead of making a scene and affirming your quote-unquote wanting to shine moment, when literally you are in first chair and your shit is blinged the fuck out, bitch. How much more do you want to shine? Instead of reacting in a way that a lot of these niggas would react, all God did was simply conduct the orchestra in reference to changing the key into the key that Lucifer is playing. Meaning that no matter where you go on this spectrum, nigga, I'm going to be there. You can make your bed in heaven, you can make your bed in hell, girl. I will still find you there. And didn't the scripture read? Hold on, I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Isaiah 45 verse 7, King James Version reads, I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I, the Lord, do all these things. Let me tell you what it really is. Let me really hit y'all in the head real quick for what this really is. And this is going to really trigger y'all and have y'all scared, but it is what it is. Welcome to the age of Aquarius. You'll survive if you believe it. All God's source universe is energy. God is not even its name. It is a name to describe the qualities of this energy. And all Christ did was just show people that no matter who you are or where you are, if you tap into this energy, you can manifest anything. Some of those individuals tapped into that energy and caused great destruction, i.e. Hitler. He believed in himself so much, even though the nigga was hypocritical as fucking was a Jew his damn self. So funny how they attack and murder things outside of them that reflects what's on the inside. Oop. But again, that energy is neutral. God's source universe consciousness is not worried about the intent of what it is. It only knows two things. That's yes and it's done. Whatever you believe, if it's positive, it is done. If it's negative, it is done. The energy ain't gonna be like, oh, he playing, he don't want that. It's gonna give you whatever it is that you put out, which is why the emotional aspect of humanity, the feminine aspect of humanity is important, and it requires balance, because if you don't have understanding of that, you fuck yourself up and you unconsciously manifest things into your life. And then because you're unconscious, you continue to affirm it by saying things like, oh, it's always me. If it ain't one thing, it's another. And can we accept that across the board with humanity, we all do this? But it's the emotional awareness and intelligence that makes the real fucking difference. And this panel with a lot of these men are showing fear of doing that. Makes sense how wearing nails mean you take dick. Makes sense how wearing a pink shirt means you take dick. I gotta believe that some of these niggas on the platform don't even wipe their ass good enough, because that would be too gay.
Yo, you're not gonna stop that.
Thank you.
But this encouraging of feminine behavior, at least how society defines feminine behavior, yeah, I think it's long-term, it's detrimental. And as someone who grew up to be feminine, again, I've shared many times with my mother and the type of woman she was. She literally tried to feminize me in a lot of different ways. It wasn't until I got with my father at age 14 where I had to get the crash course on masculinity. But I was all about my emotions, and my mom did all kinds of things to make me less than masculine. But again, there was no male figure in the home because my family was split up. And so my father took the older siblings, and I was with my mom all those years until everything kind of come to a head where I was able to break away from that. So I can talk from personal experience of what it's like to grow up with someone who is trying to push on you this sort of feminine energy. And I was called when I was in school. I remember being called a girl. You act like a girl. I succumbed to a lot of that sort of emotion.
And I can understand that because the same thing was said about me. Y'all, when I tell you, I got to find a way to see if I can get some of these videos off of my Snapchat, because I recorded some of these VHSs of me when I was younger, baby. You could definitely tell a nigga, yeah, I told y'all, I was feminine when I was younger. I was feminine. I had pretty long eyelashes. I was a pretty boy. No shade. So I understand that. The first time I heard the word fag was in church, and the first time I saw that word being forced in reference to how society viewed it was by my heterosexual peers when I was younger in school. So I understand what he means about that. Even to the point now to where I'm learning how to accept parts of myself that I've been indoctrinated to believe was only just reserved for women or females. Like crying. I cry a lot more, and I will cry in a minute, especially if my spirit hits me. But I don't demonize that, because crying is the soul's way of throwing up. I'm not finna hold all this shit in and become prematurely bald and have fupa growing on my damn stomach way before it's time. No. And when you hold shit in, you manifest illnesses in your body. See, there's so much nuance here that people on this panel don't want to talk about. But if they had the right people on the panel and the right mediators on the panel who actually cared about getting some fucking where, instead of making it a fucking argument, but also really trying to build reconciliation, we might be able to get there. But not like this. This right here continues to feed into the problem. But now the more that I listen to this podcast and other podcasts like this, I'm starting to see more so what the fear actually is. Because I know it's fear there. It's obviously fear. Everything that people said in reference to it being anti-queer is a fearful thing. What if this happened? And what if? How about we deal with about what the fuck is actually happening? How about we deal with that first? Let's deal with that. Before we get into the shoulda, coulda, wouldas, can we deal with what's actually objectively going on right now? Because one thing I feel like, again, in reference to being a leader, is being able to have emotional awareness and intelligence. If you're in a situation where there's chaos around you, you have one of two options. You can either join in with the fear and the chaos, oh my God, and let that shit overwhelm you and you do dumb shit that fuck you up. Because those people who overreact and that are over emotional, especially in dire situations, are the first ones to unfortunately get themselves killed, because they're not thinking clearly. You can either be those individuals, or you can be an individual who accepts the reality, no matter how jarring it is for what it is right now, and then working to move through it. No shade. Trey is an individual who is a security. He does security detail. You have. And he also, I think, has done things. He's seen death before. And I feel like, especially with me being an individual who is all about self-defense, and no shade, I love guns. No shade. I'm all about motherfucking people, the people being armed. I'm with that shit. I wouldn't mind learning things, because there are some things that I can learn about in reference to security of self by listening to Trey. But in his realm of what he does, you have to be in the present moment. You have to think. You can't afford to be scared and overwhelmed by the fear like everybody else, because then you won't be no help. But that is not something that is mutually exclusive to men. That is something that women can learn too. That is a learned behavior. Trey had to go through training. The people who go to the military have to go through training. And on top of that, the training is in no comparison to the real actual experience. Okay, let me shut up.
And so it wasn't until I got around, certainly my father, my brother, then I went to college. I got around men's organizations. Shout out to 100 Black Men at Rutgers University.
Shout out to them.
Shout out to the men's groups that I became a part of, that taught me about what real manhood was, and just me being able to mature and to take control of my emotions.
Right.
Yeah, I think men need that. I truly, especially today, I truly believe that if you have a boy at age 12, he needs to be with his father. If you're not in the home,
I agree.
Give him to his father. And I don't care if the father doesn't have to be perfect. My dad, he had his issues also.
Mm-hmm.
But I would rather still you be with your father than your mother is certainly, when you both have issues. And I just think it's important that, we need to have this sort of rites of passage with men. You see this with other cultures, Jewish people with the bar mitzvahs and whatnot. There's something about, just going back to the tribal days, you took the kids out on the hunt. I think men need to be around. Now we try to compensate some of that with, say, sports.
Mm-hmm.
But I think even then, we've gone a little bit too far with that. Sports is a game. Get out of your head that you're going to the NFL or you're going to the NBA. You're talking about 1% of 1% of 1% that get to that level.
Anything's possible, though, but go ahead.
A lot of even the fathers were going wrong with this because we got our kids in sports 365 days a year.
Yeah.
No, when you're 16 years old, get a job. Yes, I played basketball. I ran track.
Mm-hmm.
In the summers, I worked. I had 2 jobs in the summer. I made my own money.
Mm-hmm.
But we want our kids, our boys oftentimes, they're like, and I see some of my friends now, their kids are like, they're my kids' age and they've never had a job.
Right.
Because you're chasing hoop dreams or just, or you giving them the life that you wish you had because you had to work. And so you want to sort of live vicariously through your kids so they can do all this stuff that you never got a chance to do. I think some fathers are getting this thing wrong also. The kid needs to know how to work, take responsibility, to have a job, be physically active, physically strong. Yes, I'm not against sports. I'm pro sports in that regard. Be physically fit, get yourself together academically, learn the value of a dollar.
Damn self, get physically fit.
Do chores that you don't get paid for.
Right.
All of that. I just think those are things that are essential to a man's development, a young man's development.
Right.
And so I think on a lot of levels we need to do better at this. But yeah, that got just cringeworthy at the end. But again, starting out. But that's how a lot of times it works. It sounds good on the outset. Yeah, I can rock with that. And then it just you get in too deep. It's like, wait a minute, what slow the brakes on this. Y'all taking this off the cliff here.
Yeah, so, was a lot real live
and no shade. Again, shout out to Mr. Bennett. I respect everything that he said. Everything that he said, and he was able to break it down eloquently. And he even shared, and I would like to hear more experiences of what he's been through in reference to his mom, what he said, just for more context. But I'm grateful that he was able to manifest that masculine energy in his life because, again, every human being, I feel like, needs to be balanced with their masculine and feminine energy. Energy is simply energy and motion. Emotion is energy and motion. That's all it is. I do agree that boys do need to be around their fathers because even me, I'm grateful for the experiences of my father. Because of him, I learned certain things that I have grown and taken to my adulthood. I've learned certain disciplines because of him. When he talked about the whole chores thing, yeah, even though I got paid and I blew my shit on video games, no shade, but I still put in the work to do that. Even with the whole realm of lawn work, to even now, there are older people in my neighborhood who I cut their grass for them because nobody else doing it. And I think it's important for men, regardless if they're hetero or queer, to be able to build some sort of discipline in their life. But the issue is that when these queer people come in, they're never really accepted for who they are. They're told they have to change in order to be accepted in this group, as opposed to helping them to strengthen aspects of themselves to where they can show up in the world with discipline. Since these are going to be masculine characteristics that's only exclusive to men. And on top of that, would y'all even let the queer boys, if the boys is feminist, the boy is soft, are y'all gonna let the boy in and do this with the boy? Do this with him?
Egypt, why are you off the mat?
Because I need to take a break.
Why you need to take a break?
Because my legs hurt.
Can you still run?
Yes.
Why are you crying? There's a reason for the tears.
Because I'm slowing down.
There we go. Does it make you feel bad? You're not ready to quit. You got more energy. It's the emotions that's making you want to quit. So this is the place to get all of this out. Tears release stress hormones. The saying big boys don't cry is a lie. Every man I know who doesn't cry, cries in other ways. Can't keep a job. Always on the edge ready to fight someone. I want you to get focused. Look at me. And you're going to fight and push through this lap. Do you understand? Good. Get back on the mat. What do you do now when you're overwhelmed with your emotions and you want to quit?
I push through them and I don't let them control me.
Good.
Are y'all gonna do that? Because I feel like Mr. Bennett would do that. Y'all would probably just yell at the motherfucker and make him feel worse, because that's how men grow up. And then you wonder why these men can't really emotionally connect to their women. Do you not see how this works? You tell these motherfuckers not to tap into their emotions or to transmute their emotions into what we consider masculine ways, which they're told is the only way to do it. But then when it comes down to their wives and their girlfriends and trying to build with them, they can't really connect because they've been taught at a young age not to really tap into their emotions, which is why they're so detached. And you wonder why we have these same conversations now. If you want women to shut the fuck up and make a sandwich and suck dick, there are some women who will do it. Find the ones that are willing to do it. Don't sit up here and try to transmute or try to make somebody else fit your motherfucking mold. Go find a woman that would love to do that for you. There are some Nikki Parkers in the world, girl, that will do it for you. Go find them. Go love yourself so you can energetically attract them into your life.
Slippery slope we just watched.
Yeah. So that just went to the. But that's oftentimes what happens when you make these arguments. When you take them to their logical conclusions, you get into these places that you just don't want to be in. So I can relate to it. I've lived it. I've come out of it. And certainly if I had sons, I never had the pleasure of raising sons, but if I had, then certainly it would be a lot different than what I'm seeing even with some of the men that I know. It'll be a lot different than what I'm seeing out there now. So
absolutely. Grace, you saw it. You're the mother of a son. I want to hear your perspective on this particular situation.
First of all, the whole shit, throw it out with the bathwater because it's embarrassing. You know, and people like Travel One is always talking about that. We're always talking about black women, but this is the only people we see doing this bullshit. It's prevalent. That's why it's always talked about. And I thank God every day, because as a parent, as a mom, I sometimes doubt myself. Did I do enough? Did I teach him right? I remember me and my ex-husband argued one day because I wanted my son to go cut the grass. He's like, you shouldn't be out here. Teach him and your other son. No, there's too many rocks on the ground. I don't want him to get hurt. I said, so the fuck what? That's what they make hospitals for. Okay?
No shade. My dad made me go out there and cut grass, and no shit, I'm grateful for that. Because now when I cut grass, I can cut grass and listen to y'all commentary while I'm cutting grass, so I already know what I'm going to speak about, which is why I come on here so cold like I do, especially when I get in my shit. See, when I be trying to be politically correct, I be kind of like all over the place, but when I get to speak the way I want to speak, it just comes off so easier, and I encourage y'all to do the same. Share your truth. Share what you think. But I do agree with that, no shade. I mean, if you are a young man, you need to be out there cutting the grass. You can at least do that. I don't give a fuck if you gay or not. Cut the grass. It teaches you discipline. And what if you living by yourself? You better go cut that motherfucking grass. Shit.
So what? So I had them out there pushing them lawnmowers. You rather teach your son to paint your nails and to change a tire? I mean, things are so fucked up right now. Satan, Rick, I have to agree.
Before she get into Satan, girl, I do agree with that. There are certain things I feel like as a human being you should learn, but no shade. If we're going to play this game of the society of men, I know this. I know how to change a tire. When I left an event that I was recording, I was on the way home, and my motherfucking back driver tire blew the fuck out on the freeway. I could have been like, oh my God, I don't know how to change the tire. But I remember when I used to work at K&G, there was a guy there who was a pastor, black guy, real cool. He had to change his tire, and he asked me to help him because he's older. A lot of men was older. And I learned how to do it. So then when I was on the freeway, I was like, okay, in a matter of motherfucking 5-10 minutes, I took the fucking tire out, put the spare on, bitch, and drove the fuck home. Some of those things are very important. I think we as human beings, whether you're male or female, should know this. Because if I had a daughter and my daughter was on the freeway, I would teach my daughter how to motherfucking change a tire, so you ain't gotta rely on a motherfucker. What if you in a situation, I don't want you to be the damsel in distress. I want you to be the damsel like the bitch on Netflix. Do some shit. Don't be a victim. Fuck someone up. Figure out how to get yourself out the situation. You're smart enough. That's why a lot of times these labels are being broken, because when these people are put in these situations, oh my God, I'm scared. Oh my God, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Fuck all that. I'd rather they call me, excuse me, Mr. Bubs. Yes, hello, how you doing? Yes, we have your daughter down here at the precinct. What the fuck happened? Well, she shot a nigga. I'm on the way. Don't talk to nobody, bitch, until the lawyer, wait till the lawyer get there, don't say shit.
I have to disagree with you. Satan's a man because he's always going to the weaker vessel to tempt, to do destruction in our world. He's always going to the woman, and it's always the woman doing the most destruction. Why would you want to feminize men? They weren't.
If women were doing the most... If women were doing the most destruction, everybody would have been aborted a long time ago. There would be no damn life. It would be no life. Again, saying Satan is a woman, or Satan being a man to fuck with the women, I can understand why feminists fight the way that they do, because y'all have the honor and the privilege to use mythical forces that y'all can't even prove objectively. It's so powerful enough to influence all of timelines. So basically, Satan is a Thano-ass motherfucker who just chose females to be, no matter where you are in the timeline, no matter where you are in a different dimension, girl, you gonna be fucked up. And y'all wonder why gays are fighting for women. Then had a nerve to sit up here and say the black woman is the most disrespected motherfucker on earth when it comes to y'all talking points. And that's only after you done got some pussy. Now you, shit, that shit was so good. Hell yeah, she the queen. But once she starts talking too damn much, once she start going off at the motherfucking mouth a little too much for your liking, oh, this bitch is the devil. But the gag is y'all gonna continue to fuck the devil. That's the gag. Y'all still fucking Satan though. If women are the devil, y'all keep fucking the devil. And by y'all logic, y'all need to be playing on our team at this point, because according to y'all, if Satan is a woman, then I guess the men are heaven bound, even in each other's asses, to y'all point.
Built to be feminine. This is making me sick to my stomach, and every time I see it or I think about it, no wonder these boys are lost in the sauce. No wonder these boys don't know how to change a tire, don't know how to even do cursive, don't know how to do just basic boy things. And it's sad. And it has nothing to do with the fact that there's not a father in the household, because you got teachers, you got coaches, you got mentors. You can get that male influence in your son's life.
Agreed.
And I heard Mr. Bennett, and he just helped me validate me, because my son's been working since he was 14. You know, first one to get a license, first one to get a car. He just showed me his credit score tonight. He got a 795 credit score because I made sure I fixed.
That's what I'm talking about.
took care.
See, now I agree with that. See, what she did was teach her sons life skills. She didn't have to have a dick for that to happen. Remember, she was the one telling this motherfucker to go. I'm sorry, I ain't calling you a son, motherfucker. Just how I say I'm using colorful language. It's not safe for work with this language, so I'm more free to speak, okay? But she told that individual, get your ass out there and cut the grass. Shit, you getting rocked, that's fine. That's war wounds, nigga. Women find it attractive. Go cut the grass. But I like how she was able to do that to her. Now, her son has a credit score that whoever the oldest nigga on the panel is, some niggas don't even have that. They gonna be going, some niggas is going to the grave with a goddamn 540. Shout out to her for, now I agree with that, because that helps your child out. That makes it easier for your child. That makes it easier for your son to be able to do things again. Now, again, when you have good credit, you still got to be able to be responsible. Because the more shit you have, the more you could be like, shit, put it on my tab. Shit, I got 7. Put everything on that bitch. And if something happened, you know, you still got to be smart with it. But shout out to him having that amazing credit score, baby. That is, yes. Come on. My shit's 700. My shit is, I'm working on mine. You know what I'm saying? But that score, that's amazing. Shout out to the mama. And see, it was the mama that did that. The one that is the weaker one, right? The weaker vessel, the weaker being, the weaker human being was able to set her son up for success. While the strong one wanted the son to stay inside and not cut the grass because of the rocks. And at the end of the day, if you love your child, it don't matter if you male, female, man, woman, or whatever you identify. You should want the best for your child. And she did that for me.
That credit for him. Now he can get that apartment with no problem. He can get a car without mommy have to co-signing for him. No, you're gonna stand on your own 2 feet.
That part, come on now.
But mothers want a baby and coddle men, and then turn around and complain about those same damn men that men ain't shit.
Have we not seen the movie Baby Boy Girl? Perfect example. These children who go through these experiences never have a safe place to talk about they shit that they going through or what they see without there being some sort of intense, immediate, radical judgment. It's okay to be a parent and acknowledge fear there, but you got to be able to work through it because your child is being vulnerable enough to tell you this. I'd rather my child tell me shit than to go tell somebody else or have somebody else do it. I'd rather that be the case.
And that's why I always tell women, well, men ain't shit. Who raising these ain't shit men? And then they have nothing to say.
The men ain't. The men ain't. The women doing all they can. Can't raise a man. So they doing the best they can. Even you, as a mom, did the best you can. And look at it. Because of your hard work, because of your love and dedication to your child, and understanding how hard it is for people of color to rise and ascend, you're setting your son up for a low-key upgrade. But you did that. Where are the men at that's doing that? That's the problem. These women have no issue submitting to a man that's worth it. And a lot of these niggas ain't worth it. because they didn't have men in their life who didn't even see them worthy of being loved because they was out of it and then came back at 18 talking about happy motherfucking birthday, nigga. Like we supposed to drop this shit. It's a lot of Inyala Van Zant shit that needs to be happening, baby. There needs to be, because obviously organized religion hasn't solved this problem, and they've been saying that they're the source of the cure for it. See, y'all gonna have to make that make sense. And thank you, Queen Spicy. Thank you for reading. I appreciate it. That one paragraph you put in talking about don't let this nigga pray over you. Yeah, because I know the power in my tongue, bitch. Okay, and I was trained by one of the best, girl. I'm gonna have to watch one of their lives tonight, girl. I saw the topic and I said, bitch, it's some girls that know. You say you know God, girl, you ain't the only one. You about to see who really do.
So it's very sad. This participation trophy bullshit I hate. As a coach, I hated it because I would turn around and tell the kid, you suck. Don't let that trophy fool you. And he'd go crying to his mom, but I didn't care. He had to hear it from somebody. I wasn't going to sugarcoat him, and that's what we tend to do to our boys. We sugarcoat them, we coddle them, and we do too much to baby them, and then we treat the girls like shit. I don't get it. It's like we're doing the opposite. So with that being said, guys, I'm just like totally disgusted with this. I can see why these young men are so soft. Now they're giving out stress cards in the fucking military. Yeah, I want to see somebody pull out a stress card when they stand on a land mine. Who gonna help them out of that shit?
I would hope that if my leg get blown the fuck off, that one of my compadres who ride with me in my platoon would also risk his life to save me. Would y'all drag a motherfucker back? Would y'all play teamwork when your life is on the line? Like Mr. Bennett said, y'all don't mind playing sports shit because it's competition. But in the midst of life and death, are you willing to lay down your life for your brother, which is one of the greatest things you can also do as well? Didn't it say that in the book? But again, you know, that's you know, I just wanted to put this picture of this little boy like this because, you know, we had a healthy representation on how to deal with it, but you know, I guess telling them they suck too kind of works.
So with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted.
I just have a little bit of pushback with Embrace. This is across all races.
I was gonna say this earlier, but I knew this part was coming up.
My partner at work is Indian, and she has absolutely no problem because we were talking about it, and she was saying basically, and that's why I call it new parenting, because she was like, basically you don't tell your children no, you know, even your son. So she has no problem with her son wanting to paint his nails, like the daughter. She has a son and a daughter, so she has no problem with the son painting his nails like the daughter paints his nails, because you know, you don't tell them no, you just let them, you know, do whatever. This is across the board. I see white kids, you know, when their parents come in, I work in healthcare, you know, I see the white kids come in and they're dyeing their hair, the boys, you know, dyeing their hair as all these fruity colors, you know, purple and, you know, and all this kind of stuff. This is across the board. This is.
And you know why that's the case? Because white people have freedom. They have privilege. A white man can wear his hair in a man bun, have his hair flowing like Jesus Christ with all type of highlights in it, could wear slim fit stuff, have his motherfucking Lord Jesus, pants leg length, Lord, had that shit up like they flooding on him, have a flower in his damn hair, and white women would still find him attractive. They wouldn't think that he's gay. They have the ability to once again express themselves and still have we not remember a time during the 80s where y'all had niggas dressing like bitches like Prince, and these white boys with these very big fluffed up hair and makeup and shit, here I go again on my own, all this shit looking feminine as a fuck and getting all types of pussy. But again, we brought that up when we brought up Rick James and Prince, and one individual said, I think it was Mr. Information Man, if I'm not mistaken, who said, well, we allowed them to do that because we knew that they still was attracted to women. So even when white people do it, and they can still be heterosexual and still do their hair these fruity colors, it's the niggas that make it fruity. That's the thing, they don't see it as fruity. They see it as them expressing themselves. We as niggas see it as fruity, especially for a man to have that shit. No, I don't want your number. Don't let TLC make you fuck up your blessing and shit. Wasn't these bitches burning up they scrub tub?
Definitely not a black thing. This is across the board where and these women are married and they have husbands. So I don't know what exactly is how we got here, but this is a problem.
I can tell you how we got here.
But Anissa, you don't feel that the black man
They can tell us how we got here, but they can't tell us how to get the fuck up out of it. Ain't that funny?
is the most male emasculated right now in today's world?
Now her response was, don't you believe the black man? Don't you believe the black man? All she was saying was, it's across the board. That's all she said. We gave it context and nuance. And that's the thing. You think black men are effeminate? See what happens is, I don't know, when they see Billy Porter or they see Lil Nas X, they see themselves or their son or what they feel society is trying to get them to look like. I want you to understand now, we don't want to see none of you niggas in anything tight. I don't care if it's gay looking or not, fruity looking or not, we don't. We just thank God that we can see some of y'all from the I would prefer the neck up, because some of the niggas, you know, probably sharing bra sizes and shit with their wife, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, I'm just saying. Just like when they had CTV and Reckless Logic on the live talking about the effeminization of men, and here it is, 2 men that they would deem to be effeminate, and then expect them to just sit there and take it and then agree with them to think, well, we have women who think like us, let's see if we can get some gays, because if we can get some gays on here, that'll definitely spike our shit up. We can get a gay that hate gays too. And if so, y'all, it's so many ex-gay niggas out here now. Tyreek is one of them. Y'all can get Donnie McClurkin, girl. You can get these people. See, that's what I be saying. Y'all can get these people on your platform and really shake it up. You really want to bring in the views? You really want to let the queer people have it? Why don't y'all start having lives and just have the ex-gay people come up on the lives, girl, let them talk and ask them questions? Why don't you do that? At least it'll be more interesting. At least it'll be less cringe. Well, no, it'll still be cringy, but somewhat less cringy because we're getting something new. And at least when that happens, we get to understand more of y'all logic, because y'all would love to sit down and let the ex-gay people just give their soliloquies that we can't give. Because when we do it, we going all over the board. Meanwhile, y'all went from being gay to women, then praying for pussy. Y'all went across the board. So only heterosexual people have the right to be humans, and queer people have to be robotic and follow, and women have to be robotic and follow in this one way to make you feel good, to make y'all feel good.
You don't see it more prevalent in social media, in entertainment, in sports, and everywhere you look. You don't think that that's where it's the most prevalent. I get it, and I agree with you. It happens across the board.
I would probably say it is the most, but don't mistake that it's happening across the board. That's all I'm saying.
And I will agree with you, but you're only going to talk about what's most prevalent, what's most seen. People are not going to talk about when they see Johnny cursing out his mother at Walmart because he couldn't get that toy. But they're going to talk about the black baby that threw himself on the floor and punched the shit out of his mom. You see, they're not going to talk about the Indian.
Yep, and guess what? There are black people looking at that little white boy who was like, let me come talk to him for a minute. Let me handle him for a minute. Ma'am, how you doing? Hi, how are you? I see you having trouble with your son here. He's acting up. You know, I can change that for you. You got to give me permission, though. Let me go ahead and take him in the dressing room real quick. Okay, I need you to use your white privilege to keep this area empty. Okay, if they start hearing screams and crying, just say somebody's playing a song. Your son's in the room acting a fool. You know how many women would beat that little boy ass? But to her point, I think when it's black, well, in a sense, it would, for me, objectively, it would talk about both parenting things, because you need to teach your children how to respect you. And if your children are just acting out in public, you obviously have no respect for yourself nor respect for them. Because even though I grew up getting my ass whooped, I'm trying not to really do that with my future kids. And it's like the first resort. It's going to have to be a drastic ass resort. You get what I'm saying? But learning how to use my words and the power in my words. Because even my father, there was sometimes he ain't had to say shit. All he had to do was look at you and you already knew. Let me go ahead. It's like that one joke. I forgot. I think it was Lavelle Crawford or somebody said, you know, when you in school and stuff and somebody parent pop up, you know exactly who goddamn parent that is, or you know who child the parent is, or whatever, or because they sitting there acting like they're doing work. Oh, that must be your daddy there, nigga. So, but again, I think the reason why the whole feminine part that they feel is that way is because they believe it in that way and they never really challenge it for real. They don't want to talk about it. They want to beat it to death. They see it as a threat, and they've been taught that when threats come about, kill it. Y'all should learn to assess it to even see that it's a threat, which is why I'm still trying to understand how queer people are a threat to heterosexual people. How are we? How are we? How is this particular time going to be so unique than the other thousands of times of queer people's existence in this realm? How is this time going to be different? Because to y'all logic, again, if queer people's freedom means that everybody gonna be gay and the world is going to fall apart, then why did South Africa legalize gay marriage before America did, and we don't hear any decline in the lives over there because of homosexuality? Because again, it's a small percentage. That's what I mean. It's queerphobic. It's queerphobic. Y'all be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, trying to hide what the real reality is. Be like Trey. He's honest. Again, he at Planet Fitness. Ain't no fitness, but just a planet. Y'all be honest like him and just say y'all queerphobic. It's okay. It's okay. I don't have the power to cancel you. I don't have the power to cancel you. I don't have the resources to cancel you, and then on top of that, if I did, I still wouldn't cancel you, because you have a right to speak your truth. Because like Mr. Bennett said, I can't sit up here and use my free speech and then feel some type of way with my free speech. And I have to respect other people's free speech as far as letting them. I don't flag none of their videos or nothing, but I do address it, and I also give them permission to use my content as well, because I understand, again, equality across the board. But let's continue, y'all. We almost done.
Parent or the white parent, they're gonna now try to push. Oh, look, another one, and that's all I'm trying to say. I totally agree with you, but it's just a little bit more prevalent because it's showcased more.
Me and Anissa are on the same team tonight, but I disagree with you. I have never seen a video of white women, Hispanic women, Indian women, Asian women sit around a table and say we are encouraging our sons to be feminine.
Because these individuals are walking in their freedom. When you walk in their freedom, there's nothing to explain. White people, I just use the example of white people. They don't have to sit down and have conversations because this is not a topic in their household. Unless they're Christian, that is. It's us seeing it as the fruity things. I remember when I was in church, I wanted to do something different with my hair. So I ended up getting like a mohawk. It wasn't like the gay mohawk that was clean and nice and shit like that I really wanted. It was like a Spartan helmet thing. I looked like the nigga that played, what's his name? The Green Martian. I looked like him. Big ass motherfucking Sparta kick ass stripe down my damn head, and I had the nerve to dye that bitch a dirty blonde. I wanted to try something different. I remember I went to church for, I think it was Easter Sunday. when I tell you, I sat in the balcony because I don't like people looking at me, bitch. I'm trying to get my connection with the Lord. I walk in, it's all eyes on me, and I'm up in the balcony. I see people looking from the pulpit. I see people looking from the choir stand. I see people turn around looking back, and I'm just there like, well, damn. To the point to one time a guy told me, I want to talk to you about something. Well, what's up? Well, you know that your hairstyle is a defiant act against God. What you mean? He gave some scripture about motherfuckers shaving the side of their head, and I'm like, that's not what I was doing. I was trying something different with my hair. That's your interpretation of it. Even when I was, again, working at K&G, this old-ass pastor came up to me and started talking about my hair. Oh, your hair. I'm gonna call you red, man. Better red than dead, right? I'm like, okay, nigga, I'm just trying to get your ass out of my face because your breath kind of hot. But anyway, what's going on? Well, you know, I mean, I'm surprised you working here. What you mean you surprised I'm working here? I mean, your hair or whatever. I said, well, what you mean? He said, oh, you know, when I was younger, you know, I went to this job. Well, I went to this, what they call it, girl? It's slipping my mind right now. It's so simple a word. I went to this job interview. There we go. I went to this job interview one time, and I had my hair like the latest style one time, and they didn't like it because I ain't get a call back. They probably threw my shit in the trash. But then I went and applied again, and I got myself a respectable haircut. And then when I came back, I got the job. And I said, well, I'm happy, you know, that's good for you, whatever. I said, I'm grateful that, you know, my managers took a chance on me, and, you know, this is something new that I did, but because of the quality of my work, because of the quality of what I do, and being one of, if not the best employee that they've ever motherfucking had, especially a young one, because I was doing everything, baby. I should have been getting paid more, overworked, underpaid. That they believe in my talents to where they have no problem with it. It doesn't affect my job quality and my work quality. And on top of that, if you don't want to deal with me, you ain't got to deal with me. There are other associates that you can deal with. That's perfectly fine. And every time he saw me, he would always say something. And I'm kind of like, okay, now if I turn around and let your old ass have it, I don't want to hear shit about the Bible. And then when I cut my hair finally, people at church were starting to hug me again. People were more communicative with me. I had one person tell me, I'm so glad you got that bird nest off your head. And I wanted to say, well, at least my bird nest is real. If you fall the fuck back now in the Holy Ghost, we gonna see the bird nest fall off your damn head and see that peasy ass alopecia hair you got underneath your shit. I could have said that, but I said, you know, it's okay. I laughed it off. And these are the same motherfuckers, girl, who be snotting and crying, asking God to please forgive me. God, please look into my heart. He saw the best in me when everyone else around saw the worst in me. All these songs about being affirmed and please see me and please see me and please seize me and all this stuff, and you still love me. You love me through my good. You love me through my bad. You love all this shit. But yet you struggle to show that to other people that you don't understand, because unfortunately people fear what they don't understand and they hate it. Y'all can have that type of life. If that's the type of life to give y'all life, that's fine, but that ain't my life.
I've never seen that.
No, that part.
Hang on, Anissa. Yeah. What you are talking about is you're saying that these women are saying, listen, if my child sort of drifts this way,
the views kind of
okay, it's fine. Mm-hmm. I'll let it be. There are a lot of parents who will take that stance. There are black parents that will take that stance. Fine, you go in that direction. It is what it is.
Wait, what?
We're talking about 5 women.
Did you just say that a lot of black people are like, if you go that way, it's okay. We cool with it. But when I asked the question on the first time I was on the panel in reference to the whole trans experience, and I said, removing surgery, removing medication, will you allow your child to still express themselves in their transness, even if it is a wig, because the wig can come off, even if it is makeup, because the makeup can come off, even if it is the clothes, because the clothes can come off? Will you allow them to experience that, to see if that is something that is calling them, something that is innately in them? And y'all told me no. They're even going to share later on in the panel how they would beat the shit out their damn son if they ever saw their son have a damn flower in their head, wear a pink shirt, and all this type of shit. But now all of a sudden, if my child decides that they want to go that way, then that's cool. We good with it. At this part, I feel like I am in Mortal Kombat, girl, and it sounds like motherfucking Shang Tsung and Quan Chi and them is trying to impose themselves upon Earth realm with this type of logic.
Who at a table put makeup on, did their hair. There are cameras there. This is a round table conversation they are having, and they are referring to these boys as feminist boys.
Let's define feminism. And I know everybody has their own definition, and that's cool. Even we all will have our own way we view it. But I guess objectively speaking, since y'all like to do this, again, let's do this as well. Define feminine. I already did this, but I kind of want to just speak verbatim. Feminist. Okay. Feminist, okay, is defined by Oxford. An advocate of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes. A person, wait a minute, let me make it a little bit more visceral for you guys. There we go on the screen, there we go. An advocate of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sexes. A person who supports feminism. Relating to or supporting feminism, advocating women's rights on the basis of equality of the sexes. Let's define what feminism is. Feminism is basically the advocacy of women's rights on the basis of the equality of the sex. Basically, women saying, we're sick and tired of y'all saying we weak and shit, when we obviously prove to you niggas that we are not weak. See, y'all the weak ones, because if we close this pussy up, y'all gonna be resorting to fucking each other. So who really has the power in this biatch? And all they're doing is basically saying, you can be secure enough to marry a woman who knows who the fuck she is. Even if she is the owner of a Fortune 500 company, it doesn't fucking matter. This woman deserves to self-actualize because it's within her God-given right. Do you love yourself enough to rock with her on this? And if you love her enough, she won't sit up here and use any of that against you. If anything, she will see it as both of us winning. Because what if something happens to you, nigga, to where you can't work? You know, shit happen to niggas. And the reason why a lot of women live longer than men is because unfortunately a lot of men do dumb shit sometimes that get them in fucked up situations. So if you're in a fucked up situation and you can't make money no more, you already covered, because y'all both made an oath when y'all were married to be with each other in sickness and in health, for richer or poor, for better or worse, till death do ye part. I bet you if you was in a situation where your life was on the line and there was a woman there that could help you survive, I'd bet you'd take it. Especially if you were in a fucked up disadvantage moment. Because again, we're going to hear how when it comes down to the success of men, how women really shine, which means that women are used as pawns because it's a business game. Women are not, if we look at the beginning of marriage and all this other type of stuff, it wasn't, the love and connection between two human beings who affirm each other and want to see each other be the best versions of each other. No, it was simply a form of control or a form of property. Let's not forget they used to trade cows and shit for women. And again, I'm gay. How am I caping for women when, according to y'all, I'm trying to take their place? Well, the reason why is because these women destroying each other, so you see them actively destroy each other, so once they come down, y'all can come in and sweep in and take the whole thing. Okay, let me entertain you for a moment. Let's hypothetically say that's the case, because it's obviously not. But hypothetically, let's say that's the case. Y'all niggas are pushing them to do that. You niggas is pushing them to do that. They're emotional, right? So they're responding off of something. There has to be some sort of stimuli there in order for them to be emotional. You niggas is doing that. It ain't the fags doing that. We on the phone listening to them. The fags ain't doing that. They in spaces with us feeling safe and ain't gotta worry about a nigga groping on her ass or groping on her tits or trying to see what the fuck is up when she already said no.
Raising feminist boys. This is an agenda.
Gonna try to kill me, girl.
This is on purpose.
Keyword try.
They have to be stopped. The FBI and all these other three-letter agencies are going after Manosphere and putting everybody on the list, and you on this list, and we're watching you. Y'all ain't watching the women though, because they're destroying men.
If they was actually putting things on the list, it'd be some of these trap ass niggas on the list who is destroying the community. The system don't care about it. The system is happy that we're imploding on the inside out, because the system gets to sit back and really enjoy itself. It don't have to work as hard as it did before in the 60s and 70s. Even though we're in the information age where you would think that true accountability would hit their asses. Because now there's facts and there's proof, and we can bring up shit from the past that you thought you can get away with. That's how the karmatic boomerang works. And karma, first of all, they call karma a bitch. So according to y'all, she's female. She's very cold and calculated, and she'll wait until your children's 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 children children manifest before, boom, the bomb of accountability drops. Again, didn't Jesus tell you niggas to keep those 2 commandments? Y'all focus on other shit instead of the 2 things that I asked y'all to do that was the easiest for y'all to do, that was the basic fundamental path to teach you how to build your foundation, and then you go forth and strengthen it. But again, we know what they want to do.
You so busy worried about us telling men, go to school, put your head down and build your castle, get an education, get a job, have an emergency fund, invest your money, teaching men life skills, how to start a fire, how to change a tire.
I agree with that. We need
I
more
know.
of that.
I just taught a kid yesterday. I don't know if you saw it. Guy saw I was standing outside of a building. That's where I mentored. I do the stock market. That's where I mentor the kids at. And a kid, he didn't know what to do when the power went out. I said, you don't know where your circuit box, you don't know where your power box is at in your house? He had no idea. He's 15. He should know.
I agree.
He should know how to cut the power back on.
He should.
At 15.
Now, when you speak about that as far as boys learning life lessons, I'm cool with that. But also include the queer boys too. Even if they're the feminine ones and shit. I would appreciate y'all like, look, you can be feminine and all, but I'm gonna need you to know how to whoop ass. Like, if you're gonna be feminine and you're gonna walk your truth and do your shit, I mean, yeah, it's you or whatever. I don't get down like that, even though we ain't asked. But anyway, or inquiring. But anyway, I don't get down like that. But I'm gonna teach you how to box, nigga. Like, come on, like I'm gonna put in the work, teach you how to throw a right hook, bruh. I'm gonna show you how to uppercut. I'm gonna show you how to motherfucker throw it. I'm gonna teach you. Can y'all do that? Because at this point, y'all speaking about these niggas being weak. Why don't you teach these niggas how not to be weak? Teach a nigga how to box. That individual that I showed a reference to, that little boy and that older man, the older bald-headed black man, teaching him in a masculine way how to handle his emotion in a soft, masculine way, even though he is teaching these young boys martial arts, which is about form of dedication. A form of dedication and commitment and discipline, to where I'm learning how to utilize my body, not to go out into the world and start shit with people or look for fights. But if I am put in that situation and there is no other option left, I know how to make sure I survive the encounter, even if that means the other person doesn't. Because I do believe that people, regardless if you're male or female, shouldn't learn how to defend themselves. And I want more black people to learn how to defend themselves. All these individuals right now, if they were coming together and was creating like a black militia where they were teaching black men and women, young boys and girls, how to survive in the wilderness, how to do these things in case the case of post-apocalyptic shit pop off, which seems like that's gonna be the case, I'm down for that. I'm down for that. If Trey and these niggas trying to teach niggas how to shoot and become more efficient and proficient in weaponry, in martial arts, and how to do these things that will be imperative if the world was to go to shit, I'm with that. And I want black people to do that. Even, what's his name? Killer Mike said, and it's true, that's why we have to work on community. He said, how many of y'all know how to tend a garden? How many of y'all know how to have a water filtration system? How many of y'all know a form of self-defense, whether it be physical or with weapons? We all can do better. Where are the community programs that are teaching people that? That's what I would love to see. I would love to see that. I would love to see us use our resources and our influences to create the changes in our community. But we already done that in the 60s and 70s. We just got to be more consistent with it now. And if you ask me, what black people are going to have to do is let religion go. That is holding us back spiritually. A lot of the shit that we can motherfucking manifest, the Wakanda that we know that we can motherfucking manifest, I'd say mother, because again, it's the feminine energy, nigga speaking. The motherfucking black utopia we can create, the actual getting over the hump and manifesting the hope and the dream of the slave and our ancestors and what the civil rights movement did. If we let go of religion and get back in touch with the indigenous part, or do like how our ancestors did, found the energies and frequencies of our orishas, of our African spirituality, and find those same qualities in the Christian faith, we'd be able to move mountains. We'd be able to tell mountains to finally move the fuck out of our way instead of having to climb the rough side of the mountain all the goddamn time. But that's just me. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm even gonna say I'm sorry. I'm not even gonna apologize. I'm not sorry. Because the fact that I'm still fighting the same fucking fight that my great grandfather and them fought is a shame. And now I'm in a place and in a space and in a time where instead of motherfuckers attacking us on the outside, now we running amok on the inside. And then have the nerve to want to teach our children how to survive only and not teach them how to fucking live. Which is why when they start doing things that's considered white or European or more freeing, because they don't live in the same subjection that we have. They don't deal with the same fucking PTSD that we are dealing with in our bloodline, in our lineage because of that. To where now we're taking it out on each other. So yes, I'm gonna have to use colorful language and throw a little shade and read a little bit, because that's the only way to get people's attention. But we're gonna see how these people react, because if they react with violence, we know exactly again how queerphobia is being established. But I'm having faith that even though people are still making the same choices, that they can still have a little bit of awareness every time and learn something to better all of us. Because I'm going to tell y'all right now, again, when the shit hit the fan and humanity is on the sacrificial altar, and it don't matter if you gay, straight, Christian, whatever the case may be, your blood is red, you're on the altar, I'm going to be reading everybody. And at this point, it's going to be motherfucking Mortal Kombat. We about to die anyway, so at this point, I guess some of us going to die satisfied in this bitch, I guess. In the words of Paul Mooney, and I insert a third option. Either we going to hang separately, or we going to hang together. Either way, we going to hang. Or the third option is we can do unto others as they do unto us. So if you try to hang us, bitch, you better put in the work, girl, because we're going to work even harder to do it to you, because self-preservation is now in place. And I be trying to have conversations that don't even push us to this way. But the fact that that's how y'all want to respond to queer people have no choice but to take up that sort of ideology. And you wonder why queer people be so triggered, because just like black people, they have been fighting too. And on top of that, I'm not no white queer motherfucker. I'm a black queer person.
We're not teaching life skills, but we got 5 women sitting around a table talking about it's okay to paint your nails. Okay.
Trey, she even went to the lengths of saying it's okay to put a flower in your hair if you choose to.
And wear a pink shirt.
A pink shirt. You know what? Trey. The question was asked, how did we get here? And Lost in Translation has his viewpoint. I'm going to give mine. The reason that we're here is because of what we've heard. And Nissa, nothing against Anissa, but Anissa, the man that you guys say you want, or the man that you guys say is trash and at the bottom of the food chain, at the bottom of the dating pool, that they're the pissy pool of dating. These are the very men that these women are raising to date you. This is how we got here when we loosen the reins and say, women say, a man can't tell me what to do. I know there are men who are not married to these women that says, I disagree, your son should not do this. And these women have rejected those men help, have rejected the masculinity that those men will pour into those boys because they want their sons to be soft and masculine. To the point the women say they want to date men that you can't even label one way or the other. Meaning if the man, she's even went into saying, if y'all paid attention, she went into the fact of saying, even if he did date a guy, it shows me that he is a man who is in touch with his feminine side. So even if he sucked penis, she's still willing to date him and also train her son to do the same. Son, you should be able to suck dick and eat pussy, but make your choice at the end of the day. This is how we got here. And and I'm telling you, this video that we watched tonight, it shows why we have these conversations. It shows why the solution is not there, and it can't be a solution there, because we have women like this, like Trey said, they got dolled up, they got their hair done. It was a full production, light, camera action for the world to see that Black women are not only emasculating their husbands, but they're emasculating their children, Black boys, and the men that they marry are the same boys that they're raising. Let me say it again, because we keep asking, where the dad is at? The dad is in the house. They married the guy that they're raising their son to be. I rest my case.
You know what? I'm gonna ask Trey a question. Trey, what would happen if there were a table full of fathers telling their daughters, hey, you can be as masculine as you want to be?
Y'all look at this screen.
You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I'm gonna open up a studio downstairs and you're gonna be the greatest rapper alive. I'm gonna take you down to the barbershop, cut all your hair off, get you a beard put on, you know what I'm saying? And let you go out there and play football, you know what I'm saying? And try out for the NFL. You know, don't worry about having no kids. Go out there and get you as many boyfriends as you can stand. Go out there and slay and knock them out, you know what I'm saying? All of that stuff.
Okay, y'all look at this screen. No, you're not tripping. Brock Lesnar has not transitioned. This is not T.S. Lesnar, okay? This is Brock Lesnar's daughter, Maya Lynn Lesnar. We know Brock Lesnar as the beast incarnate as he is. You ain't think his fucking daughter was gonna be the beast incarnate too? Look at her. Brock Lesnar's biological female daughter is built better than some of you niggas when y'all was in high school and in college. Brock Lesnar told his daughter, seeing how she looked, whatever you do the motherfucking best at it. If you gonna be doing all type of shot putting, all type of sport shit, you do the fucking best. If you gonna be powerlifting and shit, bitch, you do the fucking best. But at the same time, she's also feminine. Look at her. Girl, she needs some sun. Look at her. She's feminine. How many men are not gonna wanna date her? First of all, because your father's Brock fucking Lesnar. I do the wrong thing, I'm dead. Second of all, I'm pretty sure Brock Lesnar's daughter can fix a fucking tire. Hell, I'm pretty sure she can bench press the goddamn tire and run up the hill with the tire on her back. Okay? There are men who are not going to want to be with her because she's not feminine and dainty and aesthetically pleasing like the other two women on the side of Miss Lynn Lesnar, Maya Lynn Lesnar. See, they would choose these two on the outside instead of the beautiful woman in the middle, who is just strong as fuck and could probably do more push-ups than you niggas. And if she told you no, you niggas ain't gonna yell at her. Because later on, we're gonna hear JT say that in his previous relationship, he told his woman, don't tell me how to motherfucking act in my motherfucking argument. Don't tell me my motherfucking emotions. Is you gonna nut the fuck up on Maya Lynn Lesnar if that was your damn partner at the time? We also have the beautiful Jade Cargill. Fine as hell. I'm gay, but she fine. Body for days. I discovered her. I think, was it WrestleMania that came up? One of these other previous things where her and the other two black chicks came out and won. I was infatuated with her. I said, damn, she fine as hell. And she got body, but she's also feminine too. Look at her. Look at her. She know how to fight. She's not a damsel in distress. Okay? She probably strong enough to flip niggas. She's not a damsel in distress. She can possibly learn how to motherfucking again, change a tire and flip that bitch. Well, Bubs, these are outliers. It's a bunch of trap ass women that's built the same way. A bunch of CEOs who built the same way and got the same short haircut, look the same way. But I wonder if you would be able to have control over these type of women. Especially this one on the right. I'm just leave her up there with her father, who told her to be the same thing that Lit just said. If you're gonna do it, I need you to put on the beard. No. He did the same thing with his daughter, baby. You gonna do the best thing, girl. And on top of that, you better learn how to bench press trucks like your damn father. It's in your damn genes. So I ain't gotta worry about no domestic abuse going on with my daughter. And with a nigga hitting her, if anything, I might be afraid for the nigga. But let's continue to hear more of the ignorant ramblings of how homosexuality and all this stuff just happens and how black women are playing into it.
What would be the sentiment if men did the exact opposite of what these women just did?
Lost. I'm gonna make this quick because Rick got his hand up, and I want Unc to go, but we would never see that video. It would never surface. It would never reach the light of day. I want to make one other point real quick, Uncle Rick. I promise to be real quick. All 5 of the women, feminine, long hair, makeup, pretty women. They were all feminine. Did y'all notice that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Come on, Rick.
But she ain't femme? Let me blow her up so you can see her really good. Really, really, really good, because, you know, she'll need a little color in her life, girl. But let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Y'all smashing or what? BMU, I need to know. I know y'all watching. Are y'all smashing or what? And damn, that one girl forehead big as a bitch. Damn, I thought my forehead was big, girl. She about to be bald too. Shit.
I need y'all to rock with me for a second, right? Was it all intentional? Let's lay the groundwork out, right?
Yes.
So, what made men the way they are? Single mother households, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because they didn't have a father in the home.
And why did they not have a father in the home? Ask that question too.
Teach them the yin and the yang, the wu and the tang, right? The men become effeminate, right? And one become men that most women don't like, right? So to intentionally do the things to your boys that you said caused the issue from the beginning? Listen to what I'm saying, right? Because we say the men pick up the lessons because it's the only thing they see, right? Because the mama's the only one there, right? So there's he can't pick it up from anyone else. It's not intentional, right? It's just because he's around his mother, right? And you can't help what you learn because you only know your mom, right? So to intentionally do and promote the very thing that y'all say destroyed the black family and the black man, is all this shit intentional?
Let's delve into that a little bit more, shall we? Let's start with the beginning. As far as them being raised in single parent households, being mommy and daddy. Again, we have to ask ourselves the question, how do we get here? My explanation of that is simply because of the 80s with the crack epidemic that put black men into prison for a very, very long time. A lot of these women afraid of their young sons following suit, even though unfortunately a lot of them would do that, do what they can to protect them from that, because they also understand how hard it is for them to be a black man in America. Because the black man is in prison and obviously cannot be there, or the black man gets out of prison and doesn't know how to deal with what happened to him to heal from it, so he continues to be a broken person. And of course in jail they're not rehabilitating anybody. It's horrible in there. He comes out even more broken. He ends up connecting with other women, not in the realm of anything healing or trying to figure shit out, but just in the realm of sex and fucking. So these women don't have any real help. And because there is a lack of the father there, someone else has to substitute. And since the community is not there, we're the hood and not the neighborhood anymore. Guess who gets to step in and become the daddy? They grown. They the daddy. Who? Black men played a big, huge part.
So
in
was
this.
it really that black men wasn't
And they
shitting
have to
fathers
heal
leaving in
from
mass,
that.
or it was an understanding to get the black man the fuck up out of here? I gotta believe yes. When this is, look, like we're trying to tell y'all, right? When a scientific experiment is done, when a thesis is done, right? Once it becomes self-sufficient, it proves itself.
But at the same time, in order for that to be valid, someone would have to go right behind you and practice and do the exact same steps you did in order to yield the exact same results. So you also have to throw that into the factor as well. Or in the equation, shall I
It
say.
proves itself. That's science. That's the proof of that. You see it working, right? You get gas, you get air. You get gas, you get air, and you put in the engine, right? As long as you get sparking gas, if nothing's wrong with that engine, it's gonna run, right?
Combustion. Yep.
So was the job, and listen to what I'm saying, right? Especially in this tape, it's so much in this little video, it's crazy when I pay attention to it, right? They showing you in that very video that the black man don't have nothing to do with the decision making of the black woman when it comes to the children.
Did you hear what I said?
So again, I asked the panel and the people in the chat, was all this shit intentional?
I believe so. I believe so.
Listen to
I know it's rhetorical. I know it's rhetorical, but it
right,
works.
right. But listen to what I'm saying, right? They got men in their homes. They got husbands in their homes, right? So there's nothing a white man can tell my wife that's not gonna get cleared through me. Y'all understand what I'm saying?
Preach, boy.
If my wife come in with some rhetoric off the street, we're gonna talk about it, and I'm gonna be like, is it facts or not? Right? Because again, as I told y'all, we have to be able to isolate the shit that the world is putting out in this home. So what does it mean when the shit we know that's getting pumped down, not only in policy and education, books, you name it, right? When it doesn't even hit the father, the mother is all in the decision making. You don't care what your husband think as long as the system say he, she, him, them, pronouns, Ralph Tresvant top shit. You see what I'm saying? Was it all intentional? Somebody's lying to us, bruh.
Rick, can I interject right in the middle of that? Because I want to add something. I saw a Baptist convention, churches who met together, traditional pastors who don't believe in women preachers, that's the stuff that we believe. So these guys were doing a pretty good job. There was a lady came in who is a preacher, which this is the reason why we shouldn't have women preaching. She came in and said, you traditional pastors, which some of the things they do need to change, I agree.
Interesting.
She said, you guys need to start learning, if you want to be better pastors, you need to start learning pronouns. Yeah, I'm going to find the video and I'm going to play it. She walked into this convention, church convention, and said to the men there in front of all these men, you guys need to start, if you want to be a better pastor, learn the pronouns. So when you have people come to your church who is not male or female, you know how to greet them. You know how to say they, them. I had to watch it a couple of times to understand, try to understand, I still can't understand Why would a pastor break what it is that he believes? Because the Bible says that Adam was made, and from Adam there was Eve, which Adam was male, and he needed a helpmate, which was female. Be fruitful and multiply. And I'm going to get a little raw here, so maybe cover your ears if you have Christian ears. I'm going to step outside. Jesus, hold on just a sec. I don't see no scripture where it says, Dick in your ass, chapter 4, verse 13, where it says that you can repopulate the earth by lubing up a penis and putting it in an asshole.
I don't chase booty.
Girl.
I don't see it nowhere in the Bible. I don't see lube dick chapter 4 verse 18 that says land in the bed, two men land in the bed with each other with hairy balls, get up every day and kiss each other in the mouth and say God bless their union. Somebody help me understand.
I don't chase booty.
Well,
why do we have to learn? Why do we have?
Well, first of all, I don't chase booty. I attract it, amen. Secondly, the reason why it's not in there is because that wasn't the main motherfucking focus about human fucking life. Again, in context to what you were saying, and even again, looking at it from a historical standpoint with the Middle Ages, where a lot of Christianity shit was going on, a lot of shifting and changing of things was happening. Hello. That was used as a way to, first of all, demonize queer people. And secondly, when it came time for war, the system needed young, strong men. And they needed a rise in strong young men to fight this war. So of course, they started demonizing queer people to go fruitful and multiply. It was the context of that time. We have no problem, especially as niggas, especially heterosexual niggas, have no problem, no issues, or no qualm busting nuts. To the point that when a child is conceived, a lot of times them niggas don't even want it. So let's not act like there is a shortage of children coming into this world. And again, like Mr. Bennett said earlier, queerness has been here. So if what y'all was saying was true, we wouldn't even have made it to 2024. So again, you got to make that make objective sense. I know it makes sense subjectively because it's aligned to your faith. Because if the queer people are free, that says something about your lack in your faith and your belief in God. So until you can objectively prove that without violence and bloodshed, because what is the truth is going to be. Until y'all do that, everything y'all say about queerness is farce.
To learn pronouns when God says that is an abomination. What are we really doing here? What are we doing?
Says that gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins, so I guess we all going to hell.
Did anybody check her? Did anybody check her at all? Or did they just...
No. When she got, one of the pastors did, he said he believes in male and female, and she said that's the problem. That's why nobody's coming to your church.
That's why we need to keep the rough talk. Shut the fuck up is always in motherfucking.
Always.
Shut your
more
ass
shaming.
up.
More shaming.
Let me tell you something. That table, whoever those men were, that table should have been flipped the fuck over.
And JT, that's why Mr. Bennett said what he said a few weeks ago. He said the world would probably look different if me and Lost in Translation was preaching every Sunday.
Yeah, so, but listen.
Oh, yes.
But this is the thing, though. This is the thing. Just going back to the video, right? That video was a microcosm of how uncouth this world is right now. You got a bunch of fucking women running a fucking monk because they think they fucking chickens. And they had those kids through a fucking egg and an egg crack like they fucking asexual. You really need men saying shut the fuck up and flipping the fucking tables over. Go sit your ass in the fucking corner. being assholes. The world works a lot better when men are fucking assholes at the time we need to be assholes. Unapologetic. We see right now why the world gets to the point it is right now. You got a bunch of fucking women. I'm gonna tell you how I knew that this shit was about to be some fucked up shit. Cause all of them in unison was like, yeah. That shit was that red table bullshit.
Yeah. Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And they talking nice and everything while at the same time talking about destroying the world. And using their little boys. And being with fucking men that'll never be able to be a man of his sort. And procreating with these niggas.
Yep.
Shut the fuck up. Needs to stay in this world. I ended right there.
But you're controlling.
Yes, I'm in control. At the end of the day, we should not be apologetic on controlling shit. That's the thing. I'm not gonna sit back and argue with somebody about my motherfucking actions. Let me tell you one thing. I'm gonna be a little transparent. Last relationship I had, we had a little argument. And what she was trying to tell me was about my motherfucking discipline or my behavior. I cut the argument out and told her, you don't tell me how to fucking act in a fucking argument. You out your motherfucking mind. I just cut the fucking conversation off. Because you don't know how to talk to me. Conversation was ended right there. Tell me how to fucking act? I got way more fucking control than you. Shut the fuck up is what we really need right now.
That's the end of the live, y'all. I don't know what else more to say. That kind of just really sealed the deal for me. The last thing I'm going to say in closing is this. I, as a black queer man, and I'm sure for other people that are on the opposing side of the idea, I'll shut the fuck up. I'm sure people in the comment section will shut the fuck up. I'm pretty sure the women and the people you're talking about will shut the fuck up. We'll shut the fuck up. Once y'all take back this fucking country, we'll shut the fuck up. Once y'all niggas go in y'all communities and check these trap ass niggas and run them the fuck up out this shit, even if it means bloodshed, then we'll shut the fuck up. Once y'all niggas start doing shit that actually helps the fucking community for real, not in the way you feel, but in the way that actually serves the fucking community, then we'll shut the fuck up. Y'all niggas are playing a dangerous game because you're learning how to isolate yourself from community of people who literally trying to self-actualize, because again, as black people, we're so used to surviving, we don't know how to live. Some of us are going to live. And some of us are going to live out loud and proud, because it's not just you on the fucking planet. There are other people as well who want freedom and liberation. But this denial of queer people and women, I want you to understand you are bringing that same judgment onto you. Why do you think I'm trying to have these conversations? Why do you think I document queerphobia? Because I'm trying to get people to see how they play into it. And the gag is, y'all know y'all be playing into it, which is why when you have conversations with queer people, it's never this type of energy until after we left the space. Y'all's ignorance is leading to the destruction of the queer community. And then on top of it, I forgot to say this, until the kings on that panel saved the life of little RT, who was an 8-9-year-old boy who was heading down the realm of destruction that y'all keep ignoring, or that y'all are afraid to face because that actually puts your life on the line. Why don't y'all niggas be the men that y'all say y'all are and go clean up the real shit before you come over here to the queer people? Maybe the queer people will respect you. Maybe black women will respect you. Maybe black women will open up their legs to you again willingly once you actually be the men that y'all claim to be and clean up your own fucking community, starting with the trap ass niggas first. Cause there's a nigga on the live, there's a nigga on the news right now. There's gonna be a nigga on the news later on tonight who also was murdered. And it's gonna be like that for the rest of the week, for the rest of the month, and the rest of the year that's happening in blackness. So if y'all want to be kings, y'all gonna have to act like kings, which means you're gonna have to bear the weight of all that has to be and do it. And until y'all niggas do that, we not gonna shut the fuck up. And even if y'all were to take us out, the energy would reverberate. Because again, from a spiritual perspective, what you resist will persist. And a wise mystic said it like this: you can get all black people in America and put them on a continent, and you can go through on a crusade murdering and killing and removing all existence of queer people. And not only that, build an above ground and underground Wakanda shield around your newfound, newly refined African space. I guarantee you, and I bet it. I bet y'all hairline and y'all fupas that queerness will find its way in the equation. You know why? Because the only individual with sense over there, Dr. Bennett said it, queer people have been here. And whether you care or not, we're gonna always be here. And if you have an issue with queerness, you take that up with your Lord and Savior. You get in your prayer closet and you ask him why he allowing this to happen. Because it seems like the problem ain't with us. It's with God allowing this to happen. So you go to him in prayer. Queer people, y'all heard the ending part of it. Y'all better learn how to prepare to protect yourselves. I'm not playing. I don't want to speak in this type of language. It's a shame that I even have to say this, but even for me as a queer person, it's triggering for me because I'm not a violent person. And low-key, I'm afraid what would happen if I was to subscribe to violence. Because baby, all the shit that be running through my head, girl, I'd be afraid if I had the permission to be able to go ahead and defend myself. Because I might end up on a goddamn be all around YouTube viral. But these people are literally telling you that your existence is not worthy of life. They're using, again, God and religion to validate their viewpoints. And they're going. It's not a might. They're going to seek vengeance on queer people, on black people, black men unfiltered, women, all of that. And if we really digging deeper into this shit, surpassing queerness and all these labels that are distracting us, they getting ready to destroy the middle class. So some of you middle class uppity niggas about to either be rich or poor, which means that now you're gonna have to suck dick to survive. You're gonna have to throw a little asshole to survive. You're gonna have to steal to survive. You're gonna have to kill to survive. All these post-apocalyptic movies and shows that we've been seeing and unconsciously subscribing to, they are telling us exactly what is going to happen, but they got to keep the people distracted. So let's go ahead and put straight people against queer people, white people against black people, and here are people in those groups who understand the bigger picture and then are trying to work their way to find the root issue that's going on with all of us so we can heal and move forward. And like I said, the reason why I'm giving these niggas the smoke is because these niggas grew up in the 60s and 70s. They saw what it looked like for oppressed groups of people to come the fuck together. And the fact that there's such an opposition against it, I don't know if they feel like it's a waste of time. We need to stick with our own tribes. We need to do something. Because all that shit that's happening in other countries and motherfuckers dying and their life drastically changing, I would be a fool to sit up here and believe that America is not going to have its wake-up call. Do you not feel the social climate? Project 2025 is ready for all of us. Y'all remember back in the late 2000s with them Illuminati videos coming up with them FEMA coffins and FEMA camps and all that shit? Baby, 2020 was just a trial run to see how people adapt, how they go along with shit, how they don't question shit. This next go around gonna be very different. And what pisses me the fuck off is that we sit here and we argue back and forth with each other, and we're not even willing to walk in truth and say, you know what, you right, you know what, you right. Y'all niggas know over there that what y'all speak about queer people is wrong as fuck. So much to the point that y'all use the Bible so heavily to justify it. And then when the queer people find your ass in the book, then do you get what I'm saying? When we could be spending this time coming together, where y'all could be teaching the little feminine fag boys how to motherfucking fight, to teach the little feminine fag boys how to use a motherfucking weapon, to teach the feminine fag boys how to change a tire, how to motherfucking start a fire. But also, it's time for black men to learn how to motherfucking live too without judgment, to be they motherfucking selves, to explore themselves and to have self-governing government and agency. Because black men have been nothing but hard this entire time. Hard this, and I ain't talking about in that other way, nigga. Pause on you niggas over there, I already told you. But I mean hard as far as being callous. And having to be on edge all the time. And even the individual in the video who did an amazing job explaining how to deal with their emotions as a child for black men in a soft masculine way, that if they don't cry and get it out, they cry out in other ways, which is why they can't keep a job. Ms. Bennett said get a job, they can't keep one, and then on top of that, they're ready to go off the handle, they're ready to fight, or like the men said on this panel, it's time to stop talking, it's time to start whooping ass. You might not want to whoop the ass of queer people because you might be needing a motherfucking help once the Project 2025 starts getting on the niggas. And it's definitely going to be a lot of shoulda, coulda, wouldas then. Okay. I'm done. Anyway, shout out to Black Men Unfiltered. I'm glad that they're sharing their perspectives and their points. I want them to, because at the end of the day, we're getting objective truth out in this bitch. And the more they talk, the more information they give, and we see who actually learned and who not. Shout out to them. Okay, and shout out to Mr. Bennett. Let me read some more of y'all comments, and then I'm about to make me something to eat, because my stomach is growling, baby. Let me see. Harold said, and for a oh, I think we already read that comment. Let me see. Harold says, well, that will require more objective, forward-thinking individuals, regardless of how they identify. But as we've seen countless times before, that will be a waste of time. But, you know, in the grander scale of things, as far as like the majority, unfortunately, at this time, yeah, it seems like that's the case. But that's why when I do, as a queer person, listen to people like Mr. Bennett, like individuals like Dr. Nakumbe, like sometimes individuals like Tough Topics podcast, I still make sure to touch and agree and say, okay, I agree with those things, to build camaraderie, to connect and establish that human part. Because at the end of the day, we on this planet together. We got to find a way to make it work. Mr. Bennett is an excellent individual to have a conversation with, I'm believing, especially if it was a panel full of people like him on there, because he admitted the objective truth. Queer people have been here. You cannot make anyone fucking gay. You can't make them want to take a dick in their ass. I'm a whole same gender loving man, and I'm a top. I don't like nothing in my motherfucking ass. It don't mean that I about feminine and not being a man. That doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't turn me on. It doesn't give me pleasure, and I feel like I'm not at the greatest capacity when I do that, when I feel comfortable and more secure and more aligned with me topping. But I still am attracted to feminine ass niggas who also are still men, so they still gonna have nigga moments. But it's like we need more of those conversations. These ain't conversations for the most part. And shout out to Mr. Bennett. He left toward the middle of it. He was like, okay, I said my part. I see y'all trying to go this way. Let me go. And you wonder why individuals like Mandrill and Shoo and Dr. Nakumbe and Tough Topics, they don't want to come around no more because they understand what the thing is. You have some black people who really trying to learn, who really trying to understand. Yeah, they might be ignorant. When I mean ignorant as far as they don't know. They might be fearful, but you have some black people who are willing to face that fear and learn for themselves and deal with the objective truth. Shout out to them. You have some who is like, nope, the Bible says this. Okay, well, let's continue what the Bible says, because the Bible won't get your ass too. None of the women chimed in after that comment was made. Very, very telling. Yep. About Satan being a woman, a female. Let me see. Meanwhile, many so-called masculine men are far more emotional and react so strongly to things quicker than any of us, but go off. And that's true. Hell yeah, I be riding down the street and niggas be grabbing me in the face. I'm like, damn, I ain't even saying nothing. I don't even know y'all niggas. Y'all all up in the car trying to see who it is. But y'all are the ones that are stoic. All right. Let me see. Deshaun says, I believe that people should just be human and be taught to be human instead of what a man should be, what a woman should be, and let life flow naturally. They said they would do that, but when it actually happens in application in real time, the fear stops them from actually going forward. I believe it's Rahan. I hope I'm saying this right. I hope I'm not messing up your name. Reynolds said, listening to heterosexual people discuss queer is so exhausting. Very much so. At this point, let's listen to the white people talk about blackness. Maybe we'll get a laugh out of this, because this shit is exhausting as fuck. Harold says, so essentially, they equate femininity and one being in tune with their emotions healthily as being demonic. And none of the women on the panel had anything to say about that? Ain't got a pen or a checkbook or a lease or a deed in their name to even write a check for a woman. They need to shift the concern. Reynolds said, so she's advocating for men to further detach from their emotions. She doesn't understand queer people. Got it. And do every day. Shout out to all the DO men. This language creates that. They are making children every day. See, I wouldn't know that because I fuck with men who know they're gay. I ain't got time for no download shit. I already did that shit when I was younger. In the closet my damn self. I don't need a reprise. Okay? White Jesus needs to come and get his children. Start the rapture today, please. I want the melanated Jesus that smell like Cantu butter and Shay. And furthermore, are y'all making these women your wives in order for y'all to be invited to any type of conversation? They always crying about boys having fathers, but ain't around to be a father. Reynolds says, while there are fellow queer people of color here, why are y'all planning on going? Where are y'all planning on going when shit hits the fan? America is one of the safest places to be, but I don't know. My passport is needing a stamp. It's gonna be the Division 2 in this bitch. A lot of sickness in their bodies would disappear too if they just released their minds from all queerphobia and all anti-femininity and everything else of the sort. That part right there. and this is from a spiritual metaphysical standpoint, because I do also study to show thyself approved and educate myself. When you hold on to things in your body, certain type of emotions that are low vibrational, anger, jealousy, bitterness, those type of things, if you hold those frequencies in your body and you start to create thoughts that resonate with that frequency, you can literally manifest illnesses in your body. My father had this quote that he said a long time ago, and I love it. It says, your dis-ease can easily turn into a disease. Why do you think cancer is so prevalent? Why do you think all these sicknesses are growing now? Because we are energetically in the frequency of them, and we don't know how to get away from it. We learn to turn off our feelings and detach our feelings. Emotion is simply your body's way of paying attention to stuff, because there are some things in the spirit that your physical stuff ain't gonna be able to really pick up on by itself. Your body also encases a spiritual being frequency as well. So when you're holding those lower vibrations, they manifest into all type of illnesses, motherfucking high blood pressure, hypertension, stress. She was talking about, they giving out stress tests and stuff. Hell yeah, because a lot of people who served in the military, who lost limbs and shit, they have to come back. They're never recalibrated back into human life. They still shell shocked, sleeping in a damn ditch in the backyard with a damn speaker on with fucking gunshot sounds so they can fall asleep, because they became so accustomed to that, their body adapted to that. There's no sort of reconciliation or revival of those people when they come back, even though countless amounts of money was spent to teach them how to be killing machines, that they never came back and was taught how to be humans. But if you learn to let that shit go, it's like how when Christ healed people, people think that Christ healed people on his own. Christ literally stated, I can't heal you on my own. You have to be open and aware enough to touch and agree with me that this is possible. Yes, these motherfuckers around you might see you as a leper. They might see you as the dredge of society. They may see you as an outcast or an exile unworthy of any love, and because of that, all these things have further manifested in your body, because you're now also attempting to subscribe and play along with them. But even though they see you as this and you see yourself as this now, I don't see you as that. I see you healed, whole, and complete. Do you have enough faith to touch and agree with me right now that we're going to change the way that we see you, that you're going to change the way that you see you, that you see yourself full of love, that in the midst of all the hell that you've been through outside of motherfuckers showing you this shit, that I'm here touching and agreeing with you and telling you that no matter where you are on the spectrum, God loves you. No matter where you are right now, God loves you. See, these niggas don't preach this. That's why I say Christianity, girl, Christ is the mascot. Y'all got Christ outside doing goddamn break dancing on a damn broken box like he back in the 70s and shit, when y'all niggas fucking knees went snap, crackling, and popping and shit. Spinning the damn piece of pizza sign like he the Little Caesars mascot. But when they come into the building, Christ is nowhere to be found. This is what happens when you judge other people. You open yourself up for judgment. And y'all already judged me. Y'all already said I'm mentally ill, I'm trans and shit, I'm a demon girl. Obviously I was lying. I said I wasn't sexually abused, but actually I was. Just what y'all think. So again, if we're gonna play that game, let's see. What's up, Just Patches, if you're still here? Ron says, and it's to the point, even straight women prefer to be around bears instead of being around straight men. Ron says at least straight women are comfortable around gay men more so than them. And that's saying something. Because a lot of the commentary that I heard was, oh, women are just very demonic, evil towards women. But that should be us. Because again, they're saying that we're trying to replace them. So shouldn't we be the ones saying that women ain't shit? That y'all have second holes and shit, that y'all just birthing people. Shouldn't we be saying all this shit? Shouldn't we be the ones out here fighting women and just walking up to them and just blowing them all in their motherfucking face? Just bow, right? Jawing the fuck out of them. Shouldn't we be running their ass over? Should we be treating them like how these niggas be treating prostitutes and Grand Theft Auto? Fuck, get my nut and get my money back by killing you. Shouldn't we be doing that? But meanwhile, the women feel safe around us. Wow. But we're destroying the people who are demonized are destroying the community. Meanwhile, again, when we see niggas shooting, we see more men, heterosexual men, than women. I mean, unless these trap men are on the down low. With that being said, I guess are the trap niggas on the low? Is the NLE choppers and the motherfucking all these other rappers and shit, is they taking dick? He did say if he was a bad bitch, he'll fuck him too. So I mean, are we going down that route? Harold said, how can he speak on sex between two men when he is a man who has sex with women? That's their interpretation. That's how they would have sex. If they was fucking a man, they'd probably motherfucking dominate too. So I don't know. They think that gay men just have sex and just be scat everywhere, just all type of shit, not even realizing the fucking preparation that queer men have to go through to have sex in the safest and cleanest way. The fuck? Ron says, oh, please. So it's two being sexually attracted to each other, and men normally sexually aggressive compared to women, but explaining the promiscuous sex among straight people to why they multiply babies. Harold says, why resort to violence with people who aren't even bothering you, though? Queer folk aren't even thinking about you or even know you exist for that matter, yet you want to lay hands on them. Why is a queer person's existence so triggering for the I'm screaming. Notice, he said his mama didn't raise him. Was his father in the home? Why didn't he raise him? Ron says, gender ambiguity has been around for centuries in even various cultures, even in the black community. He speaks about how men that wear nail polish aren't real men. Damn it. What did he say? Damn it. What about the art? And what about the artist formerly known as Prince? Yep, who wore makeup and high heels, and y'all still convinced he's not a queer man because women were in his videos. Harold also says, my thing is, why does the treadmill man even want to put his hands on anybody who's not bothering him in the first place? What is that about? What's triggering him? I don't know. Maybe we'll discover one day. Ron says they forgot that don't ask, don't tell was a thing. Okay, it really was. Harold says, is he doing all of that? Because from what we can see, he's always on the internet Okay, Harold just got it going on. Let me see. Deshaun says, see, they're all big and bad and tough when it comes to a gay person, but they never talk that shit to a gangster. Ooh, that's the thing. We heard him say, well, some of these men built like gladiators. You know, no. You got the same thing these niggas got. You got the 4.5, you got the 380, you got the 1911, you got the M4, you got the M16, you got the AK-47 74. You got the semi-automatic nigga. You know some niggas who got the full automatic. Go to war with these niggas. These niggas out here snatching lives every day. There are black families every day that are losing their sons, whether they were the intended target or not. There are many people right now that are waking up in the middle of the motherfucking night with a police knocking on their door saying, we found your son, that are black, that have been shot and killed. And it wasn't by a faggot, though. And it wasn't by a dyke, though. That's why I say you want us to shut up, go do the real shit. Y'all want to be big and bad with the individuals who are terrorizing the community. Y'all do that. But see, we not. Because some of them niggas came from that, and some of them niggas know niggas who do that shit. And when it comes time for them to be violent and protect the community when it matters, all of a sudden, oh, that's their business. Oh, okay. They would never talk that shit to a gangster that's trying to control the neighborhood, and these dads don't even step foot to protect your own kids from gangs. They get killed from a bullet or a stray bullet. Deshaun also says, like I said, there were 2 black males that hijacked the car of a white family. One pulled a little girl out of the car and the older brother ran. They were all in shock, even the mother, because she was there. Ron says, I wonder how they feel about the straight men of this generation, on how they no longer want to take responsibility of taking care of a woman. Ooh. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be a lot of sideline conversations we gonna be privy on. We gonna be able to watch some of this shit from the sidelines. Harold said, so black women are responsible for the state of the black community, and not the degenerate leaders and heads of household, aka them. So women are destroying it because the men weren't there. Isn't the responsibility laying on man? Well, we gotta get the women too. If the men be accountable, the women by right now have to be, because now they can't use anything against you. See, if you had mental and emotional awareness and that real, true, logical stoicism, you'd be able to work through the hard shit and then say, okay, bitches, now what? We healed, now what? We emotionally aware, now what? We did this, now what? We want you to give us the now what shit. Y'all haven't given us that. Give us the now what. Can you give us the now what? Pause. Ron says, what about the passport bros? What about the straight black men that are reconsidering on giving up on black women because they are too masculine acting? Harold responds to Ron by saying, well, according to what I'm hearing, they don't want to be responsible for taking care of their women either. They're blaming the women for why things are the way they are. Just Patches said, this shit's triggering. I told y'all it was going to be a triggering live. We gonna all be triggered together, baby. Ron says, right, questioning black women of their sexual experiences or if they already have children and how they are unworthy. Ron also says, yes, incels are usually in reference to white men, but there are such things as black incels too. DJ Fatademics is an example of that. Ron also says, or another case scenario, those balloon popping dating shows and how they tend to go on there to shade each other's appearances. I've been told to watch that and I haven't, because I feel like I'll be reading. Harold says, your potential son-in-law isn't capable of protecting her daughter because of a damn septum piercing? That is the most ignorant ish I've ever heard. Ron says also, piercing culture goes back to Africa and how both men and women will wear paint and piercings in representation of their tribe. Well, they could have known that, but organized religion and white Jesus said, no, that's demonic. You have a new life. You've transformed. Harold says, how does she know what the man is doing in his home, though? LOL, women having rights wasn't a thing either, but go off, sis. And the men her age aren't doing the same thing? Ron says, as much as we can have countless conversations about this forum and their warped ideology, but this is from generations of conditioning by the church, Bible, and neighbors, explains their primitive thinking. We try to educate them about our community because we're the ones living the fucking shit, right? But they will never change their minds about us. Keyword never. And it's hilarious when they meet straight acting gay men and their minds are blown that we can portray ourselves as being as masculine. Or they'll occasionally say, if I'm going to have a gay son, he better I guess you're saying he better, be masked and whatever the case may be. I guess is what you're saying, Harold says they don't care about history, bubs, just like white people don't, unfortunately. Like Ron said, you can try to educate them until they're blue in the face, and they're still going to draw their own conclusions and not even be open to receive new information. Not all of them, but some. That's why I highlight the individuals who are. That's why I continue to give credit and reverence to these people by keep shouting them out, because even though the majority don't, through fear, as we can see, there are some who are willing to face the fear, and those are the individuals that I want to connect to. The individuals that I hope they listen to this live and sit through it with emotional awareness, intelligence, and really try to understand. Everybody ain't gonna get it, but I'm not trying to get everybody. I'm just trying to get the right people who want to hear. Okay, who care about humanity. They'll get their wake-up call in due season. Ron says, well, then I guess women should stop wearing pants then. I mean, they want women to stop wearing pants. Harold says, which is why I say, how can those women sit up on that panel and stomach all of the anti-women rhetoric? Because they're not that woman. Even though they said women in general, they said Satan was a female. They didn't say Satan is a sexy red, low vibrational, whole freak off Diddy type of female. He said Satan was a female, which in that right there, according to what he said, he ain't really broaden it. I mean, really going to depth or specify. That was a broad generalization. So therefore, they were like, oh, I'm not that woman, even though he is talking about y'all in some regard. Because even if y'all was, there's been times where there were black women. I forgot her name. It was this dark skin. She was a beautiful chocolate dark skinned woman, kind of a little bit more on the thicker side, wore glasses. She was on the panel with me. I think it was something about a mom podcast or something, where she kind of offered pushback in reference to like women kind of having, you know, a little bit more freedom in expression. Like, I'm not challenging you as a man, but just giving you some context and nuance. And they try to check her ass on that. It was like, damn, I can't even do that. So basically, I'm supposed to just sit here and be a goddamn, again, property. Property don't talk. Property don't say shit. They're supposed to stand there and look good, therefore making me look good. And Ron answered Harold's question by saying because they come from an era where they put the man first. Harold in response says, I imagine their political affiliation mirrors that way of thinking also. Yikes. Ron says, I assume these individuals are part of the Gen X 40 up, hence how they view the generation of today. I'm part of this generation as well, but clearly do not think like them. Well, there's going to always be people who are going to adapt to what's going on, which is why they can stay relevant. You know what I'm saying? And they don't age as quickly either. It's because they learn and educate themselves and study, show themselves approved. Just like I'm pretty sure during their time when they were younger and they were kids, the generation of adults at their time and elders didn't really think much of it either. They thought their own way too. But there were some people who grew along and evolved with time to where you have older people who still are in touch with their childlike energy inside of them, and I'm gonna be one of them because I ain't about to be aging like milk in this bitch. I'm already short. I can't be short and looking like a damn old ass bloodhound. Let me see. It seems like more gay black men tend to become more successful than straight black men as far as economic status. Yes, because they say we can't have kids, so we can focus on ourselves. Y'all trying to repeal or trying to work on repealing queer marriage, so we can't get married if that's going to be the case. So it's kind of like, of course, if you have nothing else to focus on, all you're gonna do is focus on yourself. And there are queer people that are doing the damn thing, and shout out to them doing the damn thing, already trying to provide financial stability for themselves so that if they were to have a family, their family ain't gotta struggle. No shade. Let me see. Queen Stevie, you came in a little late. She said, oh, BMU child. Yep. Again, we just using them as springboards, and I give them permission to use my live because I know they listening. So if they want to use my live or my content to kind of talk they shit, go ahead, talk your shit. Because I already told them niggas, until they do something in reference to saving Lil RT, I'm not having a conversation with them on their panel. I'll have it on a neutral panel. Like if Dr. Nakumbe was to do a live, I'll do it with them because then it'll be more balanced. But on their live, hell no, pimping. All we gonna do is react to y'all bullshit. Because y'all talked to me twice and y'all both fucked that up. I'm very cool with equality, seeing as though I know what it feels like to be discriminated against in a few ways. Ron says, I don't mind equality until I learn I'm not wanted. Queen Stevie says, but so quick to send queer people to hell. Well, we will see you there too. I already told y'all. Harold says, when he says that his mother tried to emasculate him, what does he mean in that way? I would have to get more research or context because I would like to know more about it. Because again, Mr. Bennett has more of an objective standpoint, and I feel like he'll be able to explain things better to me. So I don't know, maybe in the future live he'll go down the rabbit hole of that, or maybe I'll just have to go in the archives and just see and try to find a live where he kind of gives context. But I kind of wanted to know what that was too, because there was someone else that I used to have conversations with through a mutual friend who kind of had the same situation of his mom kind of like feminizing him, and this nigga was goddamn in his damn late 30s going into the 40s. So, you know, I would like to know more about that. Ron says, I bet any amount of money these men on this panel are single and or are unmarried but want to talk about relationships should be amongst men and women. No, there are some men who are happily married on the panel. You know what I'm saying? And I'd be kind of like, well, damn, the way y'all be going in, y'all be acting like y'all going through this shit yourselves. Is there a divorce on the horizon? The way y'all be going in, damn. Let me see. I'm gonna have to get to the bottom, y'all, of this comment because I'm ready to eat. Harold says they would haul off and hit him for crying that little boy up. I'll give you something to cry about. Ron says, and when they don't have their sons to express themselves emotionally or prevent them from learning to be emotionally intelligent, then they turn into a P. Diddy. Let me read that the fuck again. Come on, Ron. And when they don't have their sons express themselves emotionally or prevent them from learning to be emotionally intelligent, then they turn into a P. Diddy. Harold said, I know how to cut grass, trim hedges and all that, but I hate doing it. I understand, but at least you know. I'd rather you know. Ron says it's interesting how clueless these people are. They are equating sexual preferences to personality, hence why they can imagine gay men being in sports or the military. They forget that we are men at the end of the day. Ron also, hold on. Deshaun said both kids that wanted to be something in this world and wanted to be a dancer or they wanted to be a speaker, Martin Luther King snuffed out. Yep, and they was actually doing what they were supposed to be doing, going to school, getting the good grades, being on the dean list, doing all this shit, and they go to a damn party and now they shot and killed because somebody else ignorant ratchet ass kid who doesn't have emotional awareness, intelligence, but meanwhile the black women and the gays is making it happen. Interesting. Ron says gay guys don't know how to change tires. Bubs, you are an example of being queer and having both parents in the household. Exactly. Harold says, but according to those men, shouldn't her husband been teaching their son how to do all of that? Women can't raise men, remember? Ron says, and she did it without a man in her child's life. Are they going to question her parenting skills because she is raising him without a male figure? Let me see. Spice said, let it sound a little loca. Ron says, and from what she sounds, most straight will claim she is too masculine. And I think she even stated that her energy can be more masculine. Just how she talks and her volume and her voice, that's naturally her. Harold said Rick James on that super freak cover in pink thigh-high boots up to his balls. Y'all remember that picture of what is it? They had another picture of Rick James where it was like he was getting arrested by the police or getting frisked and how he kind of just tooted his ass back and looked at him like, nigga. But he can get a pass though, because he Rick James, bitch. Ron says, should it be the black man? Lady, why your son father isn't an influence in his life? It's universal. Everyone deals with issues of homophobia around the world. Not the preacher with halitosis, Bubs. Ron says it's the same with when people claim how DL black men, especially celebrities, continue to be closeted and they say, why can't they just come out? It's not a big deal anymore. And the moment they do come out, then they lose a lot of their fan base. Harold says, I don't know how any of them have wives and girlfriends being so anti-woman and anti-femininity. They reject everything women represent. Queen Stevie says 2024 is the age of accountability. Harold says, I roll. It's the messenger I can't get jiggy with. It's not coming from a genuine place, in my opinion. Ron says instead of them being concerned about their children being gay, they need to be concerned about about teaching their children how to respect each other. Harold says, and y'all wonder why the DL community is filled to the brim now. Get ready. When there is no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. When there's no more room in the closet, the DL fags will walk the earth. Let me see. Queen Stevie said, cough, cough. Misogyny is real, y'all. Transmisogynoir, ooh, Lord, is real in transmissia. Ron says again, gay people don't play football. Aaron Hernandez doesn't ring a bell. Harold said, how did we get to dick and hairy balls and two men kissing in the mouth? Because that's what they think about when it comes to gayness. It's just dick and balls. There's so much more to gayness. There's so much more. Is all there is to heterosexuality is pussy? And to these niggas, they will tell you yes. Ron said, you know, gender roles and sexual identity wasn't that much of an issue until MAGA and Manosphere entered the building. Harold said, it's a muck, not a monk. Harold also says, so who in your opinion is a man who is fit to lead? Donald Trump? Because those talking points sound real right-wing. Ron says, and also against the white lady on the panel raised her, I don't think she white. On the panel raised her son without a father. Does that mean he'll be gay? Bubs has both his parents in his life and he's gay. So what the fuck are they talking about? Well, apparently let them tell us my father wasn't there enough. My mother's energy was too overbearing. You know, they just know everything. They can't solve the problems of the community, but they know how fags are created. Interesting. Ron says, you think they know that homosexuality has always been here since what they call Sodom and Gomorrah, and yet as much as they try to pray it away, we ain't going nowhere. Being disrespectful, down talking people, that's not Christian-like. Let me see. Queen Stevie said, they're using the Bible to bash queer people, and it's not right at all. It's very hypocritical because how do y'all's children get here? We'll wait. Well, that was a live, y'all. I wasn't expecting to be here for damn near almost 5 hours and 30 minutes. Excuse me, but we had to break this stuff down. Like I said, for queer people, get y'all shit together. Learn how to protect yourself. Project 2025 is real, and these niggas on the panel don't even know it. Stay strong out there. It's important for you to walk in your truth because there's queer youth that is depending on you. I know y'all didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to be gay, but goddamn it, this is the life, the cards that life has dealt me. I'm learning how to take lemons and turn them into lemonade. And there are queer people, queer youth, and even queer adults who are hiding and not living their truth, who are inspired by you. But when you have people who subscribe to organized religion who are told cardinal sins that if they were to allow these people to be and let God handle it, which should be the main thing, but if they don't address it, that God is going to be like, now I'm going to dock you points, and if you get below this level, you're not going into heaven. Baby, for those of you who think you know God, the way that shit finna turn up, we about to really see who really know it. 2020 was trying to get y'all to know God beyond religion. A lot of y'all failed at that. So anyway, please make sure you hit the like button, okay, to help this channel grow in the algorithms. We are at 805 subscribers on the road to 1K. If you like the vibe over here on BubzDaGawd and how we think outside the box, please make sure you hit that subscribe button as well as the notification bell so that you can stay up to date with all of my lives and my edited content. If there's anything in this live that I said that touched and agreed with your spirit and you want to share it on your social media platforms to continue these conversations, and I suggest that you guys please do that. Okay, make sure you tag me BubzDaGawd in them as well, and let's continue these conversations in other areas besides my platform. Okay, And if you feel compelled, you can definitely hit a nigga up in the Cash App, $ BubzDaGawd. Okay, we take everything that jingle and fold and in between. Okay, shout out to BMU. Again, they have the freedom of speech to say what they want to say. If they want to say fags, going to hell, girl, kill them all, shit, say it. Let us know where you stand. Okay? But also, when you open your mouth on a public platform, you allow your thoughts and everything to be critiqued. And like I said, I'm going to always keep my eye on queerphobic people. Just like y'all got y'all eye on us, we got our good eye and our good foot on y'all. My goal is to build reconciliation. Let's establish community. Let's build the neighbor and neighborhood again. But if it has to get down to the place of self-preservation, to where y'all are on the offense trying to harm, oppress groups of people within blackness, i.e. queer people and women, I want you to understand there is a new day, and it's not gonna be easy for y'all. When you start overstepping boundaries from verbal to physical, the whole situation changes. All the fags who are fagging out all of a sudden become niggas again. Do y'all not see the videos on YouTube when you have gay niggas who put on wigs and shit? Not trans people, but actual gay men who identify as men, who vogue and shit. Y'all better look up ballroom throwbacks, butch queen realness. Them niggas be voguing down and be acting all feminine shit like that, but when it's time to fight, girl, the wig come off, the makeup gets smeared off, and them niggas banging in the street like niggas. But I guess only time will tell. Anyway, thank y'all for joining me for this live, and until next time, y'all. Peace.